Chapter 1818. When Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang into Di Hongshan's Immortal's Cave, he realized that the Immortal's Cave wasn't big, but the inside of the Immortal's Cave was huge. Xiaohua couldn't see the inside of the Immortal's Cave, but there were several jade chairs in the hall. Helpless, Zhuo Minghui and a few other cultivators were sitting on them. Beside them were some jade tables with some spirit fruits and spirit wine on them. On both sides of the hall, there were also some cultivators sitting on 2 rows of jade chairs. They were Di Hongshan's group. At this moment, Di Hongshan was whispering to these cultivators, laughing from time to time. He didn't seem to care about Xiaohua's arrival. Beside Di Hongshan and the rest, there were also some fragrant spiritual herbs placed near the jade table. There were even some gorgeous flowers decorating the surroundings of the hall. Motherfucker, he really does have some background. Xiaohua sighed as he looked at the scene. Why did you only come now? Xiang Yang, who was sitting on one of the chairs in the hall, asked coldly. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple is untalented. I was in seclusion during this time. The summoning talisman sent by eldest senior brother? Even if you were in seclusion, you still had to receive the summoning talisman. If I sent you a message, would you dare not come? Helpless asked again. Disciple, not waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Helpless cut him off. Since you went out for several years and went through life and death situations, you still haven't built your foundation. You should stop and think about why you can't build your foundation. How can someone like you who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion succeed? Your junior brother Cui has built his foundation and returned to the mountain. Such a big event, all the disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley went to welcome him. Only you weren't there. Moreover, your junior brother Cui's foundation building ceremony is so important. Only your eldest senior brother and eldest senior brother's wife are busy. Do you think it's appropriate? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and bowed. Disciple obviously knows it's inappropriate. But Disciple really didn't know that junior brother Cui built his foundation so quickly. You think everyone is like you? Helpless sneered. This is your senior brother who failed to build his foundation? He looks like he's in such a sorry state? Not only is his hair gone, even his eyebrows are gone? He looks like an unlucky guy. He's not even as good as your eldest senior brother. He's also an aura refiner. You're also an aura refiner. What do you have to say about him? Tsk, I am a descendant of a cultivation family. How can I not build my foundation? It was just that the time wasn't right yet. Compared to those rogue cultivators who have cultivated for more than 10 years and still haven't built their foundation, they are more than 100 times stronger. The several disciples beside Di Hongshan were obviously on good terms with him, and they spoke without any scruples. Although they spoke in a low voice, everyone in the Immortal's Cave was a cultivator, so who couldn't hear them? When these words fell into Xiaohua's ears, it did not mean much. However, when Xiaohua heard these words, his expression had already become somewhat unnatural. Helplessness, is this the disciple you accepted last time? The old man sitting in the middle beside Helplessness said with a smile. That's right, it's him. Helplessness said, almost gnashing his teeth. The one I chose that day was Wang Yunxiao, but Jinyue beat me to it and took him as his disciple. I had no choice but to accept him. Yes, Xiaohua is also not bad. I heard that he suppressed the disciples of the Cleansing Flower sect at the Feather Immortal Assembly and brought a strange treasure back to the Imperial Thunder sect. The old man said with a smile. What's the use of having? Helplessness smiled apologetically. When he came back, he showed signs of building his foundation. I even specially sent Xiang Yang to protect him. However, I heard from Xiang Yang that this guy's foundation building momentum was not small, but in the end he just couldn't complete it. I don't need to say the reason, but senior brother also knows. It's definitely because his cultivation method is not thorough, and he places too much importance on external objects. Yes, the old man nodded. We know about these things, and the disciples of the immortal clans also know. As a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua probably doesn't know. You should teach him more. I naturally said that. Helplessness smiled apologetically. Unfortunately, this guy never listens. Then he turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, why haven't you come to greet Senior Zhenemo yet? Seeing Helplessness's respectful appearance and also calling him senior brother, Xiaohua immediately knew that this Zhenemo was a foundation-building senior of the Thunder-Shaking Palace. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Martial Uncle Zhenemo. Yes, stand up. Zhenemo waved his hand and said very kindly, I'm the same as you. I've also been at the peak of the foundation-building realm for more than 100 years, but I still can't condense my gold core. I know you and I know the anxiety in your heart. You want to build your foundation at all costs. However, cultivating the Tao is not only about diligence but also about luck. Without luck, even if you cultivate for 1,000 years, it'll be in vain. Martial Uncle Zhen is indeed amiable and approachable. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Di Hongshan said with a smile first, I've often heard Ancestor talk about Martial Uncle's graceful bearing, but I still don't believe it. A peak foundation building cultivator is exactly what we juniors admire the most. Now it seems that Ancestor's description is still inferior to seniors by a lot. It really makes me inconceivable. Ancestor? Xiaohua instantly understood. This Zhen Mo probably had an old relationship with the Cui family of Kuan-Yu. Today he specially came to support Di Hongshan. No wonder he never heard Xiangyang mention that he had a particularly good martial uncle in the thunder-shaking palace. Alas, speaking of your ancestor, that was a matter of more than 100 years ago. Of course, I met your ancestor in one of the 10 great danger zones, Weeping Moon Abyss, and even fought with him. Yes, my Cui family's ancient records still record that battle. Di Hongshan said with a smile, they say that friendship grows after a fight. However, Ancestor said that if it weren't for Martial Uncle's broad-mindedness, he probably wouldn't have been able to return. Haha, your ancestor overpraises me. Thinking about how he was actually recorded in the ancient records of the Cui family of Kuan-Yu and praised by hundreds of generations, Zhen Mo himself was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but beam with joy. It's all the preposterous actions of youth and vigor. Unexpectedly, this old man really can't accept it. Soon after, Zhen Mo's voice naturally turned to Di Hongshan. He threw Xiaohua to the side, and helplessness whispered to a cultivator next to him. That cultivator sat next to Zhen Mo and was also a guest. He was a cultivator with the same cultivation as helplessness. Seeing that he was being ignored, Xiaohua walked in front of Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian. After bowing in greeting, he stood to the side and quietly listened to their conversation. After a moment, he heard Zhuo Minghui transmit her voice. Xiaohua, today is the opening day of the Hongshan Palace. You have to take out a gift. If you haven't prepared one, I have one here. Find an excuse and leave. I will give it to you. Oh, there's no need. Master's wife, disciple has prepared one here. In a moment, disciple will give it to junior martial brother Cui. Let him grow some face. Xiaohua was stunned at first, then nodded. Chapter 18-19. That's good. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, my myriad Thunder Valley has few disciples, and there's usually no celebration. Your master also doesn't have any good friends. Today there's finally some excitement. Although they're all Hongshan's old friends, it can still be considered lively. If you have something good to take out, it can also give your master face. There were many things in Xiaohua's space, and it wasn't like there weren't any that were suitable for early-stage foundation establishment. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, he heard an awe-inspiring voice again. Hongshan, you've already reached foundation establishment, but your master still has disciples who haven't reached foundation establishment yet. You can guide them and share your experience of foundation establishment with others. Yes, this junior understands. Di Hongshan said with a face full of smiles. Hearing this, Xiaohua stepped forward and said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother Cui, congratulations on reaching foundation establishment. I have prepared a gift here, please kindly accept it. Saying this, Xiaohua was about to take out an item from his space that was effective for early-stage foundation establishment and could give Di Hongshan a lot of face. Unexpectedly, Di Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiaohua, what did you call I just now? What? Xiaohua's hand froze and he subconsciously said, What? Junior Martial Brother Cui? I called you? Di Hongshan's face was full of pride as he said with a smile, Xiaohua, this form of address is naturally fine before this humble Taoist left the sect to gain experience. But now that this humble Taoist has succeeded in building his foundation, if we follow the rules of my Xiaoyu continent, you have to address this humble Taoist as senior. Of course, in my Imperial Thunder sect, I also know the rules of the sect. You and I are both master's disciples, so we can call each other senior and junior martial brothers. However, do you think you can call I junior martial brother Cui? This. Xiaohua's face flushed red. He had always called Xiangyang eldest senior martial brother, and at the same time he also knew that foundation establishment cultivators were seniors, but he never thought that Di Hongshan would make things difficult for him on the spot. Xiaohua glanced at Di Hongshan. There was no expression on Di Hongshan's face, as if what Di Hongshan said was a matter of course. Then he looked at Xiangyang. Xiang Yang frowned slightly as if he was unhappy. As for the several cultivators beside Di Hongshan, they had smiles on their faces as they watched with interest. What about you? This young master has just killed a late Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator. You are but a mere early Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator, and you actually want this young master to call you senior brother? Extreme disgust arose in Xiaohua's heart. Seeing Xiaohua's distressed state, he helplessly said, Xiaohua, in the cultivation world, those who reach the top are the teachers. Since Hongshan reached the foundation building stage before you, he's a senior. You can't avoid this title. Since Hongshan doesn't want you to call him senior, you can just call him senior. No one else can interfere. Haha, junior brother Xiao doesn't seem to be able to say the word senior brother. A Foundation Establishment cultivator next to Di Hongshan smiled and said, I have an idea. If Junior Martial Brother Xiao and Junior Martial Brother Cui exchange pointers, Junior Martial Brother Xiao only needs to defeat Junior Martial Brother Cui, and he won't be called Senior Martial Brother anymore. Yuan Tua, what are you talking about? The late Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator next to him scolded, How can you casually exchange pointers with your fellow disciples? Ah, master, this disciple is just joking. The early Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator immediately smiled apologetically and said, Junior Martial Brother Hongshan just said that Junior Martial Brother Xiao defeated all the heroes in the Feather Immortal Assembly and won the heart of Fairy Hong Xia from the Washing Flower sect. We are all envious, and a few of us still want to exchange pointers with Junior Martial Brother Xiao. That's right, Senior Martial Brother Xiao, this little brother has long admired your ability. Why don't you give this little brother a chance? A peak 12th layer Qi refining disciple next to Di Hongshan said with a smile. Xiaohua's gaze was calm. He looked straight at that disciple and said expressionlessly, I never exchange pointers with fellow disciples. If Junior Martial Brother is interested, you and I can go to the Thunder Arena. Thunder Arena? Hearing this, that disciple's expression changed slightly. Little brat. He helplessly scolded, Your Senior Martial Brother Cui is having a good day, why are you mentioning the Thunder Arena? Why aren't you apologizing to your Senior Martial Brother? Ah, master, there's no need. Di Hongshan smiled with a magnanimous expression. He turned his head and said to Xiaohua, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, what have I never seen before? I also don't want any gifts from you. You just have to call me Senior Martial Brother Cui and that's that. Damn it, you're looking for a beating. Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He had already thought it through. If he didn't beat this so-called Kuan Yu Cui family into a pig's head, he would never give up. But just as he was about to open his mouth and invite a battle, a tyrannical divine sense swept in from outside the cave. Then a valiant voice sounded, Is Junior Martial Nephew Helplessness here? Who? Helplessness was shocked. He glanced at Zhen Mo, and the three late Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivators hurriedly stood up. All three of their faces were filled with panic. It was obvious that the person who came was a Golden Core cultivator. Who could it be? Helplessness thought as he flew out of the cave. He simply didn't think about inviting a Golden Core senior to participate in Di Hongshan's Foundation establishment ceremony. Then he looked at Di Hongshan and saw that he was also at a loss. Obviously he also didn't invite him. Zhen Mo, Helplessness, and the other three late Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivators stood in the front. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the others stood behind them. Behind them were Di Hongshan and the other early Foundation establishment disciples. Xiaohua and two other aura refining disciples stood at the back. After waiting for a while, they saw four cultivators flying in the air. The person in the front was abnormally tall, and his attire was also strange. It wasn't an ordinary Taoist robe. Instead, his arms and legs were bare. The muscles on his arms and legs bulged, making him look very robust. Moreover, that cultivator's face was also fierce. He had broom-like eyebrows, bell-like eyes, and a cold gaze. At first glance, one could tell he wasn't someone easy to get along with. Junior Helplessness greets Martial Uncle Zhenjie. When Helplessness saw that person's face, he hastily took a step forward and bowed in greeting. However, his heart was tense. Last time, when Xiaohua went out to gain experience, he taught Zhen Hong a lesson. After that, he also wondered why Zhen Hong, a Foundation establishment senior, made things difficult for Xiaohua. When he asked Xiang Yang about it, Xiang Yang naturally told Helplessness everything he knew. At that time, Helplessness just laughed it off, thinking that Zhen Hong might have been entrusted by Zhen Qikue to teach Xiaohua a lesson. Even when he learned that Jin Ming also died in Mingxi, he still didn't associate Swallow Thunder Ridge with Xiaohua. Moreover, he taught Jin Yihong a lesson because Jin Yihong taught Xiaohua a lesson first. Helplessness never thought Jin Jie would personally come forward. Zhen Mo and the others also stepped forward to greet him. Everyone was confused, but Xiaohua's heart was clear. He didn't know Jin Jie, but he knew two of the three people behind Jin Jie. One was Jin Jie's fourth disciple, Zhen Weixing, and the other was Jin Jie's youngest disciple, Zhen Qikue. However, Zhen Qikue was the same as him. He also hadn't built his foundation. And wait a moment. Jin Jie waved his hand and helped Helplessness and the others up. He said with a smile, "This old man heard that martial nephew Helplessness's disciple actually built his foundation. This old man's youngest disciple hasn't built his foundation for many years. This old man brought him here to learn a thing or two from your disciple." I don't dare. Helplessness's heart relaxed, and he hurriedly turned his head and said, "Hongshan, come and greet Grandmaster Jin Jie." "Yes, disciple Cui Hongshan greets Grandmaster Jin Jie." Cui Hongshan hurriedly walked over and bowed. "Not bad." Jin Jie said with a smile, "You're indeed a dragon among men. Martial nephew Helplessness is so lucky." I don't dare. Helplessness's face bloomed with a smile. "Martial Uncle Zhen, please come inside to talk." "Good." Zhen Jie flicked his sleeve, turned his head and said to Zhen Weixing, "Weixing, give the gift to Hongshan and then greet the other junior brothers." Then he stepped forward. "Yes, master." Zhen Weixing replied respectfully, and then took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and handed it to Cui Hongshan. He said, "I am Zhen Weixing, the fourth disciple of my master. Junior brother Cui, this is the Elaine pill which is used to condense true essence. It is also a rare item in my Swallow Thunder Ridge. I hope you can use this pill to enter the gold core stage as soon as possible." Cui Hongshan's face showed joy and he reached out to take it. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, senior brother Weixing. This pill is very precious. I'm really flattered." This is a gift from Swallow Thunder Ridge. Please accept it." Zhen Weixing said and pointed his finger. "This is I's youngest junior brother Zhen Qikue. I hope you can give me some advice." "I don't dare." Senior fellow apprentice Qikue's reputation has already resounded like thunder when I joined the thunder-controlling sect. I was just lucky enough to leave first. Maybe senior fellow apprentice Qikue will reach the Zhuji realm tomorrow. I can't give you any advice. Zhen Qikue's face was not very good at first, but after hearing Cui Hongshan's words, he showed a smile and cupped his hands. "You are indeed a disciple of an aristocratic family. You have an outstanding demeanor. I will have to keep in touch with you in the future." I can't ask for more." Cui Hongshan smiled and returned the salute. "By the way, I have a small personal request," Zhen Weixing said in a low voice. He pointed at the last qi refining disciple and said with a smile, "This is my disciple Yan Xiefeng. He is also about to enter the foundation establishment stage. I brought him here secretly so you can't hide it from me." "I don't dare." Cui Hongshan's face was very bright, as if he was really the main character of today's One Thunder Valley. Disciple Yan Xiefeng greets martial uncle Cui. Yan Xiefeng also stepped forward and bowed. Martial nephew Yan, you must be a disciple of the Yan family in Minghe." Cui Hongshan quickly helped him up and said with a smile, "I think you look familiar. Martial uncle Cui is really observant. I entered the Imperial Thunder sect 3 years earlier than you. I saw you when you entered the sect." Yan Xiefeng smiled apologetically. "I see. Cui Hongshan nodded and cupped his hands. "Let's go inside and talk, please." Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian were standing in front of Cui Hongshan, but because of Zhen Jie's call, Cui Hongshan walked in front of Xiang Yang. At this time, Zhen Weixing pulled Cui Hongshan and talked to him, completely ignoring Xiang Yang and the others. When Cui Hongshan invited them into the cave, Zhen Weixing raised his head and cupped his hands. "Junior martial brother Xiang Yang is also here. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations." He said congratulations, but there was no congratulation in his tone. It was almost like he was mocking him. Chapter 1820. Xiang Yang was also used to hearing this. He said with a smile, "I don't dare. I am too far away from senior brother Zhen. I don't dare to be proud of my little cultivation. This is Xiaohua who shocked the Feather Immortal Assembly a long time ago." Zhen Weixing looked at Xiaohua and said. Xiaohua didn't feel any burden when facing Zhen Weixing. He bowed and said, "Junior is Xiaohua. Greetings, Senior Zhen. Get up." Zhen Weixing flicked his sleeve. "I didn't expect that the outstanding person of the Feather Immortal Assembly back then still hasn't built his foundation. The heavens are really unfair." "Haha, I'm afraid I'm not the only one who complains about the heavens being unfair, right?" Xiaohua glanced at Zhen Qikue. Zhen Qikue, who was originally in a slightly relaxed mood, was immediately enraged. He shouted, "Who are you talking about?" Xiaohua scratched his head and said curiously, "Could it be that I'm the only one who can't build my foundation after refining qi for several years? Senior brother, did you also complain about it back then?" Xiang Yang was caught off guard and said hesitantly, the heavens have its own reasons. I don't seem to have complained about the heavens being unfair, right?" "Ah, please let's talk inside the cave," Cui Hongshan hurriedly said, not allowing Xiang Yang and Xiaohua to say another word. Inside the cave, Zhen Jie was obviously sitting in the seat of honor. Everyone was already talking about something. Looking at the careful appearance of Zhen Mo and the others, they obviously didn't dare to offend this gold core senior. Cui Hongshan asked Zhen Weixing and the others to take a seat and glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. When Xiang Yang went over and took out some spirit tea and other things, Xiaohua suddenly understood. "No, this matter seems to be done by me." Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have this kind of awareness at all. He didn't even bother to take half a step forward. Seeing Xiang Yang serving the spirit tea and other things, Cui Hongshan didn't say anything. He just whispered to Zhen Weixing. Zhen Qikue didn't even care about Cui Hongshan. It didn't seem like he was here to ask for advice. On the contrary, Yan Xiefeng very cooperatively asked a few questions. However, it was no different from not asking anything. Seeing that the situation was very strange, Xiaohua's mind was in chaos. After thinking about it for a while, he prepared to scold Wei Sheng. However, Xiaohua was still wrong. Zhen Jie spoke up, "Nephew, I heard that last time when Xiaohua left the mountain to gain experience, this old man's disciple actually made things difficult for Xiaohua. If it wasn't for nephew taking action and teaching him a lesson in this old man's place, the other lightning palaces would have laughed at our Thunderclap Ridge, causing our Thunderclap Ridge to have a bad reputation of bullying the weak." "Haha, how could that be? Junior brother Yihong was just joking with Xiaohua. Junior was just telling them not to joke too much." Helplessly, he hurriedly said. "And martial nephew helplessness is still the most sensible." Zhen Jie smiled and said, "However, this old man has only recently learned about this matter. Today I have come here for a few things. One of them is to make Zhou Kuei apologize to Xiaohua. Previously, Zhou Kuei was insensible and made such a big fuss. Look at what martial uncle is saying. We are all disciples of Thunderclap Palace. What's wrong with ordinary jokes?" Helplessness said again, "This junior has also asked Xiang Yang. It's not a big deal." "Ah, that won't do. A mistake is a mistake. Zhou Kuei, come forward and apologize to Xiaohua." Zhen Jie flicked his sleeve and said, "Yes, master." Zhen Qikue turned around and bowed to Xiaohua. "Junior martial brother Xiao, I was too narrow-minded and caused trouble for you. In addition, senior martial brother Zhen Yihong was also instigated by me. I made you feel wronged. Junior martial brother Zhen Yihong is here to apologize." Seeing Zhen Zhou like this, how could Xiaohua say this? Without waiting for Xiaohua to think more, Zhen Jie scolded, "Xiaohua, quickly return the courtesy." "Yes, master." Xiaohua hurriedly replied and returned the courtesy. It's not all senior brother Zhen's fault. This junior brother also didn't think carefully. "Ah, very good." Zhen Jie laughed. After Zhen Zhou sat down, his face gradually became cold again. He said word by word, "Martial nephew helplessness, as you said just now, we are all disciples of Thunderclap Palace. Ordinary disputes are nothing. Even if it's a big matter, we can put it in front of the elders of the sect and reason it out." "Yes, it's all right." Helplessness said with a strange expression. "Even if it's a big matter, my Thunderclap Palace has Thunder Meng Immortal and my Imperial Thunder Sect has Sect Leader." Zhen Jie became louder and louder. "There must be a way to solve it. You can't casually kill your fellow disciples. You can't treat the lives of your fellow disciples as nothing, right?" Helplessness looked at Zhen Jie with a strange expression. He really didn't understand what he was talking about. He stole a glance at Zhen Mo and another fellow disciple. They all had a strange expression on their faces. Helplessness could only smile apologetically and say, "Martial Uncle Zhen is right. We are all fellow disciples. Whenever there is a dispute, we must find a proper way to solve it. Junior really admires martial uncle Jinjie for bringing a disciple like you. Since senior martial brother helplessness is so magnanimous, then junior martial brother helplessness has a question for you. Zhen Weisheng said with a smile. In the vicinity of Eastern Mountain Range, has senior martial brother helplessness seen my 15th junior martial brother Jinming and 17th junior martial brother Zhenhao? Junior martial brother Zhenming? Junior martial brother Zhenhao? Eastern Mountain Range? Helplessness suddenly understood that Jinjie didn't come just to congratulate Cui Hongshan on building his foundation. He also brought Eastern Mountain Range into the picture. Helplessness couldn't help but glance at Xiaohua. At this moment Xiaohua, this guy, was looking down at his nose and down at his heart. He was extremely well behaved and looked like a genuine aura-refining disciple. Helplessness calculated the time Zhen Weisheng mentioned, then said with a smile, "On the day senior martial brother Weisheng mentioned, I was on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. I basically didn't go to the vicinity of Eastern Mountain Range. However, Xiaohua was on duty in Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. I wonder what the two junior martial brothers went to Eastern Mountain Range for? The two of them just went on a business trip near Eastern Mountain Range. It wasn't Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden." Zhen Weisheng chuckled and said, "However, senior martial brother helplessness said you were on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Do you have any proof?" "Proof?" Helplessness smiled and said, "Being on duty is my duty. Out of 10 days I was in Myriad Thunder Valley for 9.5 days. I also don't have the so-called proof." Zhenjie sneered. "Martial nephew, are you telling the truth?" In an instant, Zhenjie released his spiritual aura and completely covered helplessness. Helplessness didn't dare to resist. His face was deathly pale and bean-sized drops of sweat fell from his temples. At the side, Zhuo Minghui was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Martial uncle Zhenjie? It's nothing. I just wanted to see if martial nephew helplessness was telling the truth." Zhenjie said with a smile. His spiritual aura immediately disappeared. "Junior can swear a blood oath that I absolutely didn't see the two junior martial brothers on that day." Helplessness's lips trembled slightly as he said in a low voice, "Swear a blood oath?" Zhenjie said coldly. Helplessness was slightly stunned. He just wanted to prove his innocence. He really didn't expect that he would have to swear a blood oath. Being forced to swear a blood oath in his own disciple's immortal's cave by someone else, even if it was his martial uncle from the same sect, this kind of humiliation was unbearable. "Martial uncle Zhen. I wonder if the two junior martial brothers." Zhuo Minghui's expression also changed slightly. She asked very puzzledly. Chapter 1821. My two junior brothers were killed near the Eastern Ridge. Zhen Weisheng said coldly. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Xiaohua also opened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Martial uncle, where is it in the Eastern Ridge?" I don't know either." Zhen Weisheng snorted coldly. "If you know you can tell me." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. "I've always been in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and didn't even dare to come out of the formation. How would I know where it is?" "Forget it." Seeing that it was related to the lives of Zhenjie's two disciples, Helpless could only smile bitterly and swear a blood oath in a low voice. Zhenjie's expression eased and he laughed. "Martial nephew Helpless, I can't do anything about it. My two disciples disappeared without a trace. Even you would be worried, right? I hope you can understand my feelings." Helpless could only smile bitterly and express his understanding. "Alright, since this has nothing to do with martial nephew Helpless, I still have one more thing." Zhenjie raised his head and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He bowed and said, "Senior, what is it?" "Show me your storage pouch." Yes, Xiaohua took off his storage pouch without hesitation. Zhenjie waved his hand. Zhen Weisheng took it and opened it to take a look. Then he handed it to Xiaohua and said curiously, "I heard that you obtained a treasure in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Why isn't it in your storage pouch?" "Yes, martial uncle knows. That thing is extraordinarily heavy and can't be placed in a storage pouch. I've already lost a few storage pouches because of it. My heart ached so much that I threw it in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden long ago. If martial uncle wants to see it, I can show it to you," Xiaohua said seriously. "No need." Zhen Weisheng waved his hand and said, "I'm sure you know that when you were training in the Netherworld, you met my sixth disciple, Zhen Dong. I came here personally because I want to know, who was the Foundation Establishment Cultivator who killed Jin Dong? Since this person could kill Jin Ming and hundreds of disciples from other sects, why did he leave you alive? You, And that cultivator, what kind of deal did you make? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows and said, I'll let Grandmaster Jin know. On that day, Junior was coerced by that cultivator to swear a heart oath. I can't reveal half a word about that cultivator. I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. Not waiting for Zhenjie to speak, Zhenwei snorted coldly and released the pressure of a foundation building stage cultivator, suppressing Xiaohua completely. He sneered, how can my junior brother die in vain? Even if I have to ascend to the 9 heavens or descend to the 9 underworlds, this old man will still capture that cultivator for revenge. My master won't lower himself to your level, but this old man doesn't care about face. Today, whether you say it or not, you have to say it. Seeing that Jinjie and Zhen Weisheng were putting on a show and interrogating him, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. This Swallow Thunder Ridge is really too overbearing. They clearly know that I've already made a heart oath, yet they still insist on interrogating me. They have long stopped treating me as a fellow disciple. Presumably they also went to look for Sun Shu and Chen Diheng. Firstly, the two of them didn't know the truth. Secondly, they also had backers. If they didn't say anything, then they wouldn't say anything. Xiaohua couldn't compare to the two of them. At the same time, he also understood why Mo Qingyuan let the 4 of them go so easily after casually making a heart oath. It turned out that Mo Qingyuan simply wasn't afraid of what the other 3 would say. As for Xiaohua, who knew the inside story, he didn't have enough confidence to capture him, so he could only give him a warning. Grandmaster Zhen? Helpless and Zhuo Minghui both pleaded, since Xiaohua has already made a heart oath, if he goes against it, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to his cultivation. Alas, this old man doesn't care. Zhen Jie casually shook his head. But the relationship between those two is very deep. This old man. I'm afraid I can't interfere too much, right? What's there to worry about an aura-refining cultivator's heart oath? Zhen Qikue sneered and said, moreover, Xiaohua hasn't built his foundation for so many years. How could he still have any hope of building his foundation? His cultivation can be considered to have come to an end today. It'd be better for him to tell us about that cultivator situation and let our Swallow Thunder Ridge owe him a favor. That's right, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. You're always trying to side with him. Now that Grandmaster Zhen has personally come here, such a big favor, if you don't say it now, when will you? Cui Hongxin glanced at Helpless and echoed. As for Helpless and Zhuo Minghui, although they didn't say anything, their expressions and gazes clearly showed that they had also somewhat given up. Weisheng, don't scare Xiaohua. Zhen Qikue said in an extremely amiable tone, Xiaohua, you can rest assured and speak. Our Swallow Thunder Ridge will repay you generously. Moreover, from now on you'll stay in Myriad Thunder Valley. If that cultivator comes to seek revenge, this old man will be the first to not let him off. However, no matter how one looked at it, his fierce expression was still sinister. When Zhenwei heard this, he withdrew his spiritual aura and glared fiercely at Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua just stood there calmly. His gaze shifted back and forth between Jinjie, Zhen Mo, Helpless, and the others, not saying a single word. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua shook his head and said, this junior has already made a heart oath. Forgive this junior for not being able to speak clearly. Zhenjie's gaze flashed and he stared at Xiaohua like a knife. Although he didn't release his spiritual aura, the entire Immortal's Cave was already filled with a kind of silent oppression. What should I do? Xiaohua knew that Helpless was powerless to protect him and could only find a way out himself. He unconsciously glanced outside the Immortal's Cave. However, he didn't know what kind of divine ability a golden core cultivator could have to block his bright thunder escape. And once his strength was exposed, the matter of Zhen Ying and Zhen Hao would inevitably fall on his head. He feared that he couldn't stay in the Imperial Thunder Sect any longer. Is Marshal Nephew Helpless here? Just as he was extremely nervous, another crisp voice came from outside the Immortal's Cave. At the same time, a divine sense swept through the cave. The restrictions inside the Immortal's Cave didn't seem to have any effect. Hearing someone call him Marshal Nephew again, Helpless felt even more helpless. His mouth was filled with endless bitterness. No one had ever come to Myriad Thunder Valley. He had always been tyrannical. Unexpectedly today, when he wanted to borrow the strength of his disciples' foundation building to gain face, he was repeatedly called Marshal Nephew. Moreover, he was forced to make a hard oath. Who knew who would come again? What was going on? Zhenjie's face also showed a trace of surprise, but then he suddenly understood. Without getting up, he flicked his sleeve and ordered, Weisheng, go greet Marshal Uncle Sun Ming on behalf of Master. Sun Ming? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was overjoyed. If Sun Ming came, how could Sun Shu be far away? He probably didn't need to be a stray dog anymore. Everyone also heard this. Helpless knew the relationship between Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. They were also secretly happy, knowing that nothing bad would happen. Thus, they hurriedly got up and followed Zhuo Minghui, Zhen Mo, and the others to greet Sun Ming. Xiao Hua himself was very clear, standing in place without moving. Not long after, Sun Ming entered the Immortal's cave under the escort of Helpless and the others. Behind Helpless and the others, Sun Shu and Xue Xue also followed. The two of them clearly saw Zhen Weixing and guessed the reason for this matter. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Hua with concern. Sun Shu also slightly nodded at Xiao Hua, obviously to let Xiao Hua be at ease. Chapter 1822. Junior Sister Sun, how come you have time to come to my Thunder Shock Palace today? Zhen Jie stood up and cupped his hands. Hee, since senior brother Zhen can come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, what's so strange about little sister coming to take a look? Sun Ming returned the greeting and said with a smile. Although she was slightly younger than Zhen Jie, her cultivation was not weak. Moreover, Deafening Thunder Palace and Sun Thunder Palace had similar statuses. Sun Ming did not care that Zhen Jie said she came to Deafening Thunder Palace and immediately retorted. I came to ask my Thunder Shock Palace disciple if there is any news of Ai's disciple being killed. Zhen Jie of course will not show weakness and keep mentioning Thunder Shock Palace. Sun Ming smiled faintly and casually sat beside Zhen Jie. She pointed and said, just in time, I also have something to ask Xiao Hua. Junior Sister Sun, is this intentional? Zhen Jie's face changed. Sun Ming rolled her eyes at him. Am I so bored? Moreover, I also did not know that senior brother Zhen is here. Ai's matter is not over yet. After I ask. Zhen Jie said unhappily. You ask, I am not in a hurry. Sun Ming interrupted Zhen Jie and said. Good. Zhen Jie raised his head again and sneered, Xiao Hua, you really don't want to give this old man face? Xiao Hua quickly bowed and said, Ancestor Zhen's face is naturally bigger than the heavens, but this junior really does not dare to not give face to the heavens, does not dare to not give face to the heart's oath. Pan Zhen Jie slapped the jade chair and stood up. He finally released the aura of a golden core cultivator and said with a grin, although you are a junior, if you don't know how to respect, then this old man will also. However, at this moment, Sun Ming also released her aura and blocked Zhen Jie's aura to the side. What? Junior Sister Sun wants to interfere with my Thunder Shock Palace's affairs? Zhen Jie said with a grin. So it's your Thunder Shock Palace's internal affairs. Sun Ming was very surprised. She deliberately covered her mouth and said, looks like senior brother Zhen took Thunder Meng's order. This. Zhen Jie was somewhat embarrassed. Let little sister see the order. Little sister definitely won't take half a step out of line. Sun Ming said in all seriousness. Zhen Jie's eyes constricted and he said coldly, Junior Apprentice Sister Sun, are you not planning to give Ai face? It's nothing, it's nothing. Sun Ming hurriedly waved her hand and said, I also have an extremely important matter to ask Xiao Hua. Senior brother Zhen treated Xiao Hua like this, how can I still ask about my matter? Good. Zhen Jie said good 3 times in a row, then waved his hand and said, then this old man will give you face and let you ask first. This is not good. Sun Ming also waved her hand and said, Xiao Hua is your Thunderquake Palace's disciple. Moreover, senior apprentice brother Zhen also came first. Regardless of sentiment or reason, it should be senior apprentice brother Zhen who asked first. How could little sister dare to walk in front of senior apprentice brother? You. Zhen Jie was very embarrassed and angry. It was a bit difficult to deal with. Oh, Martial Uncle Zhen, please allow Junior to ask. At this time, Sun Shu opened his mouth and said, the matter Martial Uncle asked, it seems that Junior has already answered that day, right? Junior and Xiao Hua were together. What Junior saw is what Xiao Hua saw. Junior doesn't know who the cultivator who killed senior apprentice brother Zhen Jie was, and Xiao Hua naturally doesn't know either. You seem to have nothing to ask, right? Junior apprentice Sister Sun, when seniors are talking, it seems that there's no reason for juniors like us to interrupt. Zhen Weixing sneered and said, besides you're not Xiao Hua. How do you know that he doesn't know that cultivator? Ah. Senior apprentice brother Zhen is wrong. Sun Shu laughed and said, in front of facts, regardless of whether it's seniors or juniors, they're all the same. No one can say that white is black. Moreover, although I'm not Xiao Hua, I was with Xiao Hua in the netherworld. I clearly know all of his actions and deeds. I can guarantee with my life that Xiaohua absolutely doesn't know that cultivator. Hee, to guarantee with your life you're quite generous. Zhen Weixing sneered. That's right. Xiaohua's conduct is magnanimous. Even I admire him. Since I's disciple can guarantee it, I can also guarantee it. Sun Ming said with a smile. Shui Shui, who was standing by the side, had a worried expression on her face. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low and she couldn't interrupt. She could only stick her gaze on Xiaohua and place her love in Xiaohua's heart. Sun Ming, are you going to oppose me today? Zhen Jie finally couldn't help but stare at Sun Ming and ask. Seeing Zhen Jie standing in front of her and lowering his head to show off his might, Sun Ming's expression also turned cold. She stood up and said, What? Zhen Jie, I'm going to go against you? What can you do to I? Audacious. Zhen Jie's beard and eyebrows fluttered, magic power surging around his body. Sun Ming's body also faintly flashed with brilliance. Clearly she was also preparing. Two seniors. Seeing this, Helplessness hurriedly stood up, bowed and said, Let's talk things over. He was actually happy that Sun Ming came, but two golden core cultivators fighting, he couldn't stand it. Helplessness, is Martial Nephew here? While swords were drawn, another voice rang out in the cave. Why are the two of you here? Who is it? Helplessness was completely speechless. The strength in his body seemed to have suddenly completely disappeared. The situation in this 10,000 Thunder Valley had long been out of his control. Zhen Mo, Zhuo Minghui and the others were naturally astonished. They sighed, their moods had never been as strange as today. A small foundation establishment cultivator celebration, actually, 3 golden core cultivators came. As for Sun Ming and Zhen Jie, their expressions also changed. They said in unison, Gantian? Senior brother Qian? The two of them cried out. They didn't dare to be negligent. Ignoring the conflict between the two of them, they hurriedly walked out of the cave and went outside to welcome them. When Helplessness heard that it was actually a Heavenly Thunder Palace disciple, he was even more shocked. This Gantian was a late-stage golden core cultivator of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. In the past, Helplessness had only heard of him. Even if he had met him a few times, he simply wouldn't pay attention to him. He didn't expect that he would actually come today. Could it be still for Xiaohua? However, Xiaohua's face was also filled with confusion. He was currently looking at Sun Shu. Sun Shu slightly frowned, seemingly deep in thought. This time, even Zhen Weixing and the others went out to welcome them. Xiaohua naturally didn't need to stay in the cave and stood behind everyone. After waiting for half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they saw 2 cultivators flying over from the distance. Their appearances were actually extremely similar. The person in front was around 50 years old. He was wearing a green Taoist robe. His hair and beard were all white, but his face only had slight wrinkles. His facial features, the arrogance in his eyes and the way he moved, was exactly the same as that Chen Diheng behind him, that senior brother Chen who had followed Xiaohua all the way to the netherworld to gain experience. In an instant, Xiaohua understood why this Chen Diheng was so favored in the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Why was he able to obtain a high-level protective magic treasure as early as the beginning of the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage? Chapter 1823. Greetings Senior Brother Gantian. Zhen Jie and Sun Shu bowed respectfully. And Gantian's arrogance was ingrained in his bones. He waved his hand slightly and helped the two up. When Helplessness and Zhen Mo bowed and greeted him, Gantian actually took a step forward and used his hand to block Helplessness's arm. He squeezed out a smile. No need to be so polite. I heard that junior nephew's disciple reached foundation establishment, so I came over to take a look. I have long heard that junior nephew Helplessness has been guarding 10,000 Thunder Valley. You have worked hard and contributed a lot. Today I am here. As expected, a good teacher produces a good disciple. Helplessness panicked. Just like when he went to see the sect leader with Xiaohua, he stuttered, Junior? Junior doesn't dare to accept such praise. 10,000 Thunder Valley used to be the core of our lightning-controlling sect. Now its use is slowly disappearing. Kiki, that's why I value your steadiness. Gantian smiled. If it was a proper and important matter, the sect leader would pay attention to it every day. Anyone would feel that it was worth it. As for 10,000 Thunder Valley, it has already faded from the sect leader's attention. You have been guarding it for decades and centuries. This is the true backbone of our lightning-controlling sect. Thank you, Senior Master, for your praise. Helplessness was about to cry. Senior brother Gantian, let's talk inside the cave. Zhen Jie said softly. Gantian nodded his head and entered first, not bothering with anyone else. Qian Diheng appeared in mid-air of 10,000 Thunder Valley. He had always been obedient. However, when Gantian was swarmed in and Zhen Weixing and the others raised their hands to invite him in, he showed his true nature. Qian Diheng waved his hand and said impatiently, "You all go in first. I just reached Foundation establishment and can't walk in front." Zhen Weixing didn't dare to show any unhappiness on his face, laughing softly, "Junior brother Qian really knows etiquette." Then he also entered the cave. When Cui Hongshan smiled and wanted to talk to Qian Diheng cupped his hands and turned his head towards Sun Shu. "Senior sister Sun, I didn't expect you to have reached Foundation establishment. When did you reach Foundation establishment? Perhaps I can change my way of addressing you as Junior Sister Sun." Sun Shu pulled Shui forward and told them the time with a smile. Qian Diheng was dumbfounded. He said with a dispirited face, "Damn it, are you kidding me? The time is the same. I still want to call you Senior Sister." Cultivate well. Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. "When it's time to condense your Dan, you still have hope." "Hee, it's nothing." Qian Diheng winked and waved his hand. "Junior Martial Brother Shao, come here quickly. Accompany your senior martial brother into the cave. Damn it, even if I can't be Sun Shu's senior brother, I'm more than qualified to be your senior brother." Upon seeing Qian Diheng smile, Xiaohua faintly shook his head. He took a few steps forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Martial Uncle Qian. Junior is currently an aura refining cultivator, so I don't dare to call any foundation building senior martial brother or junior martial brother. Qian Diheng's face stiffened. After all, when Xiaohua sent him a message earlier, he still called him senior martial brother Qian. Why did he suddenly change now? But when he heard Xiaohua say, "Call any foundation building senior martial brother or junior martial brother," he immediately understood. He turned to look at Cui Hongshan with a sinister look on his face. Although Cui Hongshan was a disciple of the Cui family, he still couldn't be compared with Qian Diheng, a direct disciple of a cultivation sect. When he saw that Qian Diheng, who he usually couldn't get close to, was glaring at him, his heart skipped a beat. But Qian Diheng's sinister look only appeared for a moment before it was replaced with a smile. He patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao. I'm not the kind of person who forgets my roots. Only those beasts who just reached the foundation building realm don't know how to respect themselves, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and don't treat junior martial brother Xiao as a senior martial brother. Didn't I say it already? Even if I reach the Great Ascension stage, you're still my junior martial brother." Bah. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Sun Shu spat and said angrily, "Why are you only thinking about reaching the Great Ascension stage? What if junior martial brother Xiao reaches the Great Ascension stage before you?" TSK. Qian Diheng shamelessly said, "I'm older than him. Even if he reaches the Great Ascension stage, he still has to call me senior martial brother." The shameless. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart, but he also felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, Qian Diheng's expression changed again. He looked like a child who had admitted his mistake and said in a low voice, "Junior martial brother Xiao, Sai, don't blame me. Grandfather, Sai, I didn't want to say it, but you know. I can't help it." Qian Diheng's words were said without reason. Cui Hongshan and the others were puzzled, but Xiaohua immediately understood. At the same time, Sun Shu also smiled bitterly and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao, I am also ordinary." Then he looked at Shui as if he wanted to ask for help. Shui didn't say a word. Her eyes never left Xiaohua. At this time, her bright eyes were slightly swaying, like rippling waves of a spring. Xiaohua could see Shui's infatuation with a glance. It's okay." Xiaohua put his hand on Qian Diheng's shoulder and said with a smile, "You're my senior martial brother. It's a pity that my grandfather is not your grandfather." Qian Diheng was very distressed and tapped his forehead with his finger. "I've already delayed for so long." "I understand." Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu, and the smile in his eyes made Sun Shu's heart feel at ease. "Senior martial brother Qian, why aren't you going in?" Xiaohua loosened his arm. "Yes, I'll go in now." After Qian Diheng finished explaining the matter, he obediently led the way into the Immortal's cave, followed by Sun Shu. Shui also went in with Xiaohua, leaving them behind. Cui Hongshan and the rest of the gang of scoundrels looked at each other in dismay. their eyes revealing a trace of puzzlement and also a lot of regret. They never thought that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's dandy would actually have such a good relationship with the shocking Thunder Palace's loose cultivators. Zhen Qikue gritted his teeth. After all, when Qian Diheng appeared, he immediately stole the limelight. Moreover, Qian Diheng didn't even look at him. However, even if he hated, what could he do? He could only follow Cui Hongshan into the cave and obediently stand at the two sides. At this time there was a late-stage Jindan cultivator sitting in the cave. Who among the disciples dared to sit down? At the head of the cave, Gantian sat in the middle. Sun Ming and Zhen Jia accompanied him on the two sides. Helplessness and Zhuo Minghui sat on the chair on the right. Zhen Emo and the others carefully sat on the left. Junior Marshal Brother Zhen, why did you come to 10,000 Thunder Valley today? Gantian and the others had finished their greetings and asked with a smile. Chapter 1824. Zhen Jia was thinking about it and couldn't understand why Gantian came. Naturally, he didn't dare to say much. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Xiaohua walk in with Chen Diheng and Sun Ming. He frowned and looked at Zhen Weixing, giving him a signal. He then smiled. 10,000 Thunder Valley is the most important place in our Zhenlei Palace. I heard that junior nephew's disciple reached foundation building, so I came over to congratulate you. Also, I wanted to ask Xiaohua a few things. And did junior brother ask someone to ask Heng'er? Gantian asked directly. Zhen Jia felt a little awkward, but he didn't dare to not reply. He smiled. I had a disciple fall, so I can't not ask. Is it because of the nether lotus? Gantian said impolitely. No, that thing is useful for foundation building, but what can it do for golden core cultivators? Zhen Jia didn't dare to say anything else and could only argue. And have you finished asking? I also have things to ask Xiaohua. Gantian's overbearingness was obvious. I have finished. Zhen Jia looked at Sun Ming opposite him and said softly. What did you ask? What did Xiaohua reply? Gantian asked him politely. Zhen Jia smiled. Like what Diheng said, due to an oath, Xiaohua couldn't say much. Moreover, he didn't know. Seeing that, I didn't ask any more. Damn this fellow. Xiaohua was speechless. Zhen Jia didn't ask, but Zhen Weixing did. However, Xiaohua couldn't say and others wouldn't either. And not bad. Zhen Jia nodded. As seniors, we should understand that. Since the disciples have made a heart oath, they should say many things that they should, and don't say anything that they shouldn't. Yes, I understand. Zhen Jia didn't have the arrogance from before and said with a smile. Are you done with your matter? Yes, I don't have anything else. Zhen Jia's fierce face became unusually friendly in front of Gantian. What about you? Gantian turned his head and said to Sun Ming straightforwardly. Sun Ming smiled bitterly. I probably came for the same reason as senior brother Gantian. Gantian Ao glanced at Sun Ming and said mercilessly, when I saw you here, I knew. Have you asked Xiaohua? Not yet. So you're saying that this old man will be one step ahead of you? Yes, senior brother Qian is indeed one step ahead of I. Senior brother Qian, please? Sun Ming's mouth was bitter, but she didn't dare to say anything. Gantian and Sun Ming's words were really weird. No matter if it was Jinjia or helplessness, they couldn't understand what was going on. However, they understood that since even Gantian, who was at the late Golden Core stage, had come, what they wanted to ask wouldn't be a small matter. Alright. Gantian looked around and said coldly, since everyone is here, I won't chase you away on behalf of junior nephew Wuji. Apart from Xiaohua and Heng'er, all of you swear a heart oath. You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, even if a heart oath is useless, this old man will still take his life. Helplessness was stunned. This was the second time he was forced to swear a heart oath today. However, looking at Jinjia's dark and gloomy face, he felt refreshed for no reason. His mood was 100 times better than the first time. Cough cough. Helplessness stood up and bowed. Junior Master Qian Jr. is the master. Junior will swear a heart oath. Left and right, one heart oath was a heart oath, two was the same. Helplessness didn't have any burden and swore it right away. Zhuo Minghui saw her husband stand up and also swore a heart oath. After waiting for everyone to swear, Sun Ming sighed and also opened her mouth. Jinjia's face was already torn to shreds. However, he didn't dare to not swear a heart oath. He only hesitated slightly. Gantian scoffed coldly, and the entire cave seemed to become colder. Yes, senior brother Qian, don't be anxious. Jinjia hurriedly opened his mouth and swore a heart oath. However, when the heart oath was swore, his heart relaxed for no reason. Since everyone here swore a hard oath, who would say that he was forced to swear a hard oath? And Gantian was very satisfied. He looked at Xiaohua with a gentle gaze and said, Xiaohua, come over for a moment. Yes, Junior greets Senior Master Qian. Xiaohua hurriedly went up and bowed. Very good. Xiaohua, I heard Heng Er talk about you. You took care of Heng Er a lot during the trial, I will remember it in my heart. Although Gantian was thankful, his tone was calm. I think, you already know why I came here today, right? Junior knows. Xiaohua's face revealed a bitter smile. Then, Gantian's voice actually trembled as he hesitated. That thing? Do you still have it? Even if it's half a drop, it's fine. Xiaohua saw that Gantian's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through him. He knew that if it wasn't for Qian Di Heng or if Gantian still had a bit of morality, he would have already snatched it. Thus he reached out and touched his nose, smiling bitterly. Okay, Senior Master knows. If Junior doesn't have it, would Junior still be a Qi Refinement Realm Cultivator? Good. Gantian let out a long breath, his expression relaxed a lot. Where is it? It's in Junior's storage bag. Xiaohua raised his brows and said. Hearing this, Zhen Jie's eyes flashed as he glanced at Zhen Weixing. Zhen Weixing also bit his lips. He didn't expect that the storage bag that passed through his hands would have a treasure that even a late Golden Core Realm Cultivator would covet. Take it out. Gantian smiled. And Junior will give it to Senior right away. Xiaohua said, Junior originally wanted to give this thing to Master, but because there is only one drop, Junior is in a difficult position. Just now, I wanted to give it to a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator as a congratulatory gift, but he didn't want it. This is also Senior Master Qian's fate. What? Xiaohua wants to give this thing to me? Cui Hongshan was dumbfounded on the spot. I actually pushed away a treasure that even a core formation senior wanted? But then Cui Hongshan laughed hoarsely. How is that possible? Xiaohua doesn't want such a precious thing, why would he give it to me? However, another voice crazily shouted in his heart, how is it so impossible? Didn't he want to take it out just now? Sigh, Xiaohua's words. Let's not talk about Cui Hongshan, just one sentence from Xiaohua already made him worried. Moreover, Xiaohua said that he would take it out, but he didn't take it out. Gantian's face couldn't help but turn cold. Senior Master Qian, don't panic, Junior thinks so. Xiaohua hurriedly said, just now didn't Senior say, even half a drop is fine? Can Senior just take half a drop? Gantian said coldly, what I want, there is no reason to bargain. Chapter 1825. Gantian coldly laughed as he rejected. However, after he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Qian Diheng and said, I promised Heng Er that I wouldn't make things difficult for you. Your request isn't too much. After all, you also need this item. Forget it, I will agree to your request. Thank you, Senior Ancestor Qian. Xiaohua bowed happily. And I won't take it for free. You can ask Heng Er for the benefits I'll give you later. Gantian continued. Junior understands. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a jade box. It was obvious that this jade box was the same as the ones in his storage bag. The moment the jade box was taken out, Gantian stretched out his hand and a huge force appeared. Xiaohua didn't have any strength to resist as the jade box flew into Gantian's hands. Ah! Gantian swept it with his spiritual sense and immediately laughed. He waved his hand and a restriction blocked him. No one knew what he was doing within the restriction. After a while, Gantian removed the restriction and took the jade box in his hands. With a wave of his hand, the jade box flew into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua, who took the jade box, turned his head and bowed towards Sun Ming. Senior Ancestor Sun, I think you came for this, right? Sun Ming was slightly taken aback. She didn't hide it and nodded. Indeed. I have such intentions. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Qian Diheng said it clearly and he had delayed for a long time before he had no choice but to tell Gantian. Sun Shu was probably the same, which was why Gantian and Sun Ming gathered in 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, this was also good. Xiaohua passed the jade box to Sun Ming and smiled bitterly. Junior didn't dare to use it because I was afraid that my talent wasn't good enough. If I still couldn't reach Foundation Establishment, my last hope would be destroyed. Since Senior came today, Junior knows that I have no fate with this item. I'll give it to Senior Ancestor Sun. Xiaohua. Xue Xue, who was originally very calm, couldn't help but cry out. She couldn't believe that Xiaohua didn't use it. Although Sun Ming's brows slightly furrowed, her hand still firmly caught the jade box. Moreover, she was still worried and opened the jade box to take a look. Only then did she put it into her storage bag and said, "Xiaohua, this poor Taoist has received your favor. I's gift is also with Shueshue. I'll get her to give it to you later." "Thank you, Grandmaster. As long as Grandmaster treats Shueshue well, Junior will be perfectly satisfied," Xiaohua said very calmly. Sun Ming laughed. "I's own disciple, how can I not treat him well? Your words will make others think too much." If it were any other day, Shueshue would definitely be flushed with embarrassment, but at this moment she was looking at Xiaohua with worry. After all, Zhongyao milk was a shortcut to the foundation establishment stage, and it was gone just like that. Xiaohua smiled, following which he took off his storage bag and placed it in front of Gantian. "Senior Ancestor Qin, please take a look. I don't have anything else, I don't want others to make things difficult for me." "Alright." Gantian took it and opened the storage bag. After checking for a moment, he nodded, "I know what you mean." Then he turned around and looked at everyone saying coldly, "This matter ends here. Not to mention the oath you all made before, if any disciple makes things difficult for Xiaohua because of this, then they are making things difficult for me." Jinjie and the others looked at one another. Gantian had been so mysterious for such a long time that he didn't know what to say. However, one thing he was sure of was that this thing was related to the foundation establishment stage and the pregnancy of a baby. Something that even Sun Ming could use, he could use it too. However, Xiaohua's actions were obviously telling him that he only had the last drop. There was nothing else. Since Gantian was so happy and took over this matter, Gantian's cultivation would probably improve again. After the late golden core stage was the nascent soul stage. Although Jinjie was domineering, he was also an extremely smart person. He wouldn't make any unnecessary sacrifices for something that he didn't have anymore, so he closed his eyes in his heart. Xiaohua took the storage bag that Gantian threw over and bowed once more. "Thank you, Senior Ancestor Qin, for helping me. And I hope that you will train hard. In the future, when you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will also congratulate you." Gantian was in a good mood as he waved his hand and smiled. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a timid voice sounded out, Senior Ancestor Qin, I want to spar with Senior Brother Xiao. Is there a problem?" Gantian, who was about to stand up, paused. He looked at the last disciple standing on the right and asked, "Whose disciple are you?" "I am a disciple of Thunder Palace's Yanlei Ridge. My master is Zhen Weixing." It was Yen Xiefeng who spoke. This is the disciple of I's fourth disciple." Zhen Jie smiled apologetically. This child participated in the Feather Immortal Gathering last year and actually got second place. He really helped my thunder-controlling sect. Moreover, he is a thoughtful kid. When he heard that Xiaohua got first place in the Feather Immortal Gathering, he had the idea of sparring with him. Today he insisted that I bring him over to get to know Xiaohua. I thought that this was a good chance to spar with someone from the same sect, so I agreed. I didn't think that Senior Brother would help Xiaohua and scare him. Only then did he gather his courage to ask for an idea, right? Damn, what does this have to do with me? Gantian waved his sleeves, his tone was the same as Chen Diheng's. "I just don't want to make things difficult for Xiaohua. I didn't say anything else. If you all want to spar, then spar." The moment Gantian said this, the entire cave became lively. The disciple who was insulted by Xiaohua wanted to show off in front of Gantian. He smiled. "Senior Brother Xiao is a genius and doesn't want to spar with someone from the same sect. If you want to spar, you can only go to the Thunder Field." "Thunder Field? What do you little kids know? You keep talking about Thunder Field." Zhen Jie smiled. "Junior doesn't dare." Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "This junior is just speaking from the bottom of his heart. Since many disciples wanted to invite my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples to the Thunder Arena, then this junior might as well follow their wishes. Don't engage in some superficial exchange of pointers. This junior will directly accompany them to the Thunder Arena." "Ah. Damn, you really have guts." Gantian obviously understood the situation of 10,000 Thunder Valley before coming and also knew about Xiangyang. At this moment when he heard what Xiaohua said, he rubbed his palms and sat down with interest. This. Yen Xiefeng obviously didn't expect that they would directly go to the Thunder Field. He looked towards Zhen Weixing. However, how would Zhen Weixing dare to do anything in front of Gantian? He acted like he didn't hear anything. "Little kid, what's wrong? You don't dare to go to the Thunder Field?" Gantian smiled as he looked at Yen Xiefeng. "Junior naturally dares. Yin Xiefeng raised his chest and said, "Good boy, things are getting out of hand." Xiao Hua thought without any evil intentions, "I have only entered the lightning-controlling sect for a few years and I have already taken the lives of several lightning-controlling sect disciples. It seems like it isn't any less than killing disciples of other sects, right? This Yin Xiefeng. Why doesn't he know if he is dead or alive?" Chapter 1826. Actually, if it was a normal day, Xiao Hua could wave his hand and deny it, treating it as a joke. He was just mocking that fellow, but he didn't expect him to pick up the bait. Now it made things difficult for him. What a joke! Who would have the patience to fight with an energy training cultivator to kill a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator? Xiao Hua wasn't even interested in a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator. However, Gantian late golden core stage cultivator was present, so Xiao Hua couldn't go back on his words. Hearing Yin Xiefeng agree, Xiao Hua could only smile bitterly. Great! Gantian smiled. When I was young, I was also this impulsive. It's good to be young. Looking at the situation, Qian Diheng's unafraid attitude came from Gantian. However, Yin Xiefeng saw that Gantian was happy, so he gathered his courage and said, "Since it's a competition, then, Junior also has a condition? And tell me, let me hear it." Seeing such an interesting matter, Gantian was interested and asked, "I heard that senior brother Xiao obtained a divine item from the Feather Immortal Gathering." Junior was thinking, "Can I use that item as a wager? If Junior is lucky enough to win, can senior brother Xiao part with it?" Yin Xiefeng seemed to have thought about this countless times, saying it without hesitation. Even Zhen Weixing was stunned. Interesting. Gantian seemed to have heard of the Great Wisdom Sword, turning his head and asking, "Xiao Hua, I heard that the item is extremely heavy, why didn't I see it in the storage bag?" Xiao Hua looked at the fanaticism in Yin Xiefeng's eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. A peak energy training cultivator actually dared to think about the Great Wisdom Sword. He was tired of living. "Alright, I'll let Senior Master Qian know, that thing is too heavy and useless, so I threw it in the East Ridge Herb Garden." Xiao Hua smiled. "However, that item is an item from the heavens. Someone wants me to use it as a wager, then, shouldn't that person also take out something similar? Junior has a magical item that I obtained from the Feather Immortal Gathering, and I'm willing to use it as a wager." Yin Xiefeng clapped his hands and took out a rectangular magical item that shone with a faint light. With a pft sound, Qian Diheng burst out laughing. With a face full of disdain and contempt, he said, "Martial nephew Yin really knows how to joke. He actually used a magic tool to make a bet with junior martial brother Xiao. How could that thing be as valuable as an extraterrestrial divine object?" Back then, even the elders of the Tai Ching sect were full of praise for the otherworldly divine item. This. Yin Xiefeng was at a loss for words. He'd only heard his senior brothers mention Xiao Hua's Great Wisdom Sword, yet he truly didn't have any impression of what it looked like or what it could be used for. However, according to his thoughts, the magic tool he obtained from the Feather Immortal Gathering should be able to compare with the Great Wisdom Sword, right? If Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't have anything good, why don't you let me take one and give it to Martial Nephew Yen? Chen Diheng was overjoyed and continued to tease. Gantian scolded, "How can you say that about Swallow Thunder Ridge? That's where Thunderclap Palace refines their weapons." Although he was scolding, his tone was filled with doting love and he didn't try to hide it at all. Furthermore, he turned his head and said to Zhen Jie, "Henger's words are rough but logical. Junior Martial Brother Zhen, for something that even the elders of the Tai Ching sect said was good, if your Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't take out anything, they won't be convinced." This tone, it was standard to stir things up, standard to not be afraid of things getting out of hand. This. Zhen Jie hesitated. It was Zhen Weixing's idea to have Yin Xiefeng test Xiao Hua, and he would have approved of it. After all, Swallow Thunder Ridge's disciples had disappeared one after another because of Xiao Hua. Even if Xiao Hua was an aura-refining disciple, they still had to check his actual strength. However, the situation had already gotten out of his control and it made him scratch his head. "You have to take out a magic tool, right? Even if it's a low-grade one," Gantian suggested. "There's no need for any magic tool." Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Junior already has a hard time using the cloud-suppressing seal, why don't we change to something else?" Hearing this, Zhen Jie's anger rose. He had never met a cultivator who didn't like having too many magic tools. He stared at Xiao Hua and laughed coldly, "You haven't even reached foundation establishment and you already know how to be picky? I don't dare." Xiao Hua lowered his brow and didn't retort. He knew that Gantian would definitely side with him, not for other reasons but because the more fun things were, the more Gantian would support him. That's true. Gantian smiled. Xiaohua got a magic tool last time in the Feather Celestial Gathering, so what's the point of giving him another one? He can't use it. Then I will take. Zhenjia's face turned green from being mocked. He slapped his storage bag and wanted to take out something but Zhen Weixing stepped up and smiled. Master, did you forget? Last time you went out and got something good from the Shenin illusionary realm and placed it with me. Isn't this thing the same value as the item from beyond the heavens? As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it over. And isn't this for you to comprehend? What did you see? Zhenjie was stunned and then scolded, how can you take this thing out? Seeing his master continue the conversation, Zhen Weixing panicked. Disciple is stupid. This thing is an ancient fire-controlling technique. With disciple's talent, it is hard to comprehend. Zhenjie took the jade amulet and scanned it with his divine sense. A smile appeared on his face as he said to Xiaohua, this is an ancient divine artifact. It is a perfect match for your divine artifact. If you don't agree, this old man has nothing else to take out. Xiaohua saw the two of them acting and knew that there was something fishy about this thing. He immediately waved his hand, then forget it. Senior Master Zhen, I was joking about going to the lightning field. It's fine if I don't go. When Zhenjie heard that, he smiled, why do I listen to what you say? You said you wanted something of similar value, so I found something of similar value. If you don't want to go to the lightning field, then I won't let my disciple go there? Although senior brother Chen is here, I want you to make things clear. Damn it. Xiaohua was about to jump up and down. Who knows what is written on the jade? Do you think it is ancient just because you say so? What use do I have for an ancient thing? However, the ancient god item was compatible with his item from beyond the heavens. Anyone who heard it would think that it was of similar value. Let me take a look. Gantian stretched out his hand. Senior brother Qin, please take a look and see if it is an ancient fire-controlling technique. Although it wasn't suitable to show it to Gantian now, Gantian wanted to see it. Zhenjie didn't dare to go against him and passed it over. As expected, when Gantian scanned with his spiritual sense, he frowned. However, he smiled and sighed, Junior brother Zhen is right. This is an ancient god item. Xiaohua, you can't go back on your words. Chapter 1827. It can't be. Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, but he turned his eyes and slightly tilted his head. Sure enough, Chen Diheng, who was not far away, was giving him a slight wink. Thus, Xiaohua's heart moved and he could only helplessly say, all right, since Grandmaster Chen has said so, how could this junior dare not agree? Ah, great. Gantian rubbed his palms and stood up. He didn't return the jade to Zhenjie and said, I haven't been to Lightning Field in a long time. Let's go and have some fun. I'll help you all make a decision. Today? Helplessly he frowned. The main character today was Cui Hongshan. It was his opening day. Who knew that all the glory would turn to Xiaohua? Now that he was going to enter Lightning Field, this wasn't a good sign for Cui Hongshan's opening. Only looking at Gantian's excited look, how would helplessly dare to say anything? He could only turn around and smile bitterly at Zhuo Minghui. Her expression was the same. Junior will go and get that item. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. And I'll go with you. Xiang Yang smiled. Don't, I will go. Chen Diheng interrupted. If you all run, what will happen to my great-grandfather? You? Zhen Weixing was about to smile crookedly. Xiang Yang definitely wouldn't let Xiaohua run. However, if Chen Diheng followed, the chances of Xiaohua running would be much higher. And you go with Xiaohua. Come back quickly. I'll wait for you all at Lightning Field. Gantian waved his hands. Disciple. Disciple also wants to go. Sun Shu and Xue Xue said at the same time. Sun Ming looked at Gantian. Gantian waved his hands and smiled. It's good that two people go to Xuanlei Palace. Yes, two crisp voices like that of Orioles rang out. Not to mention Zhen Weixing teaching Yan Xiefeng secrets and finding a way to win. Not to mention Zhenjie and Sun Ming accompanying Gantian to Lightning Field, Chen Diheng accompanying Xiaohua out of the cave. He immediately grabbed Xiaohua and asked in disbelief, Junior brother Xiao, you really didn't use Zhongyao milk? Of course I didn't. Xiaohua shook his head. Sai then, it's all my fault. Chen Diheng said dejectedly, I delayed using it for a long time because I was afraid that he would ask about it. Who would have thought that you haven't used it after so long? I feel the same. Sun Shu bit his lips, which were somewhat pale. I didn't tell you the truth until junior sister Shue's escape technique suddenly improved. Master, only noticed it. Haha, it's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand. It has nothing to do with you, it's all my fault, I was too worried about personal gains and losses. Alas, Qian Diheng sighed again. He clapped his hand and took out an item from his storage pouch, handing it to Xiaohua. He said, "This is from your grandfather. I thought you wouldn't need it." This. Xiaohua looked at it and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hehe, how is it? Who would have thought that it would really become yours? Qian Diheng seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of craftiness appeared on his face. Shui didn't ask much and also took out an item and handed it to Xiaohua. This is also I's choice. Sun Shu also smiled bitterly and said, however, if junior brother Xiao didn't speak up today, I'm afraid my master would have returned empty-handed. I believe that in a few days my master will give you a great reward. Hehe, then let's make the reward even greater. Xiaohua received the 2 items with a smile. After Xiaohua put away the 2 items, he said, little brother didn't do it entirely for martial ancestor Sun Ming. The majority of it was for my own sake. And I understand this. Sun Shu glanced at Shui and said in a low voice, you only have 1 drop left. You gave half a drop to ancestor Qian, but without my master's share, I'm afraid junior sister Shui will be wronged. Moreover, this half drop is also a disaster. If you don't give it all to others, no one will come to find trouble with you. Haha, exactly. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, in the future I will have peace of mind. No one will come to find me because of this. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng's faces were slightly bitter. Wasn't this all because of them? Of course, after Xiaohua told them what happened, if Sun Ming and Gantian didn't come, they wouldn't know how Jinjie would deal with them. Only then did the guilt of the 2 slightly ease. That's right, the thing that Jin Weishan gave Jinjie is obviously something that Jinjie doesn't know. How did it become some ancient god technique? If it's nothing, wouldn't Xiaohua be at a disadvantage? Shui's eyes turned slightly, changing the topic. Hehe, don't worry junior sister Shui. Qian Diheng patted his chest and said, since great-grandfather nodded his head and agreed, your item can't be wrong. Moreover, although Jinjie doesn't know what it is, he is a golden core cultivator. If he says it is, then it is. Great-grandfather can only agree. Oh, that's good. Shui smiled sweetly at Xiaohua. Ancient fire control god technique, this Zhen Weisheng really knows how to make things up. Qian Diheng curled his lips. If it's true, he would have comprehended it long ago. Why would he take it out? Moreover, even Jinjie doesn't know. But why did great-grandfather agree? Junior brother Qian, don't forget that ancestor Qian didn't let go once he took it. It seems, it really is a good item. Sun Shu noticed the details. And I understand great-grandfather's words. My question is, what is in this jade? Qian Diheng scratched his head. Won't it be fine after Xiaohua wins against that guy? What's the use of thinking about it now? Sun Shu said in annoyance. Shui was a little worried and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, are you confident? Qian Diheng curled his lips again. This Xiaohua is the #1 expert under Foundation establishment in the Imperial Thunder sect. Oh, he should be the #1 expert under Foundation establishment in the Xiaoyu continent. If he can't do it, no one can. Sun Shu also nodded his head. Thinking back to that year, junior brother Xiao killed 4 Qi refining stage 12 cultivators by himself. That prestige, TSK, even I feel satisfied when I think about it. Yan Xiefeng of Swallow Thunder Ridge was like an egg striking a rock. Junior brother Xiao, do you think you should use the flying sword talisman to assassinate that guy or use the cloud suppressing seal to smash that guy to death? Or use that black thing of yours to smash that guy into meat paste? Qian Diheng was planning a way for Yan Xiefeng to die. And I know what to do. Xiaohua didn't express his opinion. His gaze was calm as if he was considering something. Qian Diheng was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He knew that there would be an exciting battle to watch. Along the way he talked a lot and taught Xiaohua how to kill Yan Xiefeng. Like Gantian, he wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Thunder Arena was a special place in the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the low-level disciples didn't know where it was. Within every lightning palace, there was a place where one could teleport to the Thunder Arena. This teleportation place was called the Life and Death Temple by the disciples. The disciples who entered the Thunder Arena had to be accompanied by their elders. The most important thing was that every disciple had to have a life and death contract. Without the contract, the life and death temple wouldn't open. Chapter 1828. Seismic Thunder Palace's life and death temple was in a side hall, guarded by disciples on duty. The disciples on duty didn't recognize Sun Shu and the others, but they recognized Jinjie, Zhen Weixing, and helplessness. Seeing Jinjie come with Gantian, they knew he was a teacher. One of them bowed and asked respectfully, "Ancestor Zhen, why did you come to the life and death temple?" "And I have a disciple who wants to enter the life and death temple. Go and call the deacon on duty today," Jinjie said solemnly. "Please wait a moment. Disciple will go and find Uncle Zhen Hongwen." The disciple was very smart, smiling and leaving. Not long later Zhen Hongwen came. He was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing that the person in front was Gantian from Chen Thunder Palace, he quickly walked over and bowed. "Forget it." Gantian flicked his sleeves. "I'm here to make a decision, no need to be so polite." "Uncle Chen is going to make a decision?" Zhen Hongwen was stunned, looking at Jinjie and Sun Ming. He muttered in his heart, "It can't be these two seniors, right?" However, he didn't say much, at the same time greeting Sun Ming and Jinjie. After the greetings, Zhen Hongwen looked at helplessness and Zhen Weixing, thinking maliciously, "Could it be these two? But even so, there's no need for Uncle Chen to make a decision, right?" "Senior brother Zhen." Zhen Weixing cupped his hands. "I have a disciple who wants to enter the Thunder Arena with a disciple of senior brother helplessness. Senior brother Zhen, please make some preparations." "What? Your disciple?" Zhen Hongwen was confused. Zhen Weixing was only at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. His disciple was at most Qi refinement. A competition between Qi refinement disciples. Did a late-stage Golden Core cultivator need to participate? Helplessness's disciple. Zhen Hongwen was still thinking. Xiang Yang definitely isn't, could it be? At this moment, Gantian laughed coldly. "Why is your Seismic Thunder Palace's life and death temple so slow? Making preparations so slow?" "Yes, disciple will deal with it now." Zhen Hongwen's expression froze and he immediately replied. After speaking, he patted his hand and took out a triangular jade plate from his storage bag. He pressed his hand on one of the corners and a finger-shaped imprint appeared on it. Red and blue light emitted from the edge of the imprint and slowly spread towards the other two corners. When one of the two corners turned pure red and the other pure blue, Zhen Hongwen said in a low voice, "Which two disciples want to enter the Thunder Arena? Please take out your identity medallion and imprint your imprint on this life and death contract." "Yes." Yin Xiefeng responded and stepped forward. He took out his identity token and activated it with his Fa Li. A misty brilliance appeared on the token and went into one of the pure red horns. Where the brilliance fell, it was like a stone falling into water, creating a layer of ripples. When the brilliance calmed down, 3 black words appeared on the pure red horn. It was Yin Xiefeng. "Where's the other disciple?" Zhen Hongwen raised her eyes and asked again, but her gaze was fixed on the several aura-refining disciples next to Cui Hongshan. "Junior brother Zhen, I's disciple isn't here yet," Helplessness quickly said. Although Helplessness was the senior brother, Zhen Hongwen was the deacon of the Life and Death Temple. His position was much higher than Helplessness's. His face was obviously cold. "Since he isn't here, why did you ask I to come? Also, why did you ask Senior Uncle Chen to come too?" His tone wasn't polite at all. "Humph, this little fellow is really long-winded." Gantian coldly snorted and said, "I haven't been impatient, but you're the first to be impatient. You can just wait here." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhen Hongwen's heart tightened. He definitely didn't expect Gantian to speak for Helplessness. He hurriedly bowed and replied. Thus, the group of people stood in front of the Life and Death Temple quietly. No one dared to speak. Not long later, another 5 cultivators came over. They were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. The 2 at the front were at the Foundation Establishment realm. Their faces were also ugly. They probably wanted to enter the Thunder Arena to settle their grievances. "Who's on duty?" One of the thin cultivators looked weak, but his temper was explosive. Before he even got close, he scolded. "Junior is on duty. Does Senior want to enter the Life and Death Temple?" The disciple who welcomed them immediately walked up. "Nonsense, if I'm not entering the Life and Death Temple, why am I here?" "Junior brother, I am here." Zhen Hongwen hurriedly walked past them and cupped his hands. "And I Suming greets Senior brother." That cultivator was obviously unhappy and wasn't too respectful. He slightly bowed. I want to enter the Thunder Arena with this fellow. Senior brother, please handle it. This. Zhen Hongwen was a little hesitant. Gantian was standing in front of the Life and Death Temple and was blocked by several people. He wanted to enter the Thunder Arena to rule. Others? Should he enter first? What's wrong? The person in front hasn't died yet? Su Ming asked him politely. Zhen Hongwen seemed to understand the feelings of the cultivators who came to the Thunder Arena. He wasn't angry and smiled. That's right. Junior brother Su, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. Su Ming glanced at the cultivator on the left and laughed coldly. Then let this fellow live a little longer. We still don't know who will live and who will die. That cultivator didn't seem to be afraid and retorted. The three people behind were obviously the teachers of the two and knew each other. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing that there were people in front of them, they exchanged glances and walked in front of the two, whispering something. However, it was obvious that Su Ming was impatient. His face was filled with respect and he seemed to listen to everything they said. However, his eyes occasionally glanced at the other party and flashed with a vicious light. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was still no movement in front. Su Ming couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Senior brother Zhen? The people in front. Why are they dying so slowly? Why aren't you moving aside? A sound rang out and Su Ming's brain exploded. It was as if an awl had pierced into it. Io, Su Ming cried out and fell to the ground. Where are you from? Don't you know first come, first served? Why aren't you being respectful in front of us seniors? It was actually Zhen Jie's voice. Since you want to die, I'll let you die now so that the seniors of the Heavenly Thunder Palace don't have to watch the show. Zhen Jie? Martial Uncle Zhen? Only now did Su Ming's teacher see Zhen Jie in front of the crowd, followed by Sun Ming and Gantian. The three of them were shocked and wanted to bow and greet in a panic. You wait first. How could Zhen Jie let them go forward? He flicked his sleeves and said, Wait until I'm done with senior brother Qian, then it'll be your turn. Yes. Su Ming's teacher hurriedly nodded and then helped Su Ming up. Su Ming's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. This golden core stage cultivator's ability was really strange. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea with the persuasion of teacher Su Ming's expression actually eased up. The two opponents who had previously been ready to fight to the death on the thunder field, under the escort of the teachers from both sides, cupped their hands towards Zhen Hongwen and turned to leave the side hall. However, when they left, they didn't dare to say goodbye to Zhen Jie. Chapter 1829. The five of them left the side hall and didn't walk far when they met two men and two women. One of them was a tall and thin aura refining disciple holding an extremely ugly sword embryo. He asked very respectfully, Martial Uncle, may I know how to enter the view of life and death of my thunderous palace? Needless to say, this aura-refining disciple was Xiaohua. This guy also just found out that entering the thunder field required passing the view of life and death, and he didn't know about the thunderous palace's view of life and death. Yes, it's just ahead. Su Ming's master pointed and then advised, there is a Jindan martial uncle in front of the view of life and death. If you want to enter the thunder field, come back later. Yes, thank you, martial uncle. Xiaohua cupped his hands and led Chen Diheng and the others in the direction of the view of life and death. Alas, why are the disciples nowadays all the same as Su Ming? Su Ming's master sighed, you can't even listen to the words of your elders. It's obviously not a big matter, but you have to make a big fuss. If it weren't for the delay in front of the view of life and death today, you two who were originally on good terms with each other would be separated by life and death. Master, can't you say a few words less? Su Ming held his head and whispered in shame and anger, we were just talking about others, why are you talking about disciples again? Immediately, Su Ming came to his senses and turned to look at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. They shouldn't be the disciples that martial uncle Zhen Jie is waiting for? No, two aura-refining disciples, two disciples who just entered the Foundation establishment realm, how could they be worthy of waiting for Heavenly Thunder Palace's Jindan cultivators? Another cultivator said resolutely. Why not? Su Ming asked again, obviously unconvinced. What? Oh. That person also asked back, but before he could speak, Su Ming's master quickly pulled the two people and said, who cares who they are waiting for, let's go first. Xiaohua and the other three had just entered the side chamber when they were greeted by Xiang Yang who had been waiting for them. Xiang Yang's first words were, Junior brother, the Thunder Arena is not that easy to enter and exit. You should carefully consider it. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that the two senior and junior brothers who were originally going to enter the Thunder Arena, after a period of delay, have both calmed down and now have returned. Looking at this elder martial brother who always tried to be nice, Xiaohua said with a smile, now that things have come to this, can this little brother withdraw? Exactly. Qian Diheng didn't like Xiang Yang and said snappily, wait until junior brother Xiao kills that guy, then it won't be too late for you to say this. Xiang Yang sighed and brought Xiaohua to Zhenjie and the others. This is the item from beyond the heavens? When Gantian saw the great wisdom sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was stunned. Xiaohua handed Hanya over with a smile and said, it's this thing. However, other than the fact that it's especially heavy, it's just that it's not controlled by divine sense. There's nothing special about it. Gantian swept with his spiritual sense and as Xiaohua said, he reached out to take it. Grandmaster Qian, this thing is really heavy. Xiaohua reminded. Gantian glanced at Xiaohua. If it was someone else he would have scolded them. Xiaohua didn't dare to say anything more and released his hand. Unexpectedly, Gantian casually picked up the great wisdom sword and even waved it around in his hands. His face didn't reveal any weird expression as he nodded his head. As expected, it is heavy. However, to say that it's an item from beyond the heavens is a little too mysterious. It's just like that ancient god technique. It complements each other. When Zhenjie heard those words that were obviously mocking him, he acted like he didn't hear anything. Gantian looked at Zhenjie and said, this thing obviously has nothing to do with spells. Even if Xiaohua got it, he would just throw it to the side. Junior brother Zhen decided to use the jade to bet with this thing? Zhenjie didn't hesitate and smiled, I have stood with senior brother Qian for so long, how can I not count? Wouldn't that be letting senior brother see my shocking Thunder Palace as a joke? Gantian smiled, I am just a judge giving you guys a reminder before entering the life and death temple. Then he said to Xiaohua, go, I will take this thing first. If you can't come down from the lightning field, I will pass it to junior brother Zhen. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and turned around to look at the cultivator guarding the life and death temple. Zhen Hongwen walked over and took out the triangle and asked, are you Wu Hai's disciple? Junior is Wu Hai's disciple Xiaohua. Xiaohua replied. Do you want to sign a life and death contract with Yan Xiefeng to enter the life and death temple and enter the lightning field? That's right. Okay, take out your identity token and sign on this life and death contract. Zhen Hongwen said expressionlessly. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and immediately understood the spell. He took out his identity token from his storage bag. The spell was the same as Yan Xiefeng's. A misty light flashed from the token and landed on the life and death contract. However, when the red and blue light surged, it spread to the last corner of the contract until it was completely blue. Two black words, Xiaohua's, appeared there. The masters of the two disciples, please come over. Zhen Hongwen raised her head again. Wu Hai and Zhen Weixing had already come forward. They each took out their tokens and signed their names in the middle of the life and death contract where Yan Xiefeng and Xiaohua's names were respectively. Three martial uncles, please wait. Zhen Hongwen walked to the front of the life and death temple. It was originally a very ordinary projector wall. Zhen Hongwen walked to the front of the projector wall and took out a diamond-shaped token. She cast a spell on the token and the token immediately emitted an emerald green light beam. After the light beam reached the air, it gradually condensed into the shape of a ball. Zhen Hongwen snorted and changed the spell in her hand again. She slowly pushed the ball toward the projector wall. When the ball entered the projector wall began to slowly vibrate like a chicken being split open. From the middle, a crisscrossing gap appeared. Go! Zhen Hongwen didn't dare to be negligent. She threw the token in her hand into the gap and it turned into an emerald green light and disappeared. After the light disappeared, the gap gradually split open. It revealed a flat surface that was as smooth as a bronze mirror. This is the life and death temple? Xiaohua looked at it without blinking and said in his heart. The surface of the mirror was oval, and there were many runes engraved on the surrounding frame. These runes were also emerald green and faintly flowed in the brilliance. Even in the mirror, there was no reflection at all, only some runes were faintly discernible. Zhen Hongwen paused for a moment and threw the life and death contract in her hand into the mirror. With a schwa sound like the surface of the water being lifted, a red and blue brilliance appeared from the place where the life and death contract fell. This brilliance was like a door, red on one side and blue on the other, slowly moving to both sides. Chapter 1830. When the mirror was divided into red and blue, Zhen Hongwen turned around and said, Yin Xiefeng Xiaohua, the life and death view has been opened. You too can enter the thunder field according to the color shown by your names. I want to remind you that as long as you step into the life and death view, the life and death inside, you are not responsible. Do you want to go in? Thank you, Martial Uncle, we will go in. Xiaohua and Yin Xiefeng bowed. Zhen Hongwen didn't know how many times he had heard this reply. He casually nodded and waved his hand, retreating a few steps. Senior brother Xiao, please. Yin Xiefeng looked at the red and blue doors and raised his hand. Okay. Xiaohua didn't hold back. Looking at Yin Xiefeng, who was like a dead person, he stepped into the blue side. Xiaohua only felt his vision darken. Instantly, a kind of teleporting pressure came from all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, the pressure disappeared. When Xiaohua focused his eyes, he saw that he was inside a light barrier flickering with a light blue brilliance. And the countless lightning on the light barrier was the restriction outside the light barrier. Xiaohua released his spiritual sense and felt that the space inside the light barrier was extremely large. His spiritual sense couldn't reach the end. Space magic. Xiaohua immediately understood. Xiaohua, Yin Xiefeng, are you two ready? Zhen Hongwen's voice came again. Xiaohua raised his head and said, Disciple is ready. After 10 breaths, an illusion will appear in the thunder field. As for what illusion, I don't know. You can do whatever you want in this illusion. All magic tools and treasures won't be affected. Zhen Hongwen's voice was like the sound of nature. You two, either one dies, one admits defeat, or the other accepts. Otherwise, you can't leave the thunder field. Of course, I, Uncle Master Zhen, and the others all saw your fight. Now that Uncle Master Gantian is here to judge, he will definitely give you justice. Then Zhen Hongwen's voice disappeared. After 10 breaths, Xiaohua only felt that his eyes were bright. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In front of Xiaohua's eyes was a beautiful immortal world. Not to mention the extremely majestic immortal mountains in the distance. Not to mention the boundless surging Milky Way near the immortal mountains. Not to mention the heavenly maidens washing themselves and bathing by the Milky Way. Just the leisurely flying immortal birds and immortal beasts in front of Xiaohua made him feel as if there was too much for his eyes to take in. Damn it, is this really the original appearance of the immortal land? Xiaohua's gaze couldn't help but glance towards the bank of the heavenly river. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. In the sky above the celestial realm, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds of the ninth heaven. It rapidly struck towards Xiaohua's forehead. No way. I'm just looking and I haven't even seen. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He was just about to use the bright thunder escape, but when he thought about how Jinjie and the others were in the thunder arena and could see his every move, his figure unconsciously became sluggish. At this time, if he took out a flight talisman, it would probably be too late. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, before Xiaohua could activate his spiritual power, that bolt of lightning had already struck Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and hurriedly dodged. Pa! A loud sound rang out as the lightning struck his shoulder. Just as Xiaohua was about to be injured, a tricolored brilliance flashed from the spot where the lightning struck, blocking the lightning out of thin air. The lightning immediately disappeared into thin air. Xiaohua was very familiar with this tricolored brilliance. It was the defensive magic treasure that Qian Diheng wore during his experiential learning. That's right, this protective treasure was chosen by Qian Diheng for Xiaohua. It was the treasure that he had always used to protect his life. At this moment, Xiaohua was wearing this treasure. No wonder Qian Diheng had been plotting how Yin Xiefeng would die. Outside the illusory realm, Zhen Jie's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. He snuck a glance at Qian Tian and said intentionally or unintentionally, Senior Brother Qian? This treasure, seems to be what Senior Brother used when he was young. Eh? Isn't that right? I was wondering why it looked so familiar. This little brat, I only said that I would give a treasure to Xiaohua and he actually took it out. What a prodigal thing. Qian Tian scolded. However, he immediately asked, however, this treasure of Yin Xiefeng seems to be what Junior Brother used in the past. I had already given this treasure to my disciple. I'm afraid that Weixing gave it to Xiefeng. Zhen Jie said embarrassedly. Sai, just a qi refining disciple and he has to use a treasure. It's not good for the meridians. Qian Tian said, sincerely. Pen Zhenjie's lungs were about to explode from anger. He naturally knew that this was his disciple's arrangement. Moreover, Zhen Weisheng also knew that Xiaohua had the cloud-suppressing seal. However, none of them expected that Qian Diheng would give Xiaohua protective treasure. Although protective treasures also needed magic power, they used less magic power than attacking treasures. With this treasure, Xiaohua was at least in an undefeatable position. Zhen Jie wanted to say something, but, before entering the Thunder Arena, Zhen Jie had already given this protective magic weapon to Xiaohua. Xiaohua had taken advantage of the time when he went to the Eastern Ridge to retrieve the Great Wisdom Sword to refine it for himself. What could he say? Damn it, no wonder Qian Diheng wanted to follow. Zhen Jie couldn't help but scold. And within the illusion, Xiaohua, who was struck by a bolt of lightning, quickly fell down several feet. Only then did he stabilize himself. When he raised his head, Yan Xiefeng's figure appeared high up in the sky. Xiaohua sneered. He slapped his hand and took out a flying talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and then urged his magic power to fly high up in the sky. Moreover, while flying, he held the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. When the two people approached, Yan Xiefeng's hand had already changed into a gourd-shaped magic treasure. Looking at Xiaohua's figure flying over, his face was abnormally heavy. Needless to say, his sneak attack just now was precisely because of Zhen Weisheng's instructions. Relying on some of his experience with the Thunder Plains illusory realm, he hid in the shadows and then used his sect's secret technique to activate his magic weapon, wanting to give Xiaohua a fatal blow. But in the end, Yan Xiefeng consumed a lot of magic power. For a short period of time, he temporarily couldn't control his magic treasure. He could only use his magic treasure, the Thunder Spirit Gourd, to fight the enemy. As for the Thunder Spirit Gourd, it definitely couldn't break Xiaohua's protective treasure. But what else could he do? If he didn't want to sit and wait for death, he could only compete with Xiaohua's magic power and see whose magic power would be consumed first. This was obviously the sorrow of an aura-refining disciple, and it was also something he could think of in advance. But what about Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't know about his challenge. Thinking of this, Yan Xiefeng's mouth hung a cold smile. Chapter 1831. Therefore, when Yan Xiefeng flew down, he had already taken a pill to recover his true energy and quietly waited for his spiritual power to recover. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Xiefeng's mouth slightly rose. Yes, for this battle, Zhen Weisheng gave him a lot of pills. Even though Xiaohua went to the Eastern Ridge, after all, he wasn't with Jianghu. In terms of pills, he definitely couldn't compare to Yan Xiefeng. Xiaohua and the others approached. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal let out a wung-wung sound. In midair, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gradually enlarged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the cloud-suppressing seal also began to condense into a tiny ribbon shape. Xiaohua's face gradually turned pale, seemingly due to the consumption of his spiritual power. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal slowly pressing down on him, Yan Xiefeng couldn't help but feel a burst of palpitations in his heart. That kind of feeling seemed to be an invisible rope firmly binding him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Yan Xiefeng's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. This was the first time he encountered this kind of situation. Pooh! Yan Xiefeng suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A stream of blood essence spurted out, startling him for a moment. Quick! Taking advantage of this precious moment, Yan Xiefeng already formed a seal on the Thunder Spirit Gourd in his hand. From within the gourd, a purple brilliance sprayed out. Within the brilliance, there were dozens of flashing lightning bolts. They were like exquisite little dragons that danced and rushed towards the cloud-suppressing seal. As the lightning bolts danced, the purple brilliance converged into the lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts absorbed the abundant lightning energy of the Thunder Arena and rapidly expanded. When they flew close to the cloud-suppressing seal, they had already become lightning bolts as thick as an arm. Ka-cha-cha, ka-cha-cha, a dozen sounds in a row. Those lightning bolts hit the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into tiny ribbons. However, these lightning bolts only slightly prevented the cloud-suppressing seal from falling. The remaining lightning bolts gradually shrank under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal, and were even annihilated. This is the difference between a magic treasure and a magic tool. Fall. Not far away, Xiaohua's face showed joy. Urging the spiritual power in his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal sped up and smashed towards Yan Xiefeng's forehead. Go! Yan Xiefeng had long expected this. Taking advantage of the fact that the cloud-suppressing seal's infinite karma power was slightly weak, he tried his best to activate the flight talisman to escape. Unfortunately, how could a 12th layer chi refinement cultivator like him escape from the boundless power of karma? Even if Yan Xiefeng exerted all his strength, he only managed to fly a few feet. Pa! The cloud-suppressing seal landed on Yan Xiefeng's forehead. However, just as Xiaohua had expected, a layer of lightning also appeared on Yan Xiefeng's forehead. This lightning quickly covered Yan Xiefeng's entire body and firmly protected him. No matter how much the suppressing cloud seal flipped in the air, it could not land. Hee, senior brother Jin, you've made a lot of preparations. Sun Ming couldn't help but say in amusement. Both of them had magic treasures to protect themselves, so in the end, the only thing that mattered was their transcendence energy. Furthermore, they were both at the peak of the 12th layer of aura refining, so their transcendence energy, was there even a need to mention it? There was definitely not much difference between them. In Sun Ming's mind, the biggest possibility for these two people was already a tie. Hee, this old man also doesn't know. It's all thanks to Professor Wei Xing's methods. Zhen Jie naturally pushed away all responsibility. However, just as Sun Ming was speaking, a strange change occurred again. Xiaohua's hand spread out, and like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, dozens of fireball talismans covered Yan Xiefeng's entire body. Only to hear a series of rumbling sounds, like the firecrackers of the mortal world during the new year, ringing non-stop. With great difficulty it finally stopped. At the place where the flames were extinguished, Yan Xiefeng revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve, and the lightning around his body did not decrease in the slightest. However, just as Yan Xiefeng once again struggled free from the might of the cloud-suppressing seal and had just flown a few feet away, Xiaohua once again waved his large hand, closely followed by a dozen or so fireball talismans pouncing over this. Sun Ming was somewhat speechless. This was almost a scoundrel's way of fighting. But thinking about it again, relying on the might of a magic weapon to trap the opponent, and then using yellow talismans to wear down the opponent's magic power, it was also an extremely normal train of thought. Others had just woken up, but Wu Qi, Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and the others had already thought of it when Xiaohua threw out the first batch of fireball talismans. Didn't Xiaohua use this move to deal with Xiang Yang that day? Even the early-stage foundation establishment Xiang Yang was somewhat exhausted. Could Yan Xiefeng do it? Of course, this depended on how long Yan Xiefeng's magic power could support the magic weapon protecting his body, and also how many fireball talismans Xiaohua had. But how many fireball talismans did Xiaohua have? No one seemed to know that every time Yan Xiefeng relied on this protective magic treasure to block the fireballs that came crashing down on his head and face, and then barely managed to move a few feet, Xiaohua would immediately wave his hand in an extremely confident manner, and another dozen or even dozens of fireball talismans would surround Yan Xiefeng. This cycle repeated over and over again until everyone was tired of watching, but Xiaohua's movements were still as joyful as ever. Obviously, this most basic attack method, the most clumsy fireball talisman, was the most effective way to consume magic power. Every time, the light protecting Yan Xiefeng's body would admittedly decrease by a small amount, but it was still decreasing. Moreover, following the consumption of his magic power, the light would decrease even more. After a long time, the lightning finally weakened. Just when Sun Shu and the others were extremely puzzled, but sometimes they were somewhat happy, the cloud-suppressing seal that Xiaohua relied on to suppress Yan Xiefeng's movements suddenly lost its sound, and silently fell from the air. Obviously, it was because Xiaohua's magic power was insufficient. Oh no! Xiang Yang was the first to cry out in alarm. Junior martial brother Zhao's true qi is exhausted. Right now, Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 12th layer of qi refining, not much different from Yan Xiefeng. Yan Xiefeng only used his magic power to defend himself, so the consumption was naturally smaller. How could Xiaohua last? The cloud-suppressing seal falling at this time was already very rare and commendable. However, Xiaohua didn't seem to be flustered at all. At the same time, he withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal with one hand, and at the same time, threw out a fireball talisman with the other hand, and then took out a few medicinal pills to consume. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out, but Yan Xiefeng's heart was already at ease inside the fireball. Just now, the cloud-suppressing seal above his head made him unable to retaliate at all. He had persevered for a long time just for this moment. I want to see how long your magic power can last. An evil grin gradually appeared on Yan Xiefeng's face. Half of the true qi in his meridians was activated. While maintaining the protective magic treasure, he had already accumulated enough strength to activate his magic power. Once the fireball was about to explode, he would rush out and give Xiaohua a head-on blow. Seeing that the surrounding fire was decreasing, Yan Xiefeng let out a long whistle, and his figure suddenly flew up. With a wave of his hand, the thunder spirit gourd that was not suppressed by the cloud-suppressing seal until now flew up, and the gourd's mouth once again burst out with a purple brilliance. However, just when Yan Xiefeng was about to cast a spell on the thunder spirit gourd, he suddenly felt a black shadow streaking across his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had already flown to a distance of about 1 zhang in front of him. "Oh, this guy is really so fast." Yan Xiefeng's heart was slightly startled, and he secretly pondered, as expected by Master, he is really faster than me by 30%. He's so close, could it be that he still has some trump card? Without waiting for Yan Xiefeng to finish thinking, he saw Xiaohua wave his hand, and a pitch-black spear point appeared in his hand. Xiaohua's face suddenly turned blood red, and his figure sped up again. With a hoo sound, the spear point quickly pierced Yan Xiefeng's body defense. Demonic weapon. Yan Xiefeng's eyes narrowed. No wonder Master said that Xiaohua's strength is huge, and that he might have some trump card. Using his outer space object as a stake, 1 can try to increase his cultivation, and 2 can weaken his strength. It really is useful. I'm afraid this demonic weapon is his final trump card. With a pa sound, a huge force hit Yan Xiefeng's chest. Although Yan Xiefeng's figure retreated a lot, the light protecting his body flickered, and his body didn't suffer any damage. Ha ha ha. Yan Xiefeng, who thought he already figured out Xiaohua's details, laughed wildly a few times and said sternly, "You think only you have fireball talismans?" While speaking, he waved his hand, and the same large amount of fireball talismans sprinkled out. Although the quality was far inferior to Xiaohua's fireball talismans, the exploding fireballs also blocked Xiaohua inside. Xiaohua's magic power seemed to be insufficient, and when he was flying just now, he also seemed to have urged a secret technique. At this time, his figure was somewhat clumsy and he actually couldn't dodge. 1 fireball after another exploded near his body. Of course, the light protecting his body overflowed and easily blocked these fireballs. Quick, hearing Yan Xiefeng's incantation in his ears, he saw that inside the thunder spirit gourd, another 4 or 5 lightning bolts grew in the wind, and like small dragons, pounced towards Xiaohua. In a hurry, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the spirit crow fire net rushed into the sky. Under the urging of his magic power, more than 10 fire crows flew out from the fire net, and faced the lightning bolts with a whistle. Ka-cha-cha, several thunderous sounds rang out, and the lightning bolts and fire crows were annihilated at the same time. The power of these 2 artifacts was exactly the same. Xiaohua was already full of fighting experience. Early on, at the same time that he shot out the spirit crow fire net, his figure once again flew. Taking advantage of the fact that Yan Xiefeng hadn't taken out his yellow talisman, he once again flew to his side. With an angry roar, he swung the tip of the demonic spear in his hand, and like a little chick pecking at rice, he consecutively stabbed towards Yan Xiefeng's waist more than 10 times. With every stab, Yan Xiefeng would fly back a foot, and Xiaohua would follow like a shadow, sticking close to his body and stab a second time. Admittedly, the demonic spear tip was unable to pierce through the defense, but the strength in Xiaohua's hand could not be faked. The defensive brilliance could not completely block it, and more than 10 strikes landed on Yan Xiefeng's body that had not been tempered in the slightest. It was already painful to the point that his face turned deathly pale. And at the same time that he was in pain, his magic power was already insufficient. The thunder spirit gourd stopped in the air and no more lightning bolts flew out. Looking at Xiaohua again, he was incomparably refreshed. At the same time that he stabbed Yan Xiefeng, he didn't forget to point his finger. The spirit crow fire net covered the thunder spirit gourd, and that purple brilliance could no longer leak out. Chapter 1832. Ouch. Yan Xiefeng endured the pain and clapped his hands again. A large amount of yellow talismans flew out, wanting to force Xiaohua to retreat. Who would have thought that Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness? He stretched out his left hand, grabbing Yan Xiefeng's neck as if he was catching a fish. Yan Xiefeng was shocked. He swung his hand upwards, wanting to block, but Xiaohua's arm seemed to be soft. It swayed in front of his eyes and easily dodged. Yan Xiefeng simply didn't have time to react. With a pa sound, Xiaohua grabbed Yan Xiefeng's neck. Naturally, Yin Xiefeng's protective light rippled and blocked Xiaohua's hand. But immediately after, Xiaohua's action made the onlookers dumbstruck. Pa pa pa. Xiaohua actually raised his fist and punched Yin Xiefeng's neck. At the same time, he used his other hand to stab Yin Xiefeng's waist with the tip of the demonic spear. What kind of fighting method is this? Even Gantian, an experienced and knowledgeable late Golden Core cultivator, was stunned. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Reporting to Senior Master Qian. Helplessly, his face was a little red. He said shyly, Junior's disciple was originally a loose cultivator. His actions seemed to be similar to the martial techniques of the secular world. Martial techniques? Oh, I have some impression. Gantian came to a realization, it's similar to the body cultivators of the cultivation world, right? Maybe disciple isn't too sure. Helplessly shrunk his neck. He felt ashamed that Xiaohua actually used the tricks of the secular world. Yin Xiefeng was probably dizzy from Xiaohua's beating. He threw out large amounts of yellow talismans, but he didn't know where he threw them. He clearly felt that Xiaohua was on the left, but after he threw them out, Xiaohua ran to the right. When he hit the right again, Xiaohua appeared above him. In short, Xiaohua was like a cat playing with a mouse, doing whatever he wanted around Yin Xiefeng. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. This sound was extremely soft, but in Yin Xiefeng's ears, it was extremely ear-piercing. It was like a jade pillar suddenly collapsing. His heart instantly turned cold. This was the sound of Yin Xiefeng's protective magical treasure being broken. This is bad. Yin Xiefeng was so shocked that he decided to use the secret method taught by Professor Zhen Weixing regardless of anything else. However, just as he activated the secret technique, a powerful hand gripped his neck. The strength that was as hard as rock immediately made him feel suffocated. Yin Xiefeng had not experienced this feeling for a long time, but once this feeling appeared, he did not hesitate. Xiaohua only needed to move slightly, and his neck would be easily broken. Just like a weak little chick. Senior brother Xiao, please spare my life. Fear came as expected, not allowing Yin Xiefeng the slightest hesitation. Zhenjia's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Yin Xiefeng, who was struggling with all his strength but was unable to break free. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Junior brother Zhen? Gantian's voice spread over, it was really cold but also really excited. I haven't made my decision and junior brother is leaving? Are you not going to give senior brother face? Ah, not at all. I just want to ask Wei Sheng how he teaches his disciples. Zhenjia smiled apologetically, their cultivation is the same and their spiritual power is about the same. How could he be defeated by such shameless methods? This kind of disciple, if he dies then he dies. Is there a need for senior brother Qian to make a decision? Take a look. Xiaohua didn't kill him. Gantian's brows rose, indicating for Zhenjia to return. Zhenjia didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Sun Ming, who couldn't help but laugh. He was abnormally embarrassed and angry, but his body still resolutely turned back. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice spread over. Zhen? Senior Uncle Zhen? Does it count as my win? That voice was both timid and excited, like, this victory was not easy to come by. Senior Uncle Qian, what do you think? With Gantian here, Zhen Hongwen naturally didn't dare to make a decision. Damn, do you still need me to make a decision? Gantian scolded with a smile. Xiaohua only needed to use strength and Yin Xiefeng's neck would be broken like a duck. No matter what, Xiaohua won. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Hongwen hurriedly said. Following which, Zhen Hongwen waved his hand, and a red light pillar appeared from the illusion. He said, Xiaohua, you have already won. You just need to bring Yin Xiefeng into the light pillar. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua was afraid of changes and didn't dare to be careless. He still carried Yin Xiefeng like he was carrying a real duck. He pointed his finger, and the spirit crow fire net brought the lightning spirit gourd back, stepping into the red light pillar. The light pillar flashed, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the illusion. The entire illusion returned to red and blue. Senior Uncle Qian, Senior Uncle Zhen, Senior Uncle Sun, please. Zhen Hongwen said with a smile. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and there was another teleportation pressure. An oval door appeared in front of him. Xiaohua understood that this was the life and death situation from before. When Xiaohua stepped out of the door as expected, Qian Diheng and the others were already waiting by the side. Pudong Xiaohua shook his hand, throwing Yin Xiefeng to the ground. Yin Xiefeng seemed to have no strength left, unable to stand up. The others didn't dare to say anything. Chen Diheng had already walked up and looked at Yan Xiefeng saying weirdly, "Junior brother Xiao this, are you sure? He already went up the lightning field and you still don't want his life? Why would I want junior brother Yan's life?" Xiao Hua was very calm and he said righteously, "Junior brother Yan wanted to spar with me and he didn't even think about going up the lightning field. Moreover, we are all disciples of Thunder Palace and we don't have any grudges. Why do we have to fight to the death?" Then he looked at Gandian and smiled, "Moreover, senior Uncle Chen still has a bet, and I really can't bring myself to die." "It can't be?" Chen Diheng was stunned. "When did you become so kind?" "I have always been kind, it's just that you didn't notice," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Because of him, 3 of Zhen Jie's personal disciples had already died in Thunder Ridge. If he killed Jin Weixing's disciple in front of him, would he still want to cultivate in Thunder Controlling Sect? Wouldn't he attract the attention of Thunder Ridge? What if he attracted the attention of the Heavenly Thunder Palace or other teachers? Xiao Hua couldn't be bothered to do such a thing that harms others without benefiting himself. "Great." Gantian smiled, passing the Great Wisdom Sword and the jade to Xiao Hua. "I didn't expect that you would let Yan Xiefeng go. Not bad, such a magnanimous cultivator with such methods, comparable to your senior brother. Aha, so what if he doesn't build his foundation?" After saying those words that didn't know how to praise, Gantian didn't say anything more, turning around and leaving. Chen Diheng scratched his head, giving Xiao Hua a look, and he hurriedly followed. Looking at the figures of the two leaving, their footsteps were exactly the same. Chapter 1833. Scoff. Once Gantian's body disappeared, Zhen Jie scoffed coldly. His eyes circled Xiao Hua's body before looking at helplessness. Although his gaze was like a knife, he was helpless. He waved his sleeves and left. Zhen Weixing naturally followed. Yan Xiefeng's face was ashen white as he followed behind. "Ha!" Sun Ming cupped his hands and said, "Nephew helpless, what a good disciple you took in." Even senior brother Gantian praised him. "Congratulations." Helpless' face turned red as he returned the greeting. "I don't dare, I made Senior Master Sun laugh. These are all methods that can't be seen by others, it's an unfair win." "An unfair win?" A thoughtful smile appeared on Sun Shu's face and he didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly at Xiao Hua then led Sun Shu and Xue Xue away. Xue Xue's gaze was filled with reluctance, but she still walked further and further away. Zhen Mo and the others also said a few words to Helpless and Zhuo Minghui before bringing their disciples away. Only the 10,000 Thunder Valley disciples were left in front of the Life and Death Temple. Xiao Hua held the Great Wisdom Sword in one hand and the jade he won in the other. He looked at Helpless and smiled, "Master, I won. Junior brother Xiao is indeed amazing, you are as fierce as before." Xiang Yang saw that Helpless' expression wasn't right and immediately said, "Even if I faced junior brother Xiao now, I would have my hands tied." Scoff. Helpless was originally gloomy. At this moment he rolled his eyes, sweeping a glance at Xiang Yang and then at Xiao Hua. He sneered and said, "I originally thought that my myriad Thunder Valley's first disciple would reach foundation establishment in 50 years. Who would have thought that the second disciple might take even longer?" "Master." Xiao Hua felt wronged and said softly. Helpless' gaze was filled with disappointment as he stared at Xiao Hua. "You said you won." "Yes, you did win. However, don't you think that you won with an unfair win?" "Huh?" Xiao Hua was stunned and blurted out, "What? Master, you actually saw through it?" "Hehe, not only me but Senior Master Zhen, Senior Master Sun and Senior Master Qian, which one of them didn't see through it? Didn't you hear what Senior Master Qian said? Such methods, so what if you are energy refinement? Do you know how I felt when I heard those words? You've made me lose all face." Looking helplessly at Xiao Hua's enlightened face he said angrily, "You have cultivated for so many years. Have you cultivated your cultivation to become a dog? Don't you know how to use some magic? Didn't they know how to accumulate more magic power and use magic treasures? Even if the transcendent artifact is not good enough, can't you use more transcendent artifacts? The magic tool your mistress gave you. Are you planning to use it to give birth to a child? I spent a large sum of spirit stones to refine these magic tools for you, and you let them sleep? Could it be that these Dharma artifacts became Dharma treasures when they fell asleep? It's fine if you use the Fireball Talisman. After all, it's still a cultivator's technique. But, you actually used a magic weapon and relied on your strength to win. Those were the methods that cultivators disdained. They were the brainless methods of the people of the devil world. You actually have the nerve to use it. And even if you use a demonic weapon, that's fine. It's still considered a demonic technique. You can just borrow it and treat it as a body cultivator. I won't say anything. You actually disregarded your status as a cultivator and used the methods of a mortal martial artist. What do you want me to say about you? I originally thought that you would learn from your mistakes, but looking at your fighting methods, which one of them didn't rely on external objects? With such insignificant methods, even if you won, so what? What's the use of that so-called jade amulet? Can you build your foundation? Can you truly become a cultivator? A few years ago, you used this method to force your eldest senior brother to not dare to casually fight back. But, did he really not dare to fight back? That was because he was afraid of hurting you. And today, a few years later, you are still using the same method. You may have won against Yan Xiefeng, but what about your eldest senior brother? He doesn't have as much strength as you, but would he be afraid of you? What? Can't you think about it? Because he's already at the middle stage of foundation establishment. His cultivation has already improved. He can casually kill you with just a wave of his hand. Look at your senior brother Chui. Although he entered the sect later than you, he's already at foundation establishment. Do you think that your method can still defeat him? Actually, there's no need to think about it. Just by looking at this old man's heels, I can tell that you're just like last time when you forced Xiang Yang to use the most basic of techniques to kill you. What's the use of your magic treasures? Then he sized up Xiaohua again and sneered, "Look at my myriad Thunder Valley's disciple. He has an extraterrestrial divine object in his left hand and an ancient divine spell in his right hand. Anyone who sees it will feel that it's really, really impressive. Unfortunately, even if you have another 10 or 20 ancient divine spells, can you cultivate them? If you don't build your foundation, you'll never be a true cultivator." After he finished speaking, he helplessly flung his sleeves, turned around and left. His figure quickly disappeared outside the side hall. Xiaohua was helplessly reprimanded, and his face turned ashen. He never thought that after defeating Swallow Thunder Ridge's provocation, he would actually end up like this. "Xiaohua, your master is also doing this for your own good." Zhuo Minghui clearly wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiaohua's expression, she sighed and also walked away. Yan Qinglian saw that her master's wife had left, and looked at Xiang Yang, who wanted to comfort Xiaohua. She pulled Xiang Yang and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, I won't say anything. You won anyway, so don't think too much. Go back to the Eastern Ridges herb garden and rest for a while. When master's anger subsides, I'll let your senior brother send a message to you." Xiang Yang also nodded, patted Xiaohua's shoulder and left with Yan Qinglian. Only Cui Hongshan was left. With a smile on his face he said, "Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Today is a good day for me to open the sect. You also gave me such a victory, and it's also a gift that I like very much. However, master is right. If you don't build your foundation, everything is useless. You should stop trying to comprehend those messy things and think more about how to build your foundation. You also know about my cave, so if you have time, there's no harm in coming to my cave. I definitely won't keep it to myself. I hope that my myriad Thunder Valley won't only have 1,000 years of chi refinement, but 100 years of foundation establishment." Looking at Cui Hongshan's appearance, Xiaohua's face faintly smiled, and he also said, "AI, what's this gift? If Zhenjie and the others didn't come, I's gift to you, Tiske." Hearing this, Cui Hongshan's expression slightly changed. He turned his head and said, "Junior brother Xiao, are you sure you'll give that thing to me? What do you think?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "How is that possible? Such a precious thing." Cui Hongshan shook his head and then said in a low voice, "I wonder what that thing is?" I want to say, but do you dare to listen?" Xiaohua said with great interest. Cui Hongshan thought of his oath, and his expression unconsciously changed. He clenched his teeth, and walked out of the side hall in a flustered and exasperated manner. After waiting for everyone to leave, Xiaohua looked around. In front of the Temple of Life and Death, apart from a few disciples on duty, there was no one else. He also laughed at himself and walked away, laughing as he walked. Today is really interesting, Xiaohua thought as he flew back to the Eastern Mountain Range. However, when he was still some distance away from the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden, suddenly, the divine senses of 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators swept over. Xiaohua immediately slowed down his flying speed, and when those 2 divine senses discovered Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto him. Damn it, it can't be Zhenjie's backup, right? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His figure simply stopped in midair, and he coldly looked in the direction of the divine senses. Not long after, two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, one fat and one thin, cautiously flew over. While looking at Xiaohua, they also looked around. Which family's disciple are you? Why did you run to such a remote place? The fat cultivator asked absent-mindedly. Junior is a helpless disciple of Thunderclap Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. As Xiaohua spoke, he pointed in the direction of the Eastern Mountain Range and said, Junior's errand job is to guard the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. I just went to 10,000 Thunder Valley to participate in Junior Brothers Foundation establishment ceremony, and now I'm rushing back to the Eastern Mountain Range. The Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden? Isn't that abandoned long ago? The thin cultivator said somewhat strangely. I'll let Senior know. The Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden's spiritual energy is tyrannical, and it's precisely suitable for the growth of flame dawn grass. That's why I've always planted flame dawn grass. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Oh, so it's like that. The thin cultivator nodded and glanced at the fat cultivator. The two of them exchanged glances and asked again, in these 10 or so days, 20 or so days, have you been at the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden? Yes, Junior's duty is to guard the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. If there are no special circumstances, I've always been at the Eastern Mountain Range. Xiaohua said honestly. And then did you see a late-stage Foundation establishment, Senior? Near the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden? Xiaohua blinked and asked. Naturally. The fat cultivator's eyes slightly brightened. Unfortunately, Xiaohua shook his head and said, I'll let Senior know. When Junior received the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden's formation token, the martial uncle who assigned the odd jobs had already warned me. There are dangerous and forbidden areas nearby, and it's really not peaceful. If there's nothing, do not walk out of the formation. Junior has always stayed inside the formation, and did not dare to come out. Oh, no late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators have come to your Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden? No. Apart from the Thunderclap Palace's senior brothers who come every year to get flame dawn grass, no other disciples have ever come. Lead us to the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden to take a look. Yes, please follow Junior. Xiaohua respectfully led the two of them to the Eastern Mountain Range. When the formation was opened, the two of them looked at the neat medicinal garden, and asked curiously, what? The spiritual energy here is very abundant and also very normal. I'll let Senior know. Since last year this place has gradually changed. Junior also does not know why? Xiaohua was still as honest as before. Junior intends to use a year's time to level this place and plant other spiritual herbs. Not bad. The thin cultivator's divine sense swept over, and he immediately knew. He nodded his head in praise. Chapter 1834. After that, Xiaohua invited the two cultivators into his immortal cave and offered them some spirit fruits as well as some spirit wine from Xiangyang's place. After tasting it, the two of them were very pleased and rested inside Xiaohua's immortal cave. The two of them no longer avoided Xiaohua and started chatting. Say, Senior Brother Qian. Why would he be near the Eastern Ridge? What is he doing here? Senior Brother Qian? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and his ears perked up. How would I know? The secret technique of the two grandmasters shows that Senior Brother Qian was last seen near the Eastern Ridge. We can just search for him. But the problem is, the grandmasters can't give us a definite location. It's nearly 100 miles away. How can we search for him? So what if we don't search? Sigh, it's just a senior brother who hasn't condensed his core for 100 years. There's no need to be so nervous, right? The other lightning palaces might be able to, but the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace can't. If we don't find any clues, it'll be hard to explain to the sect master. Do you think the sect master will care? He's just a Foundation establishment disciple. Senior brother will search for him, but we mustn't put ourselves in danger. Suddenly, the fat cultivator seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, this place is so close to the Night Kite Valley. You think Senior Brother Qian will go there? Night Kite? The thin cultivator's expression changed drastically. He looked around and it seemed that Night Kite was nearby. He whispered, I don't think he'll go there. Think about it, the Night Kite Valley is a forbidden area. Golden core cultivators usually don't go there. Why would he go there? Maybe the Night Kite Valley has a treasure that can help him condense his core? Maybe. The two cultivators were a little depressed. Night Kite? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. What's that? Or is it a forbidden area nearby? However, his heart was like a mirror. He only brought his ears with him and poured wine for the two cultivators from time to time without asking a single question. After waiting for an hour, the two cultivators left. Before they left, not only did they give Xiaohua a few medicinal pills, they also said, if there's nothing else, try not to go out. The Eastern Ridges formation has always been closed. Fear naturally appeared on Xiaohua's face. He very respectfully thanked the two of them. Only when the two of them had flown far away did he seal the formation. He scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, could it be that Night Kite Valley was the previous forbidden area? Who cares? It's not like I'm going to provoke it. I'll just let it be the culprit that killed Senior Chen Shi. However, I still have to take this opportunity to remove the formation that bastard set up. Sai, it's not that I'm careless, it's just that the formation is too big, and I haven't had the time to deal with it. Of course, even if the two seniors discovered the formation, what does it have to do with me? This young master doesn't have an earth escape talisman, so it's impossible for me to escape underground. This young master doesn't know anything about what's underground. Following that, Xiaohua formed hand seals, and his entire figure disappeared underground. Sai, that's right. How could the disappearance of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator have anything to do with a Peak Qi refining cultivator? The difference is really too big. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The Eastern Ridges herb garden had undergone a complete transformation. Because the fire origin had been taken away by Xiaohua, the tyrannical and scorching fire attribute spirit qi in the Eastern Ridge had lost its source. Naturally, it had returned to its original calmness. Xiaohua also had a lot of puppets in his hands. When he sent them out, they had already leveled the herb garden and planted all the necessary spirit grasses. Presumably in a few years this place would become a real herb garden. At this time Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. After he immersed his divine sense into it, he closed his eyes and pondered. After a while he withdrew his divine sense. Then he took out another jade slip and looked at it carefully. He looked at it for a long time. Needless to say, that jade pendant was the one he had won from Yan Shuefeng at Swallow Thunder Ridge. However, when Xiaohua returned to the Eastern Ridge herb garden and carefully examined it, he discovered that there was indeed something recorded inside. However, the words recorded were far from what he could recognize. It looked somewhat similar to the Green Seal script, but there were also differences. At that time, Xiaohua's intuition told him that he had been tricked. However, Xiaohua didn't understand why Gantian Mountain recognized this jade slip. Until 10 days later, when Chen Diheng came to the Eastern Ridge herb garden and gave Xiaohua a jade slip, Xiaohua finally understood what was going on. It turned out that although this jade slip wasn't a true ancient divine item, the words recorded inside were extremely ancient. These words had long been lost tens of thousands of years ago. The number of cultivators who could understand these words could be counted with one's fingers. Of course, Zhen Jie and Zhen Weixing didn't recognize them. They only understood a few words in the jade slip. Gantian Mountain just happened to have records of these words. Although they didn't recognize all of them, they understood a little. Of course, they knew that there was some content in the jade slip. Of course, what was inside would Gantian Mountain care? Moreover, this jade slip of Gantian Mountain was only copied and given to Xiaohua by Chen Diheng after he went back. Compared to the records in the jade slip, Xiaohua slowly explored the cultivation technique in the jade slip. He had a rough understanding of it. What Zhen Weixing said was both right and wrong. This wasn't a fire-controlling technique, but a technique similar to Weeping Moon City's Luan family's Ling Yu Zhuhua. As for the real name, Xiaohua didn't know. Because of the 4 words of the cultivation technique, the first 2 words couldn't be seen. Only the last 2 words, divine fire, could be seen. Moreover, the first half of the cultivation technique was severely damaged and couldn't be cultivated. Only the second half of the flame-controlling technique could be seen. Perhaps Zhen Weixing judged that it was a flame-controlling technique from this. Thunder Ridge naturally had many such flame-controlling techniques. An incomplete ancient god technique. Maybe Thunder Ridge didn't lack it. Therefore, Zhen Jie didn't hesitate to take this thing out. An ancient god technique was compatible with Xiaohua's heavenly treasure. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua showed a kind of understanding. He took out the jade slip of the Wan family's Ling Yu Zhuhua and compared it carefully. As he compared, his face showed a happy expression. This Wan family's Ling Yu Zhuhua seems to have been born out of this flame-controlling technique. Moreover, it's a lot lower level, only less than 10% of the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip. However, this 10% is completely connected. From this 10% of the Ling Yu Zhuhua, I can faintly deduce the content of the flame-controlling technique. Although I can't completely comprehend it and can only understand 30%, it's still several times stronger than the Ling Yu Zhuhua. I used the Ling Yu Zhuhua to cultivate the flame seed of the Ling Yu Zhuhua and then used the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip to cultivate the spiritual fire. Moreover, just by looking at the incomplete flame-controlling technique in the second half, I can see that the flame-controlling technique in the first half is definitely not simple. Chapter 1835. Soon after, Xiaohua stored the jade strip, jade pendant and other items into his space. Faintly furrowing his eyebrows, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. As time passed, his frown grew even tighter. This so-called primordial fire art was indeed cryptic and difficult to understand. The sun set and the moon rose. The sky was already dark and the eastern ridge herb garden was completely shrouded in the darkness of night. Xiaohua closed his eyes to comprehend. His entire body was shrouded in the starlight that couldn't be seen by divine sense or the naked eye. The dragon transformation art within his body was still operating on its own. Currently, Xiaohua's meridian still had a lot of flames formed from fire essence flame crystals. It was enough for him to reach the final stage of the 18th layer of qi refining. Around midnight, the time when the yang energy subsided and the yin energy rose, outside the eastern ridge herb garden that hadn't moved for a long time, a palm-sized, bat-like spirit beast flashed out from the darkness. It came from a forbidden area near the eastern ridge herb garden. This spirit beast was also the one that Xiaohua's lightning escape had awakened. This spirit beast floated in the night sky, almost blending into the darkness. There was no trace of it at all. The moonlight sprinkled down like water, but it was also absorbed by the spirit beast's fur, only projecting its figure to the ground. This spirit beast flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance of several zhang. Not long after, it approached the eastern ridge herb garden's array. The spirit beast obviously knew about the magic array. Its entire body was leaning against the outside of the magic array. Its entire body was swaying like a wave. At the same time, a wave was emitted from the spirit beast's body and projected onto the magic array. Just as the spirit beast's body was swaying, a strange scene occurred. The pitch-black layer around the spirit beast's body actually gradually wrinkled and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast had already entered the array from outside. After entering the array, the spirit beast was still familiar with the path and flew towards Xiaohua's cave dwelling. However, just as the spirit beast approached the cave dwelling, its body suddenly stopped and quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was in the cave, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. He couldn't help but open his eyes. After looking around, he released his Buddhist awareness and looked around again and again. He didn't find anything unusual. In the end, Xiaohua even checked the fire array and the rabbit array that he had set up before closing his eyes to cultivate again. As for the spirit beast that stopped in midair, it was as if it didn't exist. After a while, it quietly flew into the cave without any movement. When it reached the rabbit spirit formation, the spirit beast stopped once more and moved in that strange manner. The rabbit spirit formation also didn't have any resistance, and the spirit beast smoothly broke through. Needless to say, the heavenly fire array was also easily entered. Who? Xiaohua suddenly woke up with a start and opened his eyes again. At this time, the spirit beast was already crawling on the ground. That palm-sized shadow was contrasted with the darkness of the night. Xiaohua simply couldn't see it. What's going on? Xiaohua became very uneasy and stopped cultivating. He directly stood up and checked the inside of the cave dwelling. Then he walked out of the cave dwelling and looked around. He even went to the bottom of the cave dwelling to search for a while, but there was still nothing wrong. Strange. Xiaohua patted his forehead. He had always been very confident in his acuity, but even though he knew that there was something wrong today, he couldn't find a reason. I'm afraid, the Heavenly Thunder Palace is looking for that Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Xiaohua comforted himself. Or maybe Swallow Thunder Ridge's Jinjie is plotting against me? He put a few more yellow talismans on his body and continued to comprehend with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. Time slowly passed. The entire cave dwelling didn't have any movement, it was terrifyingly quiet. But in the night, that palm-sized spirit beast approached Xiaohua from the ground bit by bit. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, there wasn't the slightest movement. It seemed that Xiaohua, who was paranoid, didn't keep his eyes closed during this period of time, but his naked eye and divine sense could easily pass by this spirit beast. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Seeing the darkness before his eyes, even if he was a cultivator, it was time for him to relax his mind. Suddenly, without any warning, without the slightest sound, a black shadow reflected between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It was as abrupt as the shadow under the moonlight. Xiaohua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, didn't feel it in the slightest. Although the starlight in the sky was currently wrapping around Xiaohua, it couldn't stop this spirit beast's strange movements. Following the strange swaying of the spirit beast, the light and shadow in front of Xiaohua's forehead slightly distorted. Looking in the direction of the spirit beast, this spirit beast was like a pitch-black membrane, an extremely thin membrane. In the center of that membrane, there was a round hole the size of a thumb. That round hole was full of wrinkles. As it trembled slightly, it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And this fluctuation gave birth to a thin pitch-black silk-like object, which entered Xiaohua's forehead. This spirit beast's movements were like this, but Xiaohua didn't feel it in the slightest. He was still peacefully cultivating with his eyes closed. The spirit beast's black silk-like object easily penetrated Xiaohua's forehead. It was precisely the imprint of the Dharma eye between the Buddha's eyebrows. Soon after, it gradually penetrated deeper into Xiaohua's forehead, where no one had ever seen before. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's forehead suddenly moved. The spirit beast's black silk-like object immediately produced an unfathomable suction force. The black soul silk-like object that Xiaohua used to refine the soul-absorbing bell suddenly stretched out from the mysterious place the spirit beast was exploring. Moreover, it quickly intertwined with the spirit beast's black silk-like object. These soul silk-like objects were actually the same thing and unknowingly mixed together. Moreover, these soul silk-like objects passed through the Dharma eye of the Buddha's relic. That Dharma eye was originally an imprint, but at this moment, as the number of soul silk-like objects increased, it actually gradually deepened. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. He only felt that his entire body was swaying, and it was extremely comfortable. It was as if his entire body and mind were flying to paradise. However, this kind of comfort was extremely ethereal and extremely subtle. It was far from something that the physical body could comprehend. Just as Xiaohua was feeling this way from the mysterious place where the soul silk-like object penetrated, a tiny crack was gradually torn open under the trembling and suction force of the soul silk-like object. That spirit beast's trembling became even more rapid, as if it wanted to tear that tiny crack open even more. However, right at this moment, the Dharma eye imprint that followed the trembling of the soul silk-like object suddenly trembled violently. An extremely faint silver light flashed from the Dharma eye imprint. This silver light was extremely similar to Goldie's silver eyes, but sometimes it was much fainter. This silver light seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, it shone on the spirit beast's oval-shaped hole. That hole's wrinkles seemed to have received an extremely strong stimulation, and rapidly squirmed. This squirming obviously destroyed the spirit beast's previous mysterious trembling. The black soul silk-like object was immediately cut off, and the tiny crack in the mysterious place of Xiaohua's brain also closed at an extremely fast speed in an instant. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and saw that strange pitch-black object in front of his forehead. Moreover, it was as if his head was filled with magma, and it was incomparably heavy. Soul-absorbing bell? Xiaohua immediately felt the strange movement of the soul silk-like object, and he cried out in astonishment in his heart. However, a cry of alarm was just a cry of alarm. His body seemed to be separated from his soul and senses, and he couldn't control it in the slightest. Oh no! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. His mind turned rapidly and he thought of Goldie who could devour people's souls. With great difficulty, he moved his mind and entered the space. Xiaohua almost weakly called out, "Goldie, quickly save Mother." Mother, Goldie saw Xiaohua's lack of strength and immediately jumped up. It followed Xiaohua's weak primordial spirit out of the space. Just as Goldie flew out of the space, the silver light on the Dharma eye of the Buddha's Sarira disappeared, and that spirit beast's soul silk-like object trembled again. As soon as Goldie flew out of the space, the spirit beast immediately sensed it, as if it had seen its natural enemy. Its whole body suddenly bent, and like a wave, a layer of ripples appeared in the air, and then gradually disappeared. Goldie saw the spirit beast and was extremely excited. It swayed its big tail and flew over like the wind. The third eye on its forehead suddenly opened, and with a Z sound, a silver light flashed through the silver eye, penetrating into the ripples in the space. With a Z-la-la sound like water falling into a pot of oil, the ripples boiled and small bubbles appeared one after another. Within the bubbles, the spirit beast's extremely thin flesh membrane appeared again. Humph! Goldie snorted from its nose. A yellow light flashed, and a powerful suction force enveloped the spirit beast. Zhi. The spirit beast seemed to be struggling with all its might, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Strands of black gas flew out from its oval hole and entered Goldie's nose. In the end, a circular black gas was spat out from the hole. The spirit beast was completely motionless and fell down from the sky. Mother? Goldie was a bit speechless and called out to Xiaohua in a low voice. It flew to Xiaohua's shoulder, tilted its head and leaned against Xiaohua's neck and fell asleep. After a while, there was actually a faint sound of snoring. Looking at Xiaohua again, his eyes seemed to be moving slightly, but his whole body was like a clay doll and didn't move at all. This was even more powerful than a high-level confinement technique. But Xiaohua himself was very clear. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that his thoughts were incomparably fast, as if he was passing through the boundless night sky, instantly crossing thousands of li, but he couldn't grasp his own body and couldn't find the location of his own body. Suddenly, in this indescribable space, the same kind of vibration as before suddenly transmitted, and an incomparably powerful suction force came from far away. Xiaohua felt as if he was suddenly transported thousands of li away, and arrived at a strange place. He saw an incomparably huge dark cloud covering the sky, and within the dark cloud, there was a thick pillar hanging down from the dark cloud, and connected to another place far away. The suction force came from the dark clouds, and the vibrations came from the thick, long strips. Chapter 1836. What is this thing? Xiaohua was clearly shocked by this black cloud. The black cloud violently rolled, and a feeling of returning to its nest filled Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, the black pillar suddenly shook violently, and a thin crack appeared in the black cloud. An unparalleled suction force came from the crack in the black cloud, and Xiaohua was sucked in without any explanation. Ah! Xiaohua screamed in fear, but when he saw the dusky area within the black clouds, his mind suddenly sank. An indescribable feeling was transmitted through the black pillar, and Xiaohua's mind once again fell into his own body. Incomparably sleepy, incomparably obscure, incomparably heavy, incomparably, a series of mortal feelings that Xiaohua had never experienced since he started cultivating flooded his mind. Xiaohua forced himself to open his eyelids, and saw Goldie lying on his shoulder. His heart relaxed, and just like Goldie, he fell into a sweet sleep. Xiaohua fell asleep, but his mind was still slowly changing. The spirit beast attacked Xiaohua's black soul thread through the Buddha Sarira's Dharma eye imprint, but because of the instinctive silver attack of the Dharma eye imprint, it was cut off. Immediately after, Goldie came out and killed the spirit beast. The soul thread was still left in the Dharma eye, and it connected the Dharma eye with the soul thread's attack. What was even more amazing was that Xiaohua's soul thread was also sucked out by the spirit beast's soul thread. The two soul threads were now entangled together, and they were originally the same thing. One had lost the control of the soul imprint, while the other had the soul imprint. The spirit beast's soul thread naturally fused with Xiaohua's soul thread, and this fusion process was completed naturally while Xiaohua was in a sweet sleep. Xiaohua's practice of the soul-absorbing bell was originally a beginner, and he was abnormally shaky. The easiest way to deal with a soul technique's attack was to counterattack. Under the spirit beast's attack, Xiaohua's soul thread was easily drawn out, and his mysterious soul was easily opened by the spirit beast. Fortunately, Xiaohua still had the Dharma eye imprint, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After the black thread fused, it gradually faded, and gradually entered the mysterious soul. Xiaohua slept sweetly for 9 days. Only on the morning of the 10th day did he wake up with the first ray of sunlight. After waking up, Xiaohua's spirit was abnormally full. He first saw the spirit beast's body on the ground. It didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Then he saw Goldie was still sleeping soundly. Only then did he feel completely relieved. He put Goldie into the space, then cast a spell on the spirit beast's body. With a point of his hand, the spirit beast's body flew into the air. Xiaohua flipped it around and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't see what it was. It seemed that there were no similar records in the Imperial Thunder Sect's ancient books. This thing. It can't be the night kite that those two Foundation establishment seniors were talking about a few days ago, right? Xiaohua suddenly thought. That's something that even core formation cultivators don't dare to provoke. How did it end up in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Furthermore, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden spirit formation and the spirit formation I set up are all unable to block it? Perhaps the Qi refining disciples who died in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden were also killed by this thing. No wonder that Foundation establishment cultivator didn't admit that he was the one who killed them. I thought he was just quibbling. Alas, fortunately I still have Goldie. Fortunately I still have the Dharma Eye imprint. Xiaohua was still somewhat shaken. He put the spirit beast's body into the space. When he examined the Dharma Eye imprint on the Buddha Saraira, he shockingly discovered that the imprint had already taken shape. Presumably, the Dharma Eye imprint had been stimulated by the spirit beast's instinctive silver light. It's a daunting experience without any danger. There are even some gains. Xiaohua happily thought. However, what are those black clouds and those black pillars? I feel they should be related to the soul. If those black pillars were enlarged, wouldn't they be similar to the soul strands? Damn it, those black clouds must be the mysterious place that hides the soul. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more excited he became. He cultivated a few soul cultivation techniques, but he still couldn't find the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin. If those black clouds were the location of the soul, then the 9 heavens of spirit origin must also be inside those black clouds. It seemed that Xiaohua still had some vague impressions of what was inside those black clouds. While thinking, Xiaohua took out the soul-absorbing bell. A few soul strands that were several times thicker than before were released from the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely easy for them to shake the soul-absorbing bell. Aha, it's true that riches come from dangerous places. It wasn't easy for this young master to cultivate these soul strands back then. Now they've unexpectedly become so thick all of a sudden. Xiaohua said with a smile. But immediately, his brows wrinkled again. Huh? Why are these soul strands so thick? It's as if they were innate. Could it be that they were left behind by the spirit beast? Moreover, how did these soul strands fly out from the Dharma Eye of the Buddha Saraira? While thinking, Xiaohua used his hand to rub his forehead again and muttered to himself in a low voice. It seems that the spirit beast attacked. I have some impression, but it's also vague. Can't the Dharma Eye of delirium break? I can use the Dharma Eye to see. Oh, I have some impression. I seem to have seen it before. As Xiaohua's eyes lit up, he recalled the scene he saw before. That set of red bones, a body of blood that flickered with specks of golden silk, moving meridians and 13,200 pitch-black specks. Maybe I can even see the location of the soul. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. He opened his Dharma Eye and looked very expectantly. Unfortunately, what appeared before his eyes wasn't what he expected, nor was it what he thought in his heart. In the Dharma Eye of delirium, what appeared before his eyes was truly a complete person. From head to toe, there wasn't a single spot that could be penetrated. That's strange. I clearly remember that I can penetrate inside. Xiaohua was somewhat dazed. Right at this time, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden moved again. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his Dharma Eye. When he arrived beside the spell formation, he saw that there were actually 2 more cultivators. One of them was actually even at the core formation stage. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly opened the spell formation and bowed in greeting. You're called Xiaohua? That Foundation establishment cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and asked. Correct, it's this junior. I wonder if senior. Xiaohua asked respectfully. This old man is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. You can call me Martial Uncle Chen for the time being. That Foundation establishment cultivator was clearly more amiable towards juniors. Did 2 Foundation establishment seniors come to your medicine garden a few days ago? Good, Martial Uncle Chen knows. There indeed were. Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile. However, the 2 seniors only rested at Junior's place for a while and immediately left. They also didn't leave behind their names. Junior doesn't know whether or not they were the people Martial Uncle is looking for. Did they say anything? Chapter 1837. Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded. The two seniors only told me to be careful of the door and not to go out. However, from what they said, it seems like they are looking for someone. Alright, please step aside. Martial Uncle Qian nodded. Xiaohua quickly stepped aside. Martial Uncle, please? Martial Uncle Qian said respectfully to the Golden Core Cultivator. The Golden Core Cultivator did not pay attention to Xiaohua at all. His eyes were wandering around. Xiaohua was not afraid. Last time he had spent a lot of effort to destroy the underground formation of the Eastern Ridge. Even if he was discovered, he could say that he did not know. However, he did not think that these two people would discover anything. As expected, once they entered the formation, the Golden Core Cultivator and Foundation Establishment Cultivator released their divine senses and searched the entire Eastern Ridge. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator even used the 5 elements escape technique to investigate the underground of the Eastern Ridge. When the Foundation Establishment Cultivator came out, he transmitted a few words to the Golden Core Cultivator. The Golden Core Cultivator also entered the underground. When the two of them came out, it was already after a meal. Their expressions were normal. Xiaohua could not see what they discovered. However, since they did not attack him, presumably, even if they discovered something, it had nothing to do with Xiaohua, right? Seniors, Junior has some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. Xiaohua stood in front of the Eastern Ridge Immortals Cave and waited for the two to come closer. He hurriedly tried to curry favor with them. No need, Xiaohua. You don't have to do anything. I will leave after a while. Martial Uncle Qian said with a smile. Then he turned to the Golden Core Cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, there is nothing strange about this Eastern Ridge herb garden. If we really want to investigate, I am afraid we will have to use that thing. The Golden Core Cultivator frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he nodded and said in a hoarse voice, This is the only place within a few hundred miles around here. I don't even know how to attack the other places. With Ice Cultivation I can only use that thing 3 times. This place is the most suitable place. But, Uncle Master, this seems to be the most unlikely place, right? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator laughed. The Golden Core Cultivator rolled his eyes. The most unlikely place is the most likely place. This place used to be full of spiritual qi, but it suddenly became violent, making it impossible to cultivate. Now that it has returned to its original state, there must be something wrong. Perhaps Chen Yuhua died because of this. Haha, then I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to give it a try. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator obviously didn't believe this and cupped his hands in greeting. The Golden Core Cultivator snorted and slapped his hand, taking out a palm-sized magic treasure from his storage pouch. Xiaohua's curious gaze swept over and he immediately cried out in astonishment in his heart. Why is this magic treasure so similar to that ferocious spirit beast? Sure enough, the edges of the palm-sized magical treasure were extremely thin, forming ripples. The entire surface of the magical treasure was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were some runes similar to green seal script faintly moving. When the light of the day shone on it, there was no reflection at all. Even Xiaohua's gaze showed signs of being attracted. Looking at the center of the magic treasure, there was also an oval mouth that was slightly uneven. As for what was inside, Xiaohua's eyes couldn't see clearly. The magic treasure flew into the air, and the Golden Core Cultivator sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. At the same time, his hands formed different seals one after another. When each seal hit the magic treasure trembled slightly. After dozens of seals, the magic treasure actually began to tremble rhythmically, similar to the spirit beast's trembling from before. Ouch! Between Xiaohua's eyebrows, the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira trembled along with the trembling. Xiaohua couldn't help but frown slightly. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator turned to look at Xiaohua and smiled. This is a spirit treasure, how can you casually look at it? Turn your eyes away. Yes. Xiaohua quickly turned his gaze away, and the Foundation Establishment Cultivator also formed a seal towards Xiaohua. Immediately, the trembling sound disappeared. Damn it, a spirit treasure, I thought it was a magic treasure. Xiaohua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but then he was shocked again. This is bad. Are they going to use this spirit treasure to find that guy, that cultivator named Chen Yuhua's soul? Won't they be exposed all of a sudden? Immediately the magic power in Xiaohua's body gradually gathered. But at this time the Foundation Establishment Marshal Uncle Qian turned his head and asked thoughtfully, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" "Let Marshal Uncle Qian know this junior is a bit uncomfortable," Xiaohua said with a bitter smile and pointed at the spirit treasure. "Oh," Marshal Uncle Qian didn't comment and said casually, "This is a spirit treasure, you can't use magic power. This thing won't harm you, you just need to ignore it." Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he quickly dispersed his magic power. "This is a late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator and a Golden Core Cultivator. I can't fight against them, I can only act according to the situation." Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. "I killed 2 Foundation Establishment Cultivators from Swallow Thunder Ridge, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace searched the entire Eastern Ridge for a late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The spirit treasure. I'm afraid this young master will be exposed." "Humph, this young master won't say anything even if you beat me to death, I don't believe," Xiaohua muttered in his heart. At first he was unyielding, but the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. A Golden Core Cultivator had countless methods, not to mention the soul-searching technique, but this spirit treasure might be able to restore everything. How can I escape? Xiaohua instantly began to plan. When the Golden Core Cultivator activated his spirit treasure, the vibrations of his spirit treasure matched the vibrations of the spirit beast's vibrations more and more. When all the spells were cast, the Golden Core Cultivator slapped his forehead, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. His face instantly turned pale. Immediately after, the Golden Core Cultivator opened his mouth, and a mouthful of essence energy sprayed onto the spirit treasure. With a swoosh sound from the oval-shaped mouth of the spirit treasure, hundreds and thousands of black threads, visible to the naked eye, flew out. These black threads had already flown out, and immediately flew in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator's eyes lit up. He saw that the thousands of black threads were originally flying in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, but there were actually many that were flying in the direction of Xiaohua's abode, and they actually shrank together, rushing into the abode. "This is your abode?" The Foundation Establishment Cultivator's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across Xiaohua's face. "It is." What could Xiaohua say? When this junior came, this abode already had one. For the sake of convenience, this junior directly lived inside. "Follow this old man." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator said to let Xiaohua follow him, but he didn't move, and instead let Xiaohua walk in front. At this time, the Golden Core Cultivator also stopped casting, and his gaze was very strange as he looked at Xiaohua as if he didn't believe it. What do I do? What do I do?" Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, this mysterious spirit treasure had already discovered Qian Yuhua's soul. In other words, Qian Yuhua died in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. "Damn it, what do you mean what do I do? Of course I have to run now." Xiaohua steeled his heart. "Don't tell me I have to wait for someone to search my soul?" With that thought, Xiaohua's magic power surged, and he was about to activate the Bright Thunder Escape. But at this time Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, and his magic power dissipated again. "What are you doing?" The Foundation Establishment Cultivator obviously noticed his abnormality, and he put his hand on his storage bag and asked sternly. This junior is a bit scared." Xiaohua said pitifully, but thinking that senior is behind this junior doesn't dare to use any yellow talismans. "And quickly go in, don't dawdle." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator berated. "Yes." Xiaohua responded, but he still walked into the abode unhurriedly. However, just as he stepped into the abode, there were several swoosh-swoosh sounds, and among the dozens of black threads, more than 10 of them actually flew out of the abode. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator was slightly taken aback, and he closely followed Xiaohua into the abode with vigilance. The inside of the abode was clean, and there wasn't a single black thread. "Marshal Nephew Qian. Those soul threads should have passed through the abode and directly flew out of the cave." Outside the abode, the Golden Core Cultivator's voice sounded. "Oh, this junior understands." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator sized up Xiaohua's abode, and he used his divine sense to check inside and out, then he brought Xiaohua out. "Humph, this senior was right. This senior killed Qian Yuhua outside the abode, so why did those black threads fly into the abode?" Xiaohua sneered in his heart. "If I hadn't thought of this, I'm afraid I would have already fled, right?" But why did the dozens of black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Could it be because of that spirit beast? Oh, of course. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the traces of Qian Yuhua's soul must have been left here, but didn't the spirit beast come that day? Wasn't the spirit beast killed by Little Yellow? Qian Yuhua's soul was either swallowed by the spirit beast or Little Yellow. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Palace brought a soul treasure that could only be used 3 times by a golden core cultivator, so what could they find? Xiaohua's guess was indeed correct. When he came out of the cave in the time it took to cook a meal, the thousands of black silks flew back and flashed back into the spirit treasure. Let's go. The golden core cultivator's face was pale. He waved his hand, and the soul treasure in the air flew into his hand and disappeared. And Martial Uncle, please. The Foundation Establishment cultivator nodded in response. When they were outside the formation, Xiaohua suddenly asked, Martial Uncle, Martial Ancestor, that soul treasure looks very strange. It's different from magic treasures like a spirit beast. The golden core cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and chuckled, You have some insight. It was refined from the body of the spirit beast Yi Kite. Many thanks for Martial Ancestor's guidance. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly bowed respectfully. And you should also hurry up and cultivate. Although this Eastern Ridge Herb Garden has a formation, it's not too safe. Hurry up and build your foundation, then go to Myriad Thunder Valley to open the abode. The golden core cultivator clearly knew Xiaohua's background before coming and said with a smile. Chapter 1838. Upon hearing foundation establishment, Xiaohua's face immediately became bitter. He smiled apologetically and said, If I could build my foundation, of course I wouldn't stay here for long. Although I don't know who seniors are looking for, it's obvious, sigh. Haha, the golden core cultivator and foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything else. After exiting the spell formation, they exchanged a few words with each other and flew towards the forbidden area where Yi Yuan was. Xiaohua's left hand, which he cupped his hands to send them off, slightly opened a slit. His silver eyes had just closed. That's strange. Xiaohua's expression was the same as usual. When he turned around and closed the spell formation, he was still pondering. In that golden core senior's meridians, the amount of true essence flowing like water doesn't seem to be as much as the foundation establishment seniors. However, in his lower dantian, there's a thumb-sized resplendent ball. That must be the golden core. In this foundation establishment cultivator's lower dantian, there's also some solidification. There are even some vortexes. I'm afraid he's also on the verge of condensing his golden core. But why can't I see their bodies, bones and other things? Why can my physical body see it? Moreover, my bones and other parts of my body are blocked? In addition, one of these 2 seniors' meridians is the same. It's exactly the same as the meridians I tempered at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. However, the second meridian is different. Presumably, the foundation establishment cultivators choose different mental cultivation methods, so the meridians they open are also different. Xiaohua flew towards the Immortal's cave while thinking, I haven't seen a golden core cultivation method, but from what I saw with my delirium eyes, it should be to refine the true essence in the 2 meridians that have already been opened, condensing that true essence into a golden core. It shouldn't be to open a 3rd meridian outside the 2nd meridian. In other words, all cultivators only have 2 meridians? Isn't that a bit too little? After all, there are still a lot of meridians in the body. Xiaohua was a bit confused, but then he mocked himself. Damn it, 1 meridian is already connected to the whole body. 2 meridians complement each other, forming the power of yin and yang. It runs through the whole body, so what's the point of having so many meridians? Who else would be like me, who would cultivate an additional meridian for the sake of that sliver of memory? Even if you build your foundation and refine 1 more meridian, you'll have magic power, but your lifespan won't increase. It's not as profound as the magic power of a core condensation cultivator. Who would joke around with their life and refine 1 more meridian? This young master had just tempered 1 meridian during Qi refinement and was scolded by master to the point that I was almost expelled from the sect. If any fool tempered another meridian during foundation establishment, wouldn't he be directly smacked to death by master? Qian Yuhua's death really annoyed the Qian Thunder Palace. Originally, they listened to the lecture in front of the practitioner of Jindan realm and went out to look after the alchemy furnace. But in the blink of an eye, the natal spiritual tablet was broken. There was no Lingli pill in the cave as Qian Yuhua said. When they asked the disciples in the cave, they didn't know where their master went. The Heavenly Thunder Palace used various methods to try to find out where Qian Yuhua had died, but in the end, everyone's eyes were focused on the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's Yequan Valley, which was not far from the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. After all, within the area that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's elders had circled out using a secret technique, only the Yequan Valley had not been carefully searched. But who dared to search the Yequan Valley? For a disciple in the late stage of Foundation establishment, would they lose a disciple in Jindan realm? Therefore Xiaohua's heart should be at ease. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He was full of energy and focused on refining the fire marrow flame crystal flame in his meridians. He wanted to accumulate genuine qi and finish practicing the last bit of the prairie fire cultivation method as soon as possible. He wanted to reach the peak of the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm and reach Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Damn it. Thinking that Cui Hongshan forced Xiaohua to call him senior fellow apprentice, Xiaohua wanted to smack this guy to death. Well, it was like smacking an annoying fly. However, when Xiaohua just entered the late stage of Lianqi realm, something happened again. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune came. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune didn't say anything, only indifferently telling Xiaohua to return to Myriad Thunder Valley. Just from the tone of the voice-transmitting rune, Xiaohua could tell how much helplessness didn't want to see him, but because of some reason he had no choice but to see him. Of course, listen to the last sentence of the voice-transmitting rune, "You haven't reached Foundation establishment yet?" Although it was a question, it was definitely true. When Xiaohua received the voice-transmitting rune, to tell the truth, he also didn't want to go. First, he didn't want to see helplessness's expression. Second, he didn't want to see Cui Hongshan. When fellow apprentices met, they had to greet each other. But Cui Hongshan wanted to suppress Xiaohua, so he had to make Xiaohua call him senior fellow apprentice. But why would Xiaohua hang on to him? I'll go. Master's summoning, how can I not go? Xiaohua smiled wryly. He put all the things he needed into a storage bag and also put the puppets working in the medicinal garden in the Eastern Ridge into his space. Only then did he open the magic formation and use an ordinary flight technique to fly towards Myriad Thunder Valley. During this time, although no more cultivators from the Heavenly Thunder Palace came to harass them, the disciples on duty from the Thunderous Thunder Palace did come to the blazed dawn grass. When they saw the changes in the spiritual aura of the Eastern Ridge, that disciple also felt it was strange and reported the abnormalities to the Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward. The Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward also sent someone to take a look. When he saw that Xiaohua had actually leveled a lot of the medicinal garden and planted a lot of spiritual plants, he was also very happy. The Thunderous Thunder Palace actually rewarded some medicinal pills for aura-refining disciples. Moreover, the tone of the disciple who came to take a look revealed a hint of something that made Xiaohua extremely unhappy. Originally, the Eastern Ridge only had one type of blazed dawn grass, so Xiaohua was naturally able to take care of it all by himself. But now that the spiritual aura of the world was abundant, this place naturally had to be rebuilt into a medicinal garden like before. A medicinal garden with all kinds of spiritual plants, so Xiaohua definitely couldn't do it by himself. It was possible that the Thunderous Thunder Palace would also send some disciples over to take care of the garden together with Xiaohua. Of course, this was also what that disciple said. As for how many disciples they would send and who they would send, everything was unknown. At least when Xiaohua left, there was still no news. Xiaohua cultivated while flying. He flew very slowly and only arrived in front of Helpless Immortal's cave after a long time. Without waiting for him to land, Helpless' divine sense swept over him. Conveniently, that mocking voice sounded again. "Sure enough, you still haven't built your foundation. Moreover, your flying speed is also very slow. You're really not advancing but retreating. Previously, when Xiangyang sent a message, you could definitely arrive in 4 hours. What about now? You're actually so slow. Alas, you don't want to see me?" Xiaohua landed and quickly walked to the front of the Immortal's cave. He smiled apologetically and said, "Disciple, wasn't this disciple thinking about a difficult cultivation problem on the way here?" "A difficult problem? What kind of difficult problem did you have this time? Why don't you tell me about it?" Helpless sat on the seat of honor in the Immortal's cave with Zhuo Minghui at his side. He seemed to be very interested as he asked this question. How could Xiaohua have any difficult problems? He was just casually talking about it. He thought Helpless would listen to him and really didn't expect him to ask him. Chapter 1839. Disciple is thinking, if a foundation establishment cultivator can open and refine a second completely different meridian, then can a core formation cultivator also refine a third completely different meridian? Xiaohua said almost without thinking. Hearing Xiaohua's question helplessly was first stunned, then his face revealed ridicule. He turned to Zhuo Minghui and said, "Did you see? What did your husband say? Can he reach foundation establishment like this? He's only at the peak of the qi refinement realm, and he's already considering the matter of condensing his core. This kind of ambitious person is the first I've seen in my life." Zhuo Minghui's face also revealed a trace of worry, and she said with a smile, "Xiaohua, you aren't thinking about how to reach foundation establishment. Why are you thinking about so many irrelevant things?" Disciple occasionally thinks about it. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Disciple's prairie fire cultivation technique and the fury flame technique master left for disciple to use in reaching foundation establishment are different. Therefore disciple thought about it so much. This guy is currently thinking about the problems of us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Where would he have time to think about foundation establishment? Helplessly mocked, "Do you think I should answer or not? This is a problem I only thought of when I got the core formation cultivation technique." Zhuo Minghui sighed and said, "Husband, it's better to say it. If Xiaohua keeps thinking by himself, maybe he'll think of the wrong thing. If you want to say it, then say it. I'm not in the mood. Xiaohua, master's wife, also doesn't want to say too much to you. You only need to remember that all the cultivators in our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world only cultivate 2 meridians. One main meridian, one auxiliary meridian, one yang meridian. They complement each other and bring out the best in each other. It's not like no one has ever tried cultivating one more meridian. However, not to mention cultivating one more meridian, even if you cultivate 10 more meridian, your magic power may increase, but your realm absolutely won't increase. There's nothing you don't know about foundation establishment. Foundation establishment's true essence is completely different from qi refinement's true qi, and its power is also different. Core formation and foundation establishment's true essence are also completely different. After core formation, the magic power is absolutely several times that of foundation establishment's true essence. Who would put in the effort to cultivate a third meridian? Disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and answered, "Understand my ass." He scolded helplessly, "If I had learned something, I wouldn't have let my imagination run wild and I wouldn't have walked the crooked path." Master, are you angry again?" A voice laughed as he walked in. Who else could it be but Cui Hongli? "My ancestor once said that excessive qi harms the liver, which is the greatest enemy of cultivators like us. Although Master is now a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment, he can't ignore this. Although we cultivators don't temper our bodies are the proof that we can use to comprehend the great Tao." Cui Hongli said loudly as soon as he entered the room. Master understands." He smiled helplessly and said, "With my cultivation and the cultivation of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, this bit of anger won't hurt me." Behind Cui Hongwen was another very gorgeous female cultivator. Unexpectedly, she was also a foundation establishment cultivator. This female cultivator's eyes were large, like a limpid pool. Although she didn't speak, the way she stared at Xiaohua was clearly filled with questions. It turns out that Xiaohua is here." Cui Hongli turned his head and said, "I was wondering why Master got angry again?" Xiaohua. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know if he was relaxed or angry. He glanced at Zhuo Minghui and Wu Hai. The two obviously weren't surprised by this name, so he could only sigh and cupped his hands. "Yes, Cui Hongli, how are you?" "Of course I'm good." Cui Hongli smiled and said, "I have now reached foundation establishment. Naturally, I haven't been as good as I am now." Then he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Qimeng, come and greet Master and Master's wife." So this is Qimeng." Zhuo Minghui's eyes were already looking at the female cultivator, waiting for Cui Hongli's introduction. At this time, she quickly stood up and called out in a slightly exaggerated manner. "Junior Dui Qimeng greets Martial Uncle Wu Hai and Martial Uncle Minghui." Dui Qimeng respectfully bowed to Wu Hai and Zhuo Minghui. "Forget it, get up." A smile appeared on Wu Hai's face, but Zhuo Minghui was already in front of her and reached out to pull her up. She turned her head and scolded Cui Hongli, "Look at you, this old woman kept saying that Qimeng should come and meet us, but you always said that she was cultivating. Today she didn't make any preparations but you brought her here." Master's wife, we just casually came to see the two of you. What's there to prepare?" Cui Hongli said with a face full of smiles. Martial uncles, this junior came to greet you. My master prepared a gift and asked this junior to bring it. Please kindly accept it. Dui Qiming followed Zhuo Minghui to a chair at the side. She didn't hurry to sit down, but clapped her hand and took out a pure white jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Zhuo Minghui. Martial uncle Diu is too polite. Zhuo Minghui smiled and received it. When she opened the jade bottle, she was shocked and said, "This is over 6,000 years old. Siming fruit?" Yes, martial uncle has good eyesight. Dui Qiming's tone was slightly proud. She smiled and said, "My master obtained this 10 years ago when she was traveling. She hasn't used it much and this junior's cultivation isn't enough. It's just right to give it to the two martial uncles." Then I thank your master. Zhuo Minghui handed over the jade bottle and said with a helpless smile. Then she looked at Zhuo Minghui. However, Zhuo Minghui's face was slightly embarrassed. Xiaohua's heart moved and was about to go up, but he heard Zhuo Minghui say, "I didn't expect you to come back today. It seems that I didn't prepare enough." "There's no need." Dui Qiming didn't say anything. Cui Hongli waved his hand and said, "When we came, Qiming already said that she wanted to give master and master's wife a surprise. There's no need to mention any gifts." Damn it, since it's like this young master's spirit herbs will be saved. Xiaohua's footsteps stopped. Why aren't you sending a message to your eldest martial brother? Tell your sister-in-law and the others to hurry over." Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, "It's rare for our myriad Thunder Valley to gather like this. This disciple has already sent it. Eldest martial brother will be here in a moment." Cui Hongli smiled and said, "Hongli does things properly." Zhuo Minghui praised. Dui Qiming looked at Xiaohua with her bright eyes and said with a smile, "This is junior martial brother Xiaohua, right? I heard Hongli mention you a lot." Alas, Xiaohua looked at Dui Qiming and sighed in his heart. He couldn't tell her age just from her appearance. He could only address her based on her cultivation. However, when he saw Dui Qiming's expression and Cui Hongshan's expectant gaze, he stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets martial aunt Dui. Dui Qiming was very shocked, and her expression was a bit exaggerated. She covered her mouth and glanced at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan also looked surprised and puzzled. Then Dui Qiming hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao, I and Hongshan are friends of the same generation. Your master is also I's martial uncle. Junior martial brother addressing I like this, I can't accept it." Then she turned her head and rebuked Cui Hongshan. "You see, how is junior martial brother Xiao as unbearable as you say? Why aren't you coming over and saying something? Don't blame me. How would I know?" Cui Hongshan's face was full of smiles. He raised his hand and said, "Xiaohua has never called me senior martial brother. I thought that if you followed me back to Myriad Thunder Valley, he wouldn't call you that. Who would have thought that he would actually call you martial uncle?" Cui Hongshan's warm smile was indeed eloquent. Dui Qiming very knowingly smiled back at him. Then Cui Hongshan turned his head and said to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, Qiming is I's dual cultivation partner. If you call her martial uncle, then wouldn't you also have to call I martial uncle? Who is your dual cultivation partner?" Dui Qiming's face was crimson, and she immediately rebuked. "Did you see?" Xiaohua's face was calm as he said, "Martial uncle Dui didn't admit it." "You." Cui Hongshan's smile was somewhat cold, but it was only for a moment. He said with a smile, "In the end, you're not willing to call me senior martial brother? What do you think?" Xiaohua glanced at him and said without any trace of politeness, "So, Xiaohua, I have a question. What if I was Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation? How would you call I?" Dui Qiming's face was still red, but she still asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Dui, there are many names in Xiaoyu continent. Can't you call me whatever you want?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Dui?" Dui Qiming clearly didn't expect Xiaohua to answer like this. "Xiaohua," she helplessly scolded, "how can you not know the rules? Why aren't you calling me senior martial sister? Martial uncle Dui? There's no need." Junior doesn't dare to compete with Xiaohua on lightning plains. Dui Qiming said with a smile. Junior is also afraid of being trapped to death by his countless fireball talismans. Dui Qiming was obviously joking and wanted to ease the atmosphere. However, Dui Qiming, who hated Xiaohua's lack of initiative the most, immediately turned cold after hearing this. Dui Qiming was very sensitive and discovered Dui Qiming's strange expression. She was slightly stunned and didn't understand the reason, so she quickly looked towards Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan had told Dui Qiming about Xiaohua and Yan Xiefeng's battle as a joke, only wanting to make the beauty smile. At this moment he was also embarrassed. Just as he was about to mediate the situation, footsteps came from outside the cave. It was Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian walked at the front and saw Xiaohua and Dui Qiming as soon as she entered the cave. She also felt the coldness in the cave. After bowing to Zhuo Minghui, Yan Qinglian walked in front of Dui Qiming and held her hand with a smile. I've always heard Junior Marshal Brother Cui talk about Junior Marshal Sister, but I never had the chance to meet you. I didn't expect Junior Marshal Sister Dui to be so beautiful. It's no wonder that Junior Marshal Brother Cui was able to pick Junior Marshal Sister Dui out when he went to Dui Lei Palace on official business. Senior Marshal Sister Yen, from what you're saying, I was also following Master's orders and coincidentally went out with Junior Marshal Brother Cui. Dui Qiming was a little shy and answered in a low voice. Yan Qinglian also responded in a soft voice, and the two of them casually chatted. Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze swept past Xiaohua, and an indescribable feeling surfaced in his eyes. He asked very strangely, Xiaohua, why did you come uninvited today? Is there an omen of Foundation establishment? I naturally have my own reasons for coming. As for Foundation establishment or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Xiaohua said indifferently. Hehe, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao naturally came because he received Elder Brother's message. Xiang Yang quickly said. Chapter 1840. Your message. Helplessness sneered. Your summoning talisman is still in your storage bag, right? I was the one who told him to come. Hehe, Disciple forgot. Xiang Yang scratched his head and said honestly, Disciple was thinking of looking for Junior Marshal Brother Xiao these past few days. When I saw him come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, I thought it was me who sent the summoning talisman. But I didn't think it was Master who sent it. Why are you looking for him? Helplessness wanted to get to the bottom of this. What Helplessness didn't expect was that Xiang Yang actually said very naturally, It's like this, Master. Disciple felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and now it's time for Foundation Establishment disciples to go out and gain experience. Qinglian wants to go out and gain experience, so Disciple also wants to accompany her. In the past, I was the only one in 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Master often went to stand guard, so Disciple didn't really go out and gain experience. But now, Junior Marshal Brother Cui has opened a residence in 10,000 Thunder Valley and needs to nourish his true essence. Disciple will ask for leave from Master and go out and gain experience. Not bad. You really haven't gone out for a long time. Also, Helplessness had a rare amiable expression and didn't scold Xiang Yang anymore. But halfway through he stopped and changed the topic. You go out with Qinglian more often, and you don't have to come back so early. My 10,000 Thunder Valley has Hongshan, so you don't need to worry. Yes, Disciple understands. Xiang Yang bowed. Cui Hongshan also smiled. Eldest Senior Marshal Brother, please go. Master has little brother here to look after him, so nothing will happen. Then I'll have to trouble Junior Marshal Brother Cui. Xiang Yang turned his head and smiled. Also, eldest Senior Marshal Brother doesn't need to worry too much about teaching Xiaohua. Master already told little brother that little brother won't lower himself to his level. Cui Hongshan glanced at Xiaohua and said to Xiang Yang, Damn, an early Foundation Establishment cultivator wants to teach this young master? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, Junior Marshal Brother Cui misunderstood. Seeing this, Xiang Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I just wanted to call Xiaohua over and ask Master a favor. Your Senior Marshal Brother and I will take Xiaohua out to gain experience. See if you can. Eldest Senior Brother? Xiaohua's eyes were somewhat moist. Previously, when Xiang Yang said that he was going to take him out to gain experience, he just casually said it. However, he didn't expect that eldest Senior Brother, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would actually still be thinking about his Foundation establishment when he went out to gain experience with his sister-in-law. This made Xiaohua. How could he endure this? Helplessly, he looked at the incomparably loyal eldest disciple in front of him. He was used to scolding him, but the words were stuck in his throat like cotton. He couldn't bear to say a single word. An indescribable numbness rushed into his eyes. Even if he used the secret technique of the late Foundation establishment stage, he couldn't stop it. Helplessly, he had no choice but to look around the cave as if there were many old cobwebs. He rolled his eyes a few times before he sighed and continued to scold, You have good intentions. Why didn't you build your foundation earlier? Even if you're not at foundation establishment, you still don't need to guard Myriad Thunder Valley. Master, there's no need to uncover old memories. It was rare for Xiangyang to see helplessness and warmth. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, To be able to see that my Myriad Thunder Valley now has Junior Martial Brother Xiao and Junior Martial Brother Cui, and that Junior Martial Brother Cui is now a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Disciple has never regretted what he did before. Alas, Xiangyang, my Myriad Thunder Valley owes you. Zhuo Minghui said the words that she couldn't say no matter what. Listen to what Master said, Disciple is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. Doing things for Myriad Thunder Valley is my duty. If Myriad Thunder Valley doesn't exist anymore, it won't be Disciple's Myriad Thunder Valley anymore. How can Disciple still be Master's disciple? Xiangyang said very naturally, then turned to look at Cui Hongshan. In the future, Junior Martial Brother Cui's burden will be heavy. Not only will you have to bear the honor of Myriad Thunder Valley, but you will also have to bear the harmony of Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Hongshan naturally knew what Xiangyang was talking about, but he just smiled and nodded slightly. In addition, I made you two lose face in front of the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I've always felt guilty. Today I'll take this opportunity to apologize to you two for making you, alas. Xiangyang didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed deeply. Eldest senior martial brother, what are you doing? Cui Hongshan was stunned and moved. He hurriedly grabbed Xiangyang's hand. Ever since he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was different from Xiaohua. Xiaohua hid in the eastern mountain range and only wanted to cultivate properly. He, on the other hand, wanted to rely on the methods of an aristocratic family's disciple to blend in with the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and create his own world. In this way he would be ridiculed by the other disciples. Xiangyang's matter and Xiaohua's matter had deeply pierced his heart. Although he was still respectful to Xiangyang, which was far from the way he treated Xiaohua's side, there was naturally no lack of complaints in his heart. Now, although he had followed his own wishes and made himself the backbone of the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, when he saw Xiangyang suddenly deign to bow to him, he was still shocked. How could Cui Hongshan stop Xiangyang from bowing? When Xiangyang bowed, Cui Hongshan was still somewhat at a loss and looked helplessly at him. No expression could be seen on helplessness's face, as if he was thinking about something. Junior Martial Brother Xiao. Xiangyang walked in front of Xiaohua and prepared to bow. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's hand was still the same as before, as firm as metal and stone. Xiangyang couldn't bow and couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Junior Martial Brother wants me to use my full strength? Eldest Senior Martial Brother, what did you do wrong? On what basis are you apologizing to little brother? Xiaohua's face was heavy like water as he said, Little brother has never felt that eldest senior martial brother has lost little brother's face. Moreover, little brother has always been proud to have an eldest senior martial brother like you. No matter if it was in the Thunder Palace or the Imperial Thunder Sect, as long as little brother mentioned eldest senior martial brother's name, I would always respectfully address you, never slacking off in the slightest. If eldest senior martial brother feels that little brother is wrong, then eldest senior martial brother can use your full strength to apologize to little brother. AI junior martial brother Xiao, this is a knot in big brother's heart, you, don't make things difficult for big brother. As Xiangyang spoke, sure enough, he stirred up his magic power and very stubbornly bowed in greeting. Eldest senior martial brother, if you bow like this, then little brother's heart knot will also be born. You, also don't make things difficult for little brother. Xiaohua smiled and raised his arm. At this time Xiangyang was incomparably flabbergasted. This time was different from before. He really wanted to bow, and the magic power in his body had already been stirred up to 70%. He was now a middle foundation establishment cultivator. 70% magic power was not something a peak chi condensation disciple could compare to. Even if Xiaohua's divine power was astonishing, he still absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. Xiangyang. Helpless, he opened his mouth in a rare occasion. What Xiaohua said is correct. These past few years, Master has been too harsh on you. The one who should say words of apology should be Master. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1841. Zhuo Minghui also agreed. Since Xiaohua doesn't want you to bow, you shouldn't make things difficult for him. If you make things difficult for him, you're also making things difficult for us. Don't tell me you also want your master to apologize to you? Hehe, you see, eldest senior brother. You should get up. Xiaohua smiled and raised his arm, actually helping Xiangyang up. At the same time he even winked at Xiangyang. This. Xiangyang was stupefied. He still hadn't removed his magic power and was helped up by Xiaohua just like that. He almost wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was dreaming. There was only one thought in his mind. Junior brother Zhao's strength, how great is it? Husband master's wife is right. Yan Qinglian brushed her sleeves and said with a forced smile, don't make things difficult for Xiaohua. You're making things difficult for yourself. Oh. Xiangyang came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and sighed. I have really shamed myriad Thunder Valley. My heart. Xiaohua interrupted. Doesn't eldest senior brother still have Xiang Zhili? His name will definitely spread throughout Dawn Rain continent in the future. Hehe, that's just a reason for me to comfort myself. Xiang Yang's brows relaxed and he shook his head. Moreover, even if his name spreads throughout Dawn Rain continent, it's still Xiang Zhili's name. What does it have to do with his father? Xiang Yang originally liked talking about Xiang Zhili very much, but he was unwilling to talk about it now. Clearly he was also somewhat disappointed. Alright husband, Xiaohua has been here for a long time. You should also tell him about this matter. Zhuo Minghui saw that Cui Hongshan was somewhat embarrassed and Dui Qiming was sitting there, not knowing how to interrupt. Helplessness's voice was also amiable as he said, Thunderclap Palace sent an order. Now that the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spiritual energy has recovered, many kinds of spiritual herbs are needed. I'm afraid you alone won't be able to do it. You should assign some new disciples to manage. Xiaohua frowned and thought, as expected, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is no longer a pure land. However, I've already replied to this matter. You should also return the token to Thunderclap Palace. Helplessness said expressionlessly. What? Xiaohua asked curiously. Because they will be leaving in 10 days and you will also be leaving the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in 10 days. He clapped his hands helplessly, and 2 messaging talismans appeared in his hands. He raised his hand and said, Sun Lei Palace's martial uncle Sun Ming sent a message. Her disciple is going out to experience Foundation establishment, and she specifically asked for you to accompany her. Master can't disobey martial uncle Sun's words. Besides, you've been meditating in the Eastern Ridge for a long time. It's time for you to go out and gain experience. I've already agreed to it. Then he looked at Xiangyang and said gently, your eldest senior brother is also going out to train. You can go with him. Shueshue? She is already about to build her foundation? Xiaohua stared blankly. He hadn't received Shueshue's message. He didn't expect that Shueshue would enter Foundation establishment so soon. I'm afraid only Shueshue who has reached Foundation establishment would allow you to accompany her. How could other people trouble an aura-refining disciple like you? Look at you. You joined the Imperial Thunder sect at the same time as Shueshue. Back then Shueshue was only in the 7th layer of aura refining, but you're in the 10th layer. Now she unexpectedly wants to build her foundation before you. It's fine if you know the inside story, but if you don't, won't you push this matter onto me? You'll say I didn't teach my disciple well. This time you have to comprehend more. I'm not asking you to build your foundation this time, but you have to make more preparations for building your foundation in the future. 50 years? Alas, you're still some distance away from 50 years. And disciple understands. Xiaohua was also happy to hear his master's tactful tone. He bowed and said, disciple will certainly remember what master said. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he helplessly glared at him. You don't have to say one thing to my face and another behind my back. You only need to remember half of what master said, and you won't be distracted. You could have built your foundation long ago. Then he thought of something and turned to Dui Qimeng. Martial niece Dui must also know that Dao is always the most important thing in cultivation. If you don't have Dao skills, no matter how powerful your magic is, it's useless. Yes, martial uncle is right. Dui Qimeng slightly stood up and said, Master has also warned I many times that Dao is the foundation, and magic is the end. Only when one's Dao skills are solid can magic be effective. If one only pursues the profoundness of magic and the mysteries of magic, then they're neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. Good. Helplessly clapped and said, Such a simple and easy to understand principle, but some people just don't take it seriously. If they're simply obsessed with magic, then it's not that they're not making progress, but they're still biting off more than they can chew, trying to comprehend other things by analogy and master everything. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Wasn't helplessness talking about him? Unfortunately, helplessness said too little. Xiaohua wasn't just biting off more than he could chew, he wasn't just comprehending other things by analogy. No matter if it was the cultivation method of the 18th layer of qi refining, the phoenix battle body, or the dragonization art, which one of them could helplessness even dream of? Let's not talk about the soul cultivation method, the Buddha's Sarira, or the heavenly Tao space. Master, disciple will go back and reflect on his mistakes. Xiaohua bowed and said, "What do you mean by closing your door and reflecting on your mistakes? You're not happy just because I said a few words to you?" Helplessness was rather moved by Xiang Yang's matter, so he spoke more and then he berated. Junior martial brother Xiao just found out that he's going to go out and gain experience. Time is tight, so let him go back and pack up, and prepare to hand over to the disciples sent by Thunder-Shocking Palace. Xiang Yang hurriedly said. Helplessness unhappily glanced at Xiang Yang and coldly snorted, "I don't know what I've done to have accepted you two as disciples. One is honest and considerate, one is compassionate, one is always considerate of others, and the other doesn't dare to be ruthless. Damn it, if it was me, I would have crushed that guy to death like a chicken. He actually dared to behave atrociously in my 10,000 Thunder Valley." These words were very abrupt. Dui Qiming was slightly stunned, not knowing what helplessness meant. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Helplessness scolded him so ruthlessly in front of the Temple of Life and Death because he didn't act ruthlessly towards Yan Xiefeng. That's right, Zhenjie bullied Myriad Thunder Valley and forced helplessness to swear a blood oath on the spot. This opportunity to go out was wasted by Xiaohua, so how could he not be angry? After entering the Temple of Life and Death, everyone was responsible for their own life and death. Even if he crushed Yan Xiefeng to death, Zhenjie absolutely wouldn't say a single word of complaint. If he didn't let his master be happy, then the unlucky one would naturally be him. AI, master, 2 people from Thunder-Shocking Palace died in this disciple's hands, and this disciple is currently not Zhenjie's opponent. Of course, I don't want to cause more trouble. Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Forget it, go back and reflect on yourself. Helplessness waved his hand and said, I've already sent the message to Thunder-Shocking Palace the day before yesterday. I'm afraid that the people coming will go to Eastern Ridge in a few days. After you hand over, go stay in Xiang Yang's cave for the time being. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and left. Dui Qiming listened with interest and also watched with interest as Xiaohua calmly left. It was as if Xiaohua's scolding of helplessness was nothing more than a passing wind. Even she could see that although Xiaohua said he understood, he actually didn't take it to heart. How could Dui Qiming not know? This was also the first time she saw a disciple who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When Xiaohua returned to Eastern Ridge's medicine garden and looked at the medicine garden that he used his puppet to level, Xiaohua's heart was filled with emotion. Although he didn't personally level it, it was still the result of his hard work. Originally, he thought that he could still stay here for a few more years until he reached Foundation establishment before he could leave. Who would have thought that his master's plans couldn't compare to his master's? Helplessly, he was sent away with a single sentence. However, accompanying Shui Shui in her experiential learning would be a sweet journey. It would also be a good way to make up for what he owed her. Moreover, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, 2 experts in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, would accompany her. He only needed to hide behind the 2 of them, so why not? The spiritual plants in Eastern Ridge's medicine garden were all planted in Xiaohua's space, so he didn't put them away. Instead, he returned to his cave and put away the spirit talisman for the rabbit formation and the formation plate for the heavenly fire formation. Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and cultivated outside his cave. 10 days passed in a flash. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't receive any message from Shui Shui. Just as he was astonished, the disciples of Thunder-Shocking Palace arrived. This time there were actually 10 of them. The first was a disciple who joined Thunder-Shocking sect a few years later than Xiaohua. His cultivation was already at the early stage of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. The 9 following behind him had even weaker cultivations, only at the early stage of the 9th layer of the qi refining realm. The 10 of them respectfully saluted Xiaohua, then took out the Thunder-Shocking Palace's order and handed it over to him. Xiao Hua glanced at it, then handed the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's order tablet over to them. He smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I entrust this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden to you." Junior Marshal Brother Lu's name was Lu Jing. After receiving the order tablet, he put it away properly and said with a smile, "The Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden is sparsely populated, so no one likes to come here. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've been here alone for so many years. We all admire you. If it weren't for the abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth, to tell you the truth, even if you beat I to death, I wouldn't have come here." Xiao Hua was amused by Lu Jing's frankness. He smiled and said, "I naturally like tranquility. This place is the most undisturbed place, so of course I would choose this place. Let's go, I will tell you all about the medicine garden I've opened these past few years." "Thank you for your trouble, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao." The 10 people bowed. When the 10 people saw the medicine garden Xiao Hua had opened and leveled, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The other 9 people looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lu Jing who shook his head and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've really worked hard. With this kind of foundation in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, we don't need to work too hard." "It's nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand, feeling content in his heart. Then he looked at the others and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I have some questions. Can I ask you in private?" "Of course." Lu Jing nodded. "That's right, I also have some questions to ask Senior Marshal Brother." "Okay." Xiao Hua let the 9 people familiarize themselves with the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's terrain, then he brought Lu Jing to his abode. "What questions do you have?" Xiao Hua asked. Lu Jing looked around and asked in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, I heard that many disciples have died in this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Moreover, several seniors have also died nearby. Is this true?" Chapter 1842. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He glanced at him and asked curiously, "Where did you hear these things from?" This disciple entered the Imperial Thunder sect, so I naturally don't know these secrets. However, among the disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge with me this time, there were indeed a few direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Their eyes and ears weren't as closed as mine. I don't know where they got the information and told me in private on the way here." Lu Jing smiled apologetically. However, since Senior Brother Xiao has been here for so many years, these things are obviously just rumors. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and smiled. These things might be true. However, I have only opened the formation of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in these past few years. I absolutely won't go out unless something happens, so naturally I haven't encountered anything strange. Presumably, you also know that there's a forbidden area of my Imperial Thunder sect near the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. The so-called senior's death should be related to that forbidden area. As long as we don't go near the forbidden area, there shouldn't be any problems. Like I said. Lu Jing smiled. If something happens, it's definitely something you ask for. However, junior brothers all wanted me to ask senior brother if there's any secret life-saving technique, so I have no choice but to ask. Life-saving secret technique? Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. I killed Yi Yuan, so you guys naturally won't have to worry about your lives. As for the ruthless methods of Foundation Establishment seniors, presumably you guys also won't encounter them. I don't have any secret techniques. Well said, we're all fellow disciples. If I can say it, I will naturally say it. Xiao Hua nodded. This is a life-saving matter, so I won't hide it. Then, senior brother, what do you want to ask? Lu Jing also asked. Oh, I just saw on the order that among the 10 disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge, there were actually 4 or 5 disciples surnamed Zhen from the Thunderous Palace. These disciples, don't they usually work in the more comfortable chores of the Thunderous Palace? Why did they come to the Eastern Ridge? I originally thought I saw wrongly, but it seems that's not the case. These are the direct disciples of the Thunderous Palace that I just mentioned. Lu Jing smiled. However, their cultivations haven't improved, so they weren't favored by the Thunderous Palace masters. Naturally, they were sent to the Eastern Ridge. The direct disciples of the Thunderquake Palace are actually unable to make any progress in their cultivation? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Haven't their aptitudes always been better than the disciples we sent to the Imperial Thunder sect? A faint smile appeared on Lu Jing's face as he said, Senior Brother Zhao's words were true a few years ago. However, there are some changes now. Those direct disciples no longer have good aptitudes. Even those who had good aptitudes before have begun to regress. Why is that? Xiaohua was even more baffled. He had never heard of a person's aptitude regressing. Who knows? Lu Jing said disdainfully, I won't hide it from you, senior martial brother. These direct disciples have been cultivating for a longer time than I. Even when I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, my cultivation was only slightly higher than theirs. Over the years, I's cultivation has been constantly increasing while they have stagnated. Even they themselves don't know the reason. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua faintly nodded. That's not all. Among the disciples who entered the Imperial Thunder sect, the vast majority of the disciples from cultivation clans such as I improved their cultivation very quickly. Comparatively speaking, only half of the direct disciples are able to keep up. Lu Jing said very proudly, otherwise the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden wouldn't have let me lead the group. Of course, if Senior Martial Brother Xiao didn't have to go somewhere else, this place would naturally follow Senior Martial Brother Zhao's lead. What about the loose cultivators? What are their cultivations like? Xiaohua asked very naturally. This disciple isn't too sure. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of Lu Jing's mouth. This disciple doesn't have a good relationship with any loose cultivators. Furthermore, recently my Imperial Thunder sect has rarely recruited disciples from loose cultivators. Xiaohua still wanted to ask a few more questions, but at this moment, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden was making a ruckus. Lu Jing noticed it and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, take a look. They might not necessarily be looking for me. Who would have thought that when Lu Jing opened the spell formation of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden, there would be two charming female disciples outside. One of them was actually at the early stage of foundation establishment. Lu Jing didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted. Xiaohua smiled and said, what are the two of you doing here? The two people who came were Shui and Sun Shu. I heard that Junior Martial Brother Xiao was going to go out with Junior Martial Sister Shui to gain experience. As your Senior Martial Sister, I naturally came to send you off. Sun Shu said with a smile like a flower. Xiaohua smiled and looked at Shui again. He said warmly, I'm afraid you already knew? Why didn't you send me a message earlier? Shui was somewhat shy and her face was slightly red. I didn't plan to go out and gain experience. It's just that Master is going into seclusion. She said that she might not be able to come out during the training period, so she simply let me go now. As for Master sending a message to Martial Uncle Helplessness, I just found out. Sun Shu's face was filled with undisguised envy. She nudged Shui with her arm and said with a smile, Junior Martial Sister, you should be content. Last time, in order to bring Junior Martial Brother Xiao out to gain experience, I spent a lot of effort. You, on the other hand, Master already arranged everything. I can't help but envy you. Senior Martial Sister, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator. How can you lower yourself to the same level as me? Shui said with a smile. Lu Jing was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect this unremarkable Senior Martial Brother Xiao to have such a good relationship with two female disciples with profound cultivations. It was to the extent that they were both at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm and had a faint feeling of dual cultivation. Alright, let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand and turned to Lu Jing, saying, Junior Martial Brother Lu, I'll leave the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to you. I'll have to trouble you in the future. I don't dare. Disciple will wait for the day Senior Martial Brother Xiao builds his foundation. Lu Jing hurriedly returned the greeting. Don't worry, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, Sun Shu quickly said. Junior Martial Brother Qian also said that he would send you off. He should be here by now. Junior Martial Brother Xiao is going out to gain experience. How could I not come? Sun Shu's voice hadn't faded away when Qian Diheng's figure flew over from afar. Thunder evasion. Seeing this, Lu Jing's jaw almost dropped, especially when he saw that Qian Diheng was only an early-stage foundation building cultivator. Oh my, even Senior Martial Brother Qian came to send me off. Junior Martial Brother is really honored. Xiaohua smiled and pulled Shui's hand to welcome him. Sun Shu, on the other hand, didn't find it strange at all and flew up as well. Damn it, this Senior Martial Brother Xiao seems to not care about this foundation building senior at all. Lu Jing's eyes revealed an envious expression. In midair, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch. He said with a smile, This is something I prepared for you. Junior Marshal Brother, please accept it. I hope that Junior Marshal Brother can return with a full load this time. Xiaohua took it and swept it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, the storage pouch you gave Junior Marshal Brother last time already had a lot of foundation building pills. What are these few pills for? Are you afraid that Junior Marshal Brother won't have enough? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1843. Don't mention it. Qian Diheng waved his hand. The foundation establishment pill from last time was what Junior Brother Xiao deserved. Moreover, that thing is easy to sell outside. It's very easy to exchange for magic tools and spirit stones. This time, I asked for these pills from the Earth Thunder Palace's alchemists. The quality is excellent. It's a token of my appreciation. Xiaohua understood and his heart felt warm. He put away the storage pouch and said with a smile, then this little brother won't be polite. If there are any good things during the training, this little brother will also remember to give you a share. Qian Diheng's eyes lit up and he laughed. Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. Diske. Xiaohua shook his head in disappointment. Senior brother Qian is really too unscrupulous. That. Hearing Sun Shu's voice, Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head. Sure enough, Sun Shu was also holding a storage pouch and looking at Xiaohua with a smile. Forget it. I'll take them all. Xiaohua laughed loudly and took them without any trace of politeness. You're all at the early stage of foundation establishment. I'm only at the qi refinement realm. What do you need? Let's hear it. Qian Diheng glanced at Sun Shu and smiled slyly. Go ahead and take it. We won't dislike it. Xiaohua looked at the two and was speechless for a moment. Xiaohua, let's talk while we walk. Shui thought Xiaohua was embarrassed and changed the topic. Xiaohua held Shui's warm hand and smiled. Don't worry. We still have fellow travelers. Who else wants to go out for experiential learning? Shui was obviously disappointed. It's I's eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law. Xiaohua smiled. Wait for I to send a messaging talisman. Oh, so that's how it is. Shui suddenly understood. Not long after, Xiang Yang's messaging talisman flew back. It was already on the way to the Imperial Thunder sect. Let's go. Eldest senior brother is almost there. Xiaohua urged his transcendence energy. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also flew behind him like how they did in the past, heading straight for the mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Imperial Thunder sect was still there, but there weren't any disciples on the way down the mountain. Only the people of the Myriad Thunder Valley were standing in front of the guest pavilion. When Xiaohua arrived, Helpless and the others seemed to have already warned Xiang Yang. Looking at Xiaohua, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng, Helpless swallowed the words he wanted to scold back. Only after the four of them came forward to greet him did he glance at Xiaohua and say indifferently, follow your eldest senior brother out. If there's anything, just ask more. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed in thanks. Shui will go out with you to gain experience. Learn from others. Even if you can't build your foundation this time, you have to prepare for the future. Helplessly, he said, also, ask your eldest senior brother what's going on with the second foundation establishment. This is also a rare opportunity for you. Yes, Dizzy understands. Xiaohua replied again. The things that Master gave you have already been handed over to eldest senior brother. I also have a few medicinal pills here. You can keep them for yourself. Cui Hongshan heard Helpless' words and clapped his hands. Very naturally, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage pouch and handed it over. His intentions were admittedly good, but his actions were rather condescending. Xiaohua didn't even look at it. He shook his head and said, many thanks, I have never lacked medicinal pills. You. Cui Hongshan frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the displeasure on Helpless' face. In his heart, he was delighted and said somewhat pitifully, you and I are from the same sect. You don't even want to accept I's small token of appreciation? Little brat, what are you doing? Helpless' expression suddenly changed and he cursed. Your senior brother Cui has good intentions. How can you treat other people's good intentions as ill intent? Then he looked at Cui Hongshan and said, Hongshan, ignore him. This guy is probably worried that he won't be able to build his foundation and will waste medicinal pills for nothing. Seeing the pride on Cui Hongshan's face, Xiaohua became angry. He stared straight into Cui Hongshan's eyes. After a few breaths, the anger on his face disappeared. He stepped forward and bowed. Many thanks for Senior Chui's good intentions. Junior already has enough medicinal pills and doesn't dare to ask for more. Junior appreciates Senior's good intentions. Xiaohua's address actually had a hint of cutting off all ties. Little brat. Helpless became even more furious. Okay, it's already late. They should also leave. Zhuo Minghui hurriedly said, moreover Xiaohua is with Xiangyang. He can't use any medicinal pills. Helpless coldly snorted and no longer looked at Xiaohua. Cui Hongshan also had an innocent expression. Thus Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian took Xiaohua and Shui, bowed to everyone and went down the mountain along the mountain path. When the four figures disappeared from the mountain path, Helpless' gaze was still there. It was unknown whether he was looking at Xiangyang or Xiaohua. Xiangyang's group of four flew out of the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than half a day. Xiangyang was the first to stop in midair. He turned to look at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Junior brother Xiao, where are we going? Where? Xiaohua was stunned, then understood. He hurriedly turned to Shui and asked, Shui, where are you going to train? Me. Shui's eyes moved and said with a smile, Master left a message. I'll listen to Senior brother Xiao wherever we go. It can't be. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiangyang and said, Senior brother, tell me, where are you going? Everyone got it wrong. Xiangyang also said with a smile, because we heard that we were going to train together with junior sister Shui, we thought that Marshal Uncle Sun had already arranged everything. We just had to go together. We didn't have much preparation before. Where did senior brother want to go before? Xiaohua asked. We don't have anywhere to go. We just want to take advantage of the time and walk around Xiaoyu continent. Xiangyang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of their gazes were filled with tenderness. Junior sister has a place to go, but I don't know if I should say it. Shui saw that everyone didn't have any ideas, so she said somewhat shyly. Junior sister Shui, there's no harm in saying it. Yan Qinglian said with a smile. Junior sister read a travelogue in Sun Lei Palace. It talked about the Guihe Sea. From the records, the sea was extremely beautiful, like a paradise on earth. As Shui said this, she actually started reading. Unknowingly, the surroundings were completely engulfed by darkness. Everywhere was pitch black, and the sea seemed even more unfathomable. Everything was silent, and only the waves beat against the beach, letting out a low and rhythmic sound. The playful little waves were no longer as turbulent and surging as they were during the day. They gently caressed the reefs on the shore, letting out a hua-hua sound. It was as if they were humming a moving lullaby, lulling people to sleep. The vast sea seemed to be connected with the sky. The torrential waves crashed against the reefs, letting out a thunderous sound. In the azure night sky, a full moon cast its clear radiance onto the ink-blue waves. A long, trembling pillar of light appeared on the surface of the sea. The sea was like a mother who had just woken up, emitting a warm aura. The gentle waves were a morning song she was humming. The seagulls were like her children, flapping their wings to this song and circling around her chest. Great! Xiaohua and Xiangyang didn't speak. Yan Qinglian now clapped her hands and said with a smile, I've long heard that the sea is the place where all rivers return to their origin. It's just that I've never been there. Junior sister Shui's words are exactly what I was thinking. Xiangyang helplessly looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes were also filled with helplessness. After all, Xiaohua didn't hear anything from what Shui said just now. What blue waves, what blue sky, what azure night sky, how could they compare to the profoundness of the heavenly Tao? How could they compare to the enjoyment of cultivation? Unfortunately, since Shui said so, and Yan Qinglian also agreed, the two male cultivators probably didn't have any excuses. It was still Xiangyang who reacted quickly. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Madam's words are exactly what I was thinking. I also wanted to see the majesty of the sea for a long time. Great. Xiaohua curled his lips. He didn't think that his usually honest senior brother would be so flattering. Darling Xiao. Shui asked somewhat sweetly, Are you going? Great. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said in surprise, Junior sister Shui really spoke the truth in I's heart. I've long wanted to see the magnificent waves of the sea. If it wasn't for junior sister's reminder, I would have forgotten my many years of wish. Xiangyang laughed and said, Then we'd better hurry up and leave. After flying for another half a day, they saw that the sky was already dark. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other and both of them landed at the foot of a mountain. Xiang Yang said with a smile, "It's already late. We don't need to constantly be on the move. Let's rest first before leaving." "Very good." Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue and also agreed. But then Xiang Yang said, "We husband and wife will find a cave to rest. You two can also find a place to rest." After saying that, the two of them held hands and flew to the east, leaving behind Xiaohua and Xue Xue, who looked at each other in dismay. Damn this senior brother. Xiaohua was actually slightly embarrassed. Xue Xue's face was even redder. But after a moment, Xue Xue said in a mosquito-like voice, "Xiaohua, when your senior sister Xue goes out to experience the world, how does she rest?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Naturally I'm alone. How would I know how the three of them rest?" "Then, what about Xiaohua and big sister Hongxia?" Xue Xue's voice became even softer. Could it be that you want to know?" Xiaohua's heart swayed. He held Xue Xue's small hand and said in a low voice. Xue Xue's face was abnormally hot, but then it became somewhat pale. She forced a smile and said, "Xiaohua, I haven't built my foundation yet. What you and big sister have done is not something I can accept. I hope Xiaohua can forgive me." How could Xiaohua not know? He used his right index finger to tap the back of Xue Xue's jade-like hand and said with a smile, "Your husband also hasn't built his foundation. Wife also has to forgive your husband." Bah! Xue Xue spat lightly. Her heart was indescribably sweet. This experience was really what she was looking forward to. But then Xue Xue stared blankly and anxiously said, "Oh Xiaohua, you haven't built your foundation. You actually and big sister Hongxia." Speaking to hear, Xue Xue's face became even redder. Chapter 1844. Of course. Xiaohua was stunned. Obviously he hadn't thought of it until now. The Imperial Thunder Sect only allowed dual cultivation disciples after they built their foundation, or maybe aura refining disciples were no longer able to advance, so they were allowed to find a dual cultivation partner among aura refining disciples. He hadn't built his foundation yet, but he was already dual cultivation with Hongxia Fairy. Would it affect his cultivation? However, when he thought about how vigorous he would be after dual cultivation and how his cultivation would advance rapidly, Xiaohua denied it again and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it won't affect my cultivation." "That's good." Xue Xue's heart finally relaxed after hearing this. She held Xiaohua's hand, and her palm was unexpectedly a little wet. "I hope Master will take pity on me." Her words were really a pun, causing Xiaohua's heart to boil with anger again. "Let's go, we'll find a cave to rest in." Xiaohua blinked his eyes. His words naturally also had a pun, causing Xue Xue's redness that had just subsided to surge out again. "Ah." Xiaohua laughed and released his divine sense, but after searching for a long time, he really couldn't find any suitable place in the surroundings. "Forget it, let's do it here." Xiaohua pointed his finger at the foot of the mountain, next to a small stream. "There's no cave here, right?" Xue Xue was a little hesitant. Although sleeping outside was nothing for peak aura refining disciples, Xue Xue still felt that it wasn't safe. "Watch your husband's methods." Xiaohua waved his hand, and several puppets appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the place Xiaohua pointed at. They seemed to be familiar with the place, and in just a moment, a rather flat cave appeared in front of Xue Xue. "This cave, how is it?" Xiaohua waved his hand and collected the puppets standing in front of him, then said with a smile, Those are puppets?" Xue Xue asked, dumbfounded. "Exactly. Such precious things, you actually used them to make a cave?" Xue Xue couldn't help but ask. "Haha, not letting them work but making your husband work?" Xiaohua pulled Xue Xue's hand and strolled into the cave. Although Xue Xue had confided in Xiaohua and Xiaohua had accepted it, this was the first time they had stayed together so intimately. Her heart was beating wildly with her own footsteps. Xiaohua seemed to have heard her thoughts. With a clap of his hand, he took out several dozen sparkling talismans and waved them to lay out the array. Xue Xue scanned the array with her divine sense and discovered that her divine sense couldn't penetrate the array. While she sighed with admiration at her sweetheart's brilliant methods, her entire body went soft. Seeing that Xue Xue actually went limp on his arm, Xiaohua lowered his head and kissed Xue Xue's forehead. He said tenderly, "Xue Xue, don't worry. If I don't get your master's permission, I won't officially dual cultivate with you. I definitely won't make things difficult for you." Xue Xue's heart was filled with love, but at the same time, there was also a trace of disappointment. She kissed Xiaohua back for a while, then said with her charming eyes, "This concubine knows that Xiaohua treats this concubine the best." After that, the two of them were intimate for a while, then each occupied a corner of the cave and closed their eyes to cultivate. Not to mention Xiaohua's calm face, he was neither happy nor sad as he focused on refining the flames in his meridians. Shue's heart was in knots. After thinking about it, she looked at Xiaohua's body covered in terrifying flames and didn't circulate her cultivation technique for the entire night. When the sky brightened, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "What were you thinking about last night? This husband wanted to remind you, but I was afraid that you'd easily go berserk if you forced yourself to cultivate, so I didn't stop to talk to you." "Nothing." Shue forced a smile. Then, as if she thought of something, she clapped her hands and took out a pink jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. "What's this?" Xiaohua took it and immersed his divine sense into it. There was a layer of restriction inside the jade slip. "This is this concubine's gift to husband. Husband, please don't forcibly break the restriction at this time." Shue hurriedly stopped Xiaohua and said, "This restriction is my Sun Lei Palace's secret technique. It's extremely mysterious. If you forcibly break it, you'll only need to touch it slightly to destroy the thing inside the jade slip." Then, Xiaohua was even more baffled. When the time comes, husband will naturally know." Shue's face was crimson red. "Haha, this husband knows?" Xiaohua embraced Shue and lightly kissed her. Shue responded strongly as if venting out last night's tossing and turning. "That's right, when husband was cultivating, what was the flame around your body?" Shue was a little out of breath and asked curiously. "Nothing else, it was a type of spirit stone that this husband uses for cultivation." Xiaohua released Shue and said with a smile, "However, it's already gone now, and it's also useful for fire attribute constitutions." "Oh, so it's like that." Shue suddenly understood. Right at this time, Xiang Yang's message talisman flew from outside the cave. Let's go, eldest senior brother is getting impatient from waiting." Xiaohua smiled and opened the message talisman. "It's your fault for dilly-dallying." Shue used her fist to pound Xiaohua's back and rebuked. "Me?" Xiaohua was abnormally wronged. "I didn't do anything." Of course, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's gazes didn't think so, they both looked thought-provoking. Xiaohua wanted to say something but he didn't know how to open his mouth, he kept feeling awkward. After flying for half a day he finally understood. Xiang Yang originally didn't think much, but he and Shue probably thought too much, right? Sure enough, when he looked at Xiang Yang's gaze again, it was incomparably clear, without any meaning. Shue also seemed to understand, and her previous shyness also gradually disappeared. After flying like this for several days, just as they were about to pass through a teleportation formation, Shue's expression suddenly changed. She pulled Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Husband Xiao, this concubine, suddenly has an idea. I don't know if I should say it?" "Say it." Xiaohua saw Shue being so serious and knew it was a bit troublesome, so he asked in a low voice. "This concubine has already entered the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than 10 years, except for the second year when I officially entered the Imperial Thunder Sect and met Uncle at Misty Mountain once. I have never contacted Uncle in all these years. This time this concubine came out to gain experience. I want to go back and see them." Shue said hesitantly. "Why not?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Where is Misty Mountain? Is it on the way?" "Although it is not on the way, there is no need to go too far. After all, there is a teleportation formation." Shue's face revealed a happy expression. "However, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, rashly returning to the sect. I am afraid it is not appropriate, right? Your master didn't let you return?" "No, master only let you make the decision. She doesn't care where you go to gain experience." Shue naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. "Ah, that's right. Your husband is a loose cultivator and has nothing to do with your Misty Mountain. It's precisely because I want to go to the Misty Mountain to gain experience. What can the elders in the sect say?" Xiaohua said proudly. Husband is indeed wise." Shue's face lit up with joy. When Xiaohua told this matter to Xiang Yang muttered to himself, "My Imperial Thunder Sect has always prohibited disciples from contacting their own family without the sect's permission. Junior sister Shue's actions are really inappropriate." If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1845. Yan Qinglian saw the change in Xue Xue's expression and quickly pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve. She smiled and said, "This is all junior brother Zhao's arrangement. What does it have to do with Xue Xue? Junior brother Xiao isn't from the Misty Mountain. It doesn't conflict with my Imperial Thunder Sect's ban." Xiang Yang scratched his head and said, "That's true. Xue Xue didn't contact the Misty Mountain. The sect's ban didn't say that disciples can't pass by their own place." "That's great." Xiao Hua clapped and said, "I also want to see Senior Ling. I wonder if his cultivation has improved." Seeing Xiao Hua clapping and praising, Xue Xue's previous uneasiness disappeared. After all, Ling Jingyi previously used the pretense of treating Xiao Hua well. If Xiao Hua was a narrow-minded person, she really wouldn't dare to go to the Misty Mountain in advance. Let's not talk about Xue Xue bringing Xiao Hua and the others through the transmission array to the Fog Mountain. Let's talk about Xuanyan School's Gold Goose Mountain Range, a place with dense spiritual qi. All kinds of spiritual grasses flourished and several spiritual sparrows flew back and forth in the thicket, appearing rather carefree. It was completely different from the busy Yanling Palace not far away. Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator appeared where the clouds were moving. It was Fairy Yingzhua, who was at the late stage of nascent soul. Fairy Yingzhua flew over and pressed down on the clouds. Her face was filled with hesitation. "Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, since you're already here, why don't you come in and meet me?" A strange voice came from behind the spiritual grass, from within the cave that was close to the mountain stream. I don't know if fellow Dongshan is here. I don't dare to rashly transmit my voice." Fairy Yingzhua's voice was actually very polite. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain's voice also rang out. "This place was originally your Xuanyan cult's location. Fellow Taoist Yingzhua is the true master. This poor Taoist is merely a guest. Fellow Taoist, you had better hurry in. So many disturbances." Fairy Yingzhua descended from the sky and slowly walked in from outside the medicinal garden where the spiritual grasses were planted. The Immortal's cave behind the spirit grass wasn't very large, but it was very exquisite. Fellow Taoist East Mountain, whose face was still covered, wore a green robe and sat on a prayer mat. In front of him was a fist-sized round pot, which floated in the air and tumbled non-stop. Under the round pot, there were a few wisps of light green flames. The flames were licking the round pot. True Samadhi fire? Fairy Yingzhua's gaze was immediately attracted by the light green flame. She said with a smile, "In my morning rain continent, the number of Taoists who can have such pure Samadhi true fire as fellow Taoist Dongshan can be counted on one's fingers. The true Samadhi fire is indeed rare in the Dawn Rain continent, but in my 10,000 demon realm, it's nothing." Fellow Taoist Dongshan raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, please take a seat. Fellow Taoist has come at the right time. I am currently refining my 10,000 demon realms fine dew liquid. I will be done in another hour." Jianghu liquid? Isn't that the spirit tea that fellow Taoist mentioned before that can cleanse the heart and spirit? Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. It was obviously very unexpected. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to remember what I said casually." Fellow Taoist Dongshan said with a smile, "It's a pity that one of the spirit herbs needed in the fine dew liquid doesn't exist in this Dawn Rain continent. I can only use another spirit herb as a substitute. As for the effect, I don't know." "Great." Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and said. After that, Fairy Yingzhua didn't speak anymore. She just sat beside fellow Taoist East Mountain and watched quietly. Fellow Taoist East Mountain was also extremely leisurely. Those wisps of true Samadhi fire seemed to be sentient. Following fellow Taoist East Mountain's faintly discernible technique, it was like a few fire spirits dancing around the round pot, and the round pot was still tumbling disorderly in mid-air. However, as she watched, Fairy Yingzhua's face showed a dignified expression. She had already discovered that the round pots rolling in the air actually contained an extremely obscure rule. It was even close to a kind of fluctuation. Fellow Taoist Dongshan raised his eyes slightly. Seeing Fairy Yingzhua's dignified expression, he also showed a trace of surprise. Then he concentrated on controlling the true Samadhi fire. "Okay." Until half an hour later, fellow Taoist Dongshan let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the wisps of true Samadhi fire disappeared. As he cast a few spells, the round pot that was originally rolling suddenly spun violently. Quick! When the round pot had spun a large number of times, fellow Taoist Dongshan stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the top of the round pot. Then he chanted a mantra. The round pot immediately stopped moving and didn't move at all. Go, fellow Taoist. Dong Shan clapped his hand, and a cup that was only the size of 2 thumbs flew out from the ground in front of him. That cup flew in front of Fairy Yingzhua and stopped in front of her. As he pointed his finger, a green water column flew out from the round pot and fell into the cup. It was exactly filled to the brim. And as the water column flew out, the entire cave residence was suddenly filled with an extremely faint strange fragrance. The strange fragrance seemed to be there but not really there. The nose couldn't completely smell it, but the heart could completely comprehend this fragrance. Fellow Taoist, please? Fellow Taoist. Dong Shan raised his hand and gestured. Then he took out another cup and poured a cup. Fairy Yingzhua's eyes stared at the seemingly bottomless green waves in front of her. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and the spiritual tea in the cup suddenly turned into a ball of water and entered her mouth. As the fine dew liquid entered her mouth, Fairy Yingzhua's beautiful eyes slightly opened. Then she immediately closed her eyes. The expression on her face suddenly changed. All kinds of emotions appeared one after another, and in the end, it turned into a tranquil calmness. After the time it took to eat a meal, Fairy Yingzhua let out a long breath and opened her eyes. She sighed and said, "The spiritual tea of the 10,000 demon realm is really worthy of its reputation. After tasting it today, the spiritual tea of the Dawn Rain continent, how can it enter eyes? Ah!" Fellow Taoist. Dong Shan clapped his hands and laughed. How difficult is it for Fairy Yingzhua to taste this spiritual tea? The Dawn Rain continent has all kinds of spiritual herbs. I only need to give the refining method to fellow Taoist. Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Hee, of course I'm serious. Fellow Taoist. Dong Shan clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Fairy Yingzhua and said, "This contains the refining method of the fine dew liquid. I hope fellow Taoist will kindly accept it." "So, thank you very much, fellow Taoist Dong Shan." Fairy Yingzhua accepted it without hesitation. Just as she was about to put it into her storage bag, she heard fellow Taoist Dong Shan say, "It's a pity that this fine dew liquid can only be refined 2 cups at a time. Any more and the taste will be bad. Moreover, without the special spiritual herbs of the 10,000 demon realm, the effect of promoting cultivation is still a bit lacking. It's okay. To be able to have such good food, I'm already satisfied," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. After Fairy Yingzhua put away the jade slip, fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled and said, "I wonder why fellow Taoist Yingzhua came today?" "I came today for 2 things," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. "It seems that there is good news." Although there was some surprise in fellow Taoist Dong Shan's tone, his face was calm. "Fellow Taoist guess is correct," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. "The first thing is about fellow Taoist Dong Shan. The person that fellow Taoist Dong Shan asked I to inquire about has some clues." "Really?" Fellow Taoist Dong Shan opened his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed through his eyes. That fierceness was actually very sharp. Even Fairy Yingzhua looked away slightly and nodded. "Yes. However, the specific location and whether it is what fellow Taoist said, I am still not completely sure." "Great." Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and said, "It's good that there is news. However, this matter must not be reckless. Do not beat the grass to scare the snake. Before I am ready, there must not be any mistakes." "Yes." Fairy Yingzhua said again, "Moreover, the things that fellow Taoist asked I to prepare have been prepared for most of them. Only when those extremely rare materials are in my hands, I will have fulfilled my promise to fellow Taoist." Hee, fellow Taoist Yingzhua, please rest assured that I will definitely not have a problem with my promise to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan nodded and said, "As long as fellow Taoist can help I complete that matter, I will definitely help fellow Taoist step into the spirit severing stage." Of course I'm not worried about fellow Taoist Dong Shan. I also know that fellow Taoist Dong Shan has this secret method. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, "But from the hunting seedlings plan, I can see fellow Taoist foundation. I have never been worried about this." Then fellow Taoist Yingzhua today? Fellow Taoist Dong Shan asked curiously. It's nothing. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, "I's cultivation has almost stagnated in the past few years, and the progress is very little. I feel that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Gold Goose Ridge seems to be a bit abnormal, so I especially came to ask fellow Taoist Dong Shan if you have also noticed it." "Really?" Fellow Taoist Dong Shan shook his head and said, The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Dawn Rain continent is not the same as the heaven and earth spiritual qi in my 10,000 demon realm. I did not completely absorb the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Dawn Rain continent to cultivate, so I did not notice anything. I have disappointed fellow Taoist. Oh, so it's like this. Fairy Yingzhuo's expression did not change and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Dong Shan has any secret method? If I's cultivation stops here and cannot advance to the peak nascent soul stage on time, even if I can help fellow Taoist achieve your wish, if you want to advance to the spirit severing stage, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. When fellow Taoist Dong Shan heard this, he frowned slightly and closed his eyes to think carefully. After a moment he opened his eyes and asked, Fellow Taoist used the fine dew liquid just now, did you feel any progress in your cultivation? Yes, of course there are some benefits. Otherwise I would not ask for the method. Fairy Yingzhuo said without hesitation. I understand. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan's face showed a trace of a smile. I do know a few secret methods, but they seem to have some shortcomings. If the fine dew liquid is beneficial to fellow Taoist, I do have a secret method. Where is the secret method? Fairy Yingzhuo asked with some incredible joy. This. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan was a little hesitant. What? Does fellow Taoist think that I am asking for too much? Fairy Yingzhuo was a little displeased. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled and said, Of course not, the more fellow Taoist wants, the happier I will be. This means that fellow Taoist I will be able to properly handle what fellow Taoist wants. The reason why I am hesitating is because I do not know what kind of changes there are in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so I do not dare to tell fellow Taoist. From what I see, I should wait for I to clearly examine the abnormalities here before telling fellow Taoist in detail. Chapter 1846. Great. Fairy Yingzhuo clapped her hands and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Dong Shan. Haha, I don't dare, I only hope that fellow Taoist Yingzhuo will fulfill I's wish as soon as possible according to our agreement. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled apologetically. Subsequently, Fairy Yingzhuo spoke with fellow Taoist Dong Shan for a while, then took her leave. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan sent Fairy Yingzhuo out. Looking at Fairy Yingzhuo's departing figure, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately he returned to his cave residence, but came out a moment later, still covering his face. His whole body flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. Far away in the southeastern corner of the country of Shi, there was a mountain range that looked rather majestic. There was a place where a thick fog lingered. The color of the fog was different from that of the yellow flower ridges or ray formation. It was very dense and natural. However, it was also different from the fog of the Yulian Mountains. It was in the form of threads and was far less viscous than the fog of the Yulian Mountains. This was the misty mountain where Shui Shui lived since childhood. Since it was known as bewildering fog, there was naturally something fishy about this mountain. The two mountain ranges enveloped by bewildering fog were precisely 9 coils and 18 bends. Mountain paths crisscrossed and mountain caves were densely packed. Ordinary people could only enter once and it would be difficult to find a way out. This kind of dangerous place was naturally an extremely dangerous place in the eyes of secular people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was an exceptionally good place to stay. Thus, at some unknown time, there were almighty cultivators who used divine abilities to set up a formation near Bewildering Fog Mountain. Combining the natural Bewildering Fog Mountain with the unpredictable formation, it formed an impregnable defense, and Bewildering Fog Mountain became famous in the Dawn Rain continent because of this. Of course, the inheritance of the Misty Mountains Ling family to this day was still considered to have some reputation among all the families in the cultivation world. However, their cultivation methods had declined, and their talents had withered. They were already at the bottom of the middle class. In this kind of situation, as the head of the family, Ling Jingyi had the will but was powerless. At this moment he was standing at a high place, gazing at the snow-like and cloud-like fog between the mountains. His brows were knitted together. Next to him was a white-clothed cultivator with a dark complexion, thick eyebrows and large eyes. There was a trace of simplicity between his eyebrows. Although his appearance was quite similar to Ling Jingyi's, his expression was completely different. This person was Ling Jingyi's only son, Ling Feiyun. Feiyun. After a while, Ling Jingyi looked away from the mountain mist and turned to Ling Feiyun. His eyes were full of kindness. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun also seemed to be in a daze. So he quickly replied. Hee, what are you thinking about? You're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm, so you're considered one of the best in the Ling clan. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. I miss big sister. Ling Feiyun didn't try to hide anything. She always said that I'm stupid and that I can't go beyond the 9th level of Qi refining. I wonder how surprised she will be when she finds out that I've reached the 10th level. Hee hee, you child. Ling Jingyi smiled and said, Shui Shui saw that you were slacking off, so she specially reminded you to be on alert. You are really stupid. Hee hee, boy didn't know when he was young, so he was quite angry. Ling Feiyun patted his forehead in embarrassment. It wasn't until Big Sister went to the Imperial Thunder School that the boy gradually understood. Everyone has to grow up. Even though father reminded you that day, you didn't seem to take it to heart. You only had the energy to compete with your sister? Yes. So many years have passed, Big Sister was already at the 9th level of Qi refining. Now, is she at the 11th level? Is she doing well in the Imperial Thunder School? Aha, you don't need to worry about that. The Imperial Thunder School is not something my Misty Mountain can compare to. The 11th level is at the very least. Even the 12th level is within reach. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. Really? Ling Feiyun's face was full of joy as he asked. It's a pity that I haven't heard from Big Sister for so many years. I wonder how her cultivation is now. That boy. Can we also send him to the Imperial Thunder School? If he can enter the Imperial Thunder School, wouldn't that boy be able to be with Big Sister? Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face frowned again. Is there something wrong with what the boy said? Ling Feiyun quickly asked. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. What can be wrong? The children of my cultivation family entering a cultivation school is the most honorable path. It's also the path to heaven. There's nothing wrong with it. However, Father called you here today because there's something I want to discuss with you. Father, please speak. Ling Feiyun respectfully asked. Well, first of all, it was not easy for your sister to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Although Father had made some preparations, in the end, it was still your sister's own luck. Not to mention having someone to help her enter the Imperial Thunder School, in the end, she was able to become the disciple of a golden core cultivator, all because of her physique. I'm afraid you can't learn these two things. Eh? Someone to help her? Wasn't that Father's preparation? Haha, Father did want to prepare, but I can't directly reach the place where the Imperial Thunder School is recruiting disciples. Your sister was lucky and happened to meet a cultivator she was familiar with. She didn't say the specific situation, only that she relied on that person's help. Who is this person? Since sister is familiar with him, the boy must also know him. Ling Jingyi's face showed a trace of a strange, shook his head and said, You don't need to ask about this person's name. You definitely don't know him. Oh, so it's like this. Ling Feiyun was very obedient and didn't ask, then asked, What about physique? Sister and the boy both have the blood of the Ling family. Is there a big difference in physique? Ling Jingyi regretted saying this, but seeing Ling Feiyun's confusion, he waved his hand and said, Your sister has the hidden thunder physique. It's exactly the same physique as the golden core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School. That's why she was favored by that senior. Strange, the boy has the fire physique. I always thought sister had the same physique. How did she become the hidden thunder physique? Ling Feiyun asked. How would Father know about this matter? It was the golden core cultivator who confirmed it. Ling Jingyi rolled his eyes and pushed the matter away. Then, the boy has the fire physique. He should be able to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Ling Feiyun said again. Unfortunately, although the Imperial Thunder School mainly recruits disciples with the fire and thunder physiques, the thunder physique is the first choice. You might not be able to enter if you go. Ling Jingyi shook his head and said, Moreover, how can all the disciples of our cultivation family enter the same school? Unless your sister cultivates to the golden core realm, our Misty Mountain will have some shade. Well, the boy knows. Ling Feiyun smiled and said, You can't put all your eggs in one basket. That's right. Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and said, but his tone changed again. Father originally wanted to arrange for you to participate in the selection of the Jianghu sect next year, but now I'm a little hesitant. What? Father, do you have any concerns? Ling Feiyun asked with some confusion. Chapter 1847. Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and said, I didn't want to tell you this because I was afraid you would feel burdened. But, you're the eldest son of the Ling family and it's time for you to make a choice. It's better to tell you. Father, please tell me. I got some information from Father that there are some special changes in the cultivation families on the Xiaoyu continent. Ling Jingyi chose his words carefully and said, many of the big families have had their bloodline awakened, and even more of the bloodline awakened after joining the cultivation sects. The most famous one is Yun Jichong from the Yun family of Su Yan. He's already an early foundation establishment cultivator and his fire dragon bloodline has awakened. Father, what do you mean? Ling Feiyun was stunned and his face was a little strange. This kind of thing can naturally be spread in the cultivation families. Didn't Yun Jichong enter the Huanhua sect? How could the Huanhua sect let this kind of thing spread? Hehe, do you think the Huanhua sect cares? The Huanhua sect even sent Yun Jichong back to the Yun family of Su Yan to find the inheritance of the Su family. They want to see if they can cultivate Yun Jichong into a nascent soul master and reproduce the power of the ancient true spirit bloodline. Yes, boy understands. Yun Jichong's life spirit tablet is in the Huanhua sect. The sect has many ways to control him. Ling Feiyun nodded. Yes, and the Huanhua sect probably wanted to hide it from the beginning. However, there are too many awakened true spirit bloodlines on the Xiaoyu continent. The fire dragon bloodline of the Yun family is too conspicuous. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to, so they just made it public. North Qingyang, South Su Yan. Since the fire dragon bloodline of the Su family has awakened, what about the Kai family of Qingyang? Ling Feiyun frowned. I'm not sure. There's no news about the Kai family of Qingyang. Ling Jingyi was very satisfied with Ling Feiyun's understanding of the cultivation families. He patiently said, however, the most famous Hongxia fairy of the Kai family also entered the Huanhua sect. I'm afraid her bloodline won't be easy to awaken. After all, she's from a side branch and her bloodline is a lot thinner. Boy, I understand Father's concern. Ling Feiyun nodded and said, it's just that, none of my Misty Mountain's bloodline has been awakened yet. Boy, is it certain that his bloodline will be awakened? If the boy's bloodline doesn't awaken, then, wouldn't that delay his cultivation? This is also why I'm hesitating. Ling Jingyi nodded and said, if you awaken your bloodline after joining the Shanghua sect, it will only be a gift to the Shanghua sect. My Misty Mountain will not be brightened by you. But if you don't enter the Shanghua sect, it will be difficult for you to enter the foundation establishment realm, and the chances of your bloodline awakening will be smaller. Hehe, what's so difficult about that? Big Sister must have already reached the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. We'll know soon after she builds her foundation, right? It won't be too late for the boy to make a decision after her bloodline is awakened. Ling Feiyun said with a smile. When Ling Jingyi heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his face as he thought to himself, if it was that easy, would Father still be troubled? However, he forced a smile on his face and said, that's right, it's good to wait a little longer. Although Ling Feiyun was simple and honest, he wasn't stupid. He was sharp enough to see his father's troubled expression. Just as he was about to ask, a red message talisman flew out from the fog and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi. Ling Jingyi crushed the message talisman and Pu Jinyuan's voice came from it. Brother Ling, I'm Pu Jinyuan from the Flying Phoenix sect. Today I've specially brought Brother Chen Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect and Brother Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect to visit. Please open the formation. Chen Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect? Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect? Ling Jingyi was stunned and he couldn't help but frown again. He asked curiously, when did Pu Jinyuan get to know the cultivators from these two sects? Father, the Flying Phoenix sect was close to our Misty Mountain for a period of time more than 10 years ago. However, there was no news from them after that. Senior Pu also hasn't come for a long time. Today he suddenly brought two seniors to visit. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Ling Feiyun said worriedly. Yes, the ancestral magic artifact of the Flying Phoenix sect is very similar to the ancestral magic artifact of our Misty Mountain. Furthermore, they complement each other. The legacies of our two sects are naturally related. Back then, Pu Jinyuan also got close to our Misty Mountain because of this. However, the legacies of our two sects have been passed down for too long, and many details have been lost. In the end, we could only leave it as it is. Pu Jinyuan's visit today definitely doesn't come with good intentions. However, the problem is that I can meet Pu Jinyuan, but how can I not meet the cultivators from the Yellow Flower sect of the Spirit Husbandry sect? Ling Jingyi had schemed against Pu Jinyuan back then, so he naturally had a guilty conscience. Although he couldn't be sure whether Pu Jinyuan was here today for the magic artifact, since there were two foundation establishment cultivators here, representing two sects, Ling Jingyi couldn't not welcome them. Go. Tell the disciple to open the formation. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and instructed solemnly. Father, Ling Feiyun said anxiously, since you know that they don't come with good intentions, why did you still let them in? Haha child, there are many things that you can't just not do if you don't want to. There are some things that you have to do even if you know that they can't be done. Ling Jingyi smiled kindly and said, furthermore, since they have entered our Ling family's formation, it's much better than being outside of the formation. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun's face turned cold. He nodded his head fiercely and clenched his fist. Furthermore, we don't know what Pu Jianyuan is up to. It might not be anything bad. After Ling Jingyi finished instructing, his figure flew into the thick fog between the mountains. Ling Feiyun slapped his storage bag and took out a flying talisman. He used his Fa Li to fly in another direction. Ling Jingyi's figure landed on a towering mountain rock that was filled with thick fog. He first closed his eyes and waited for a moment. When the fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated, he slapped his hand and took out a simple-looking jade pendant from his storage bag. Under the influence of Fa Li, the jade pendant emitted a misty red light. When the light was the size of a flame, Ling Jingyi pointed his finger and the flame turned into the shape of a small swallow and rushed into the fog in front of him. The red light rushed out of the fog and created a 10 feet wide passage. Ling Jingyi put away the jade pendant and slowly moved forward. Before he reached the center of the passage, he heard Pu Jinyuan's laughter in front of him. Ha, fellow Ling, long time no see. How are you? Ling Jingyi smiled and cupped his hands. I have always been good. I didn't expect fellow Pu to bring two fellow Taoists here today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. It's okay. We were passing by the fog mountain and suddenly thought of something. That's why we took the liberty to visit. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. Come, let me introduce you two fellow Taoists. The person in front was about 50 years old. He was short and had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. Although he was wearing a new Taoist robe, his pale yellow eyes made him look like a thief in the marketplace. This is fellow Taoist Jianghu Zhan of the Yellow Flower sect. Jianghu? When Ling Jingyi saw that person's appearance and heard that person's name, he was rather surprised. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Knowing that something was amiss, he hurriedly tried to cover it up. However, Jianghu was still able to sense it. He glanced at Ling Jingyi and sneered, What? Fellow Taoist Ling, you don't welcome I? Of course not. Ling Jingyi knew that he was being rude. He quickly cupped his hands and said, I've heard of Huanghua sect's name for a long time. I've never had the chance to meet an expert from your sect. Now that I've met fellow Taoist Zhan, I'm very happy. How can I not welcome you? Jianghu waved his sleeves and ignored him. This is bad. Just as Yun are expected, they don't come with good intentions. Ling Jingyi thought to himself. Pu Jianyuan didn't give him time to think. He pointed at another unusually fat cultivator who was as thick as a water bucket and said, This is fellow Taoist Chen Yuming from Spirit Husbandry sect. Spirit Husbandry sect is a sect that I's reputation has been known for a long time. I've also visited your sect before. Unfortunately, I only stayed for half a day in the guest hall. After visiting fellow Taoist Jian Mingqing, I came back. I didn't really meet the other disciples of your sect. Ling Jingyi smiled and said, Now that fellow Taoist Jian is here, I's wish has been fulfilled. Aha, fellow Taoist Ling has actually met senior brother Jian? Chen Yuming opened his eyes that were almost narrowed into slits and asked in surprise, Then, when did this happen? Hehe, I'm afraid it's been decades. Ling Jingyi's face was a little awkward as he replied, That's because I hadn't built my foundation yet. I was in the midst of building my foundation. Oh, no wonder. Chen Yuming had a look of realization. Senior brother Jian had already fallen 40 years ago. Fellow Taoist Jian's cultivation is very high. He was already in the early stage of foundation establishment back then. How could he have fallen? Ling Jingyi was obviously a little surprised. Chen Yuming didn't explain further and smiled, This is a small matter of my sect. I'm afraid it's not convenient for I to talk about it. Fellow Taoist Ling? Are you going to meet your guests here? Pu Jianyuan asked softly. Look at I actually forgot the basic etiquette when meeting all of you. Please, Ling Jingyi slapped his forehead and mocked himself. Then he led the way and flew towards the mountain rocks outside the thin fog. Fellow Taoists, please? Pu Jianyuan turned around and exchanged glances with the two of them. After turning around a small hill, they were greeted by a flight of stairs that went from top to bottom. There were at least 1,000 steps and it looked quite spectacular. Above the stairs was an archway with the words Cloud Mist written on it. The 4 of them were all Foundation establishment cultivators, so they naturally didn't need to walk up the stairs. Before the 4 of them reached the archway, Zhan Yuxian pointed at the 2 words on the archway and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ling, I think this should be Misty Mountain. At the very least it should be the word Cloud Mist. What does this nondescript word mean?" "Alright, I'll let fellow Taoist Zhan know." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands towards the archway and said seriously, "This was left behind by my ancestors. As for why it's called Cloud Mist and not Misty Mountain, I don't know either. I only know that when I was young I also asked my father about it. I even told my father to change the name of Misty Mountain to Cloud Mist Mountain. However, my father was the same as I right now. He only smiled bitterly and didn't give me any answer. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian." Chapter 1848. That's strange. Chen Yuming echoed. "Since that's the case, this archway doesn't belong to your Ling clan. Why are you still putting it here?" Hee. Chen Yuming's words were harsh, but Ling Jingyi wasn't angry. He glanced at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, "I remember that Flying Phoenix Ridge also has an archway with the words Yin Ming written on it. It has nothing to do with Flying Phoenix Ridge. I wonder if fellow Taoist Pu has the same plan?" Pu Jianyuan's expression changed. He said coldly, "This is a family matter of my Flying Phoenix Ridge. Don't you think fellow Taoist Ling is asking too much?" Yes, I have indeed asked too much." Ling Jingyi spread his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, please." Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 followed Ling Jingyi into the archway. After passing through several floors of pavilions and seeing many Ling clan disciples, they finally arrived at a rather large hall. The hall style was simple and the scale wasn't small. It didn't look like the work of a cultivation family. Before they entered the hall, Zhan Yu sighed again. "Fellow Taoist Ling, it's not that I want to talk too much. Although your Misty Mountains hall isn't big, it's majestic and imposing. It doesn't lose to my Yellow Flower Sect's hall. It's really beyond I's expectations." Qian Yuming also nodded. "I feel the same way as fellow Taoist Zhan. I have also visited many families, but I've never seen such a magnificent hall." "Fellow Taoists, please," Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. "This hall is also the same as the archway. I only know that it was passed down by my Ling clan's ancestors. There are countless mysteries inside, but there aren't any records of its origin." "Countless mysteries?" Chen Yuming was slightly stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan immediately smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Flying Phoenix Ridge seems to have some connections with Misty Mountain. Flying Phoenix Ridge also has such a majestic hall." "He as the host, please." Zhan Yu smiled and gestured with his hand. Ling Jingyi smiled and walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming didn't follow. Instead they looked over at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan nodded slightly and then walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming were still a bit hesitant, but after exchanging a glance they also walked in. The interior of the palace was as splendid as it appeared from the outside. The ceiling and walls of the palace were painted with some strange scenes. There were dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and there were also giants holding up the heavens and earth. Even in the shady forest, there were finger-like branches extending towards groups of cultivators, and blood splattered all over the ground. "Strange, this seems to be an ancient legend, right?" Chen Yuming glanced at it and said in surprise, "This thing seems to only be sealed in a very small number of cultivation sects' technique imparting pavilions. Moreover, it's a secret technique of the sections. I didn't expect to see it in the Misty Mountain. It's really beyond my expectation." Zhan Yu scanned it with his divine sense and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ling's palace doesn't only have murals, right?" Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Whether or not there's anything else in the palace is another matter. Who knows if you'll have the chance to see it." After the 4 of them were seated, the disciples of the Misty Mountain served the spirit tea and spirit fruits and quietly left. "Please," Ling Jingyi said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Pu has been here many times, so you should know that my Misty Mountain doesn't have any special spirit fruits. These are all commonly seen in the country of Shi. I hope the 3 of you won't dislike them." Pu Jianyuan and the others laughed. They each picked up a few spirit fruits and tasted them. After the four of them casually talked about the strange stories of the Dawn Rain continent, Jianghu and Chen Yuming gave Pu Jianyuan a few looks. How could Ling Jingyi not understand? He picked up a spirit fruit and twirled it between his thumb and index finger. He looked at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, "There's a good saying in the secular world. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Fellow Taoist Pu hasn't been to my misty mountain for many years. I wonder what brings you here today?" Pu Jianyuan put down the spirit tea in his hand and said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Ling has asked, then I will get straight to the point." But at this moment, Ling Jingyi seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, before fellow Taoist Pu explains, I want to ask a question first." Pu Jianyuan was stunned and nodded, "Please ask, fellow Taoist Ling." "Oh, it's like this. I heard that in the past few years, many disciples of the cultivation families have awakened their true spirit bloodline. I wonder how the situation is in the Flying Phoenix Ridge?" "Eh? Why did fellow Taoist Ling suddenly ask about this? What about the disciples of the Misty Mountain?" Pu Jianyuan asked back. After all, my Misty Mountain and the Flying Phoenix Ridge have some connections. Maybe they have the same true spirit bloodline in their bodies. That's why I asked." Ling Jingyi said in all seriousness, "And I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Pu. Until now, my Misty Mountain hasn't had a single disciple awaken their bloodline." This. Hearing Ling Jingyi's words, how could Pu Jianyuan not understand the meaning of, "Why are we in such a hurry to fight each other?" But he only hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and shook his head. "Your Misty Mountain is Misty Mountain, my Flying Phoenix Ridge is Flying Phoenix Ridge. What does it have to do with your Misty Mountain whether or not my disciples have awakened their bloodline?" "Forget it, fellow Taoist Ling, I have something to say. I came here this time for Ai's family heirloom magic weapon. Previously I was alone and couldn't fight against you. Now, I have invited fellow Taoist Chen and fellow Taoist John to be Ai's witnesses. Fellow Taoist Pu, are you talking about the magic weapon that was lost in the Flame Forest Swamp?" Ling Jingyi pretended to be surprised. "That day wasn't I with you? How could I see it? And of course didn't I also make a heart oath? That magic weapon isn't in the hands of I or any of my Misty Mountain disciples." Haha, Pu Jianyuan stood up and pointed at Ling Jingyi, laughing loudly. "Ling Jingyi, Ling Jingyi, you really live up to your name. You're sanctimonious, but your mouth is honey and your belly is a sword. You're not someone I can compare to." Then he turned to Jianghu and Chen Yuming. "Of course I believed this guy's heart oath and thought that the magic weapon wasn't in his hands. But, in the Flame Forest Swamp, there were no other cultivators apart from I and fellow Taoist Ling. I also couldn't find the magic weapon no matter how hard I tried. Even if I used a secret technique there was still no news. Fellow Taoists, tell me, apart from this guy, who else could it be?" To be fair, fellow Taoist Ling is indeed the most suspicious. Jianghu nodded. "However, since fellow Taoist Ling has already made a heart oath, I'm afraid it's not very likely." "Haha, what damned heart oath. I only came to my senses a few years ago. This guy's heart oath only said that he didn't take it, and that his Misty Mountain disciples didn't take it, but he didn't say that he didn't see it, nor did he say that he didn't let other cultivators take it?" "Haha, even if fellow Taoists know about this, I was forced to do it." Jianghu laughed, but there was still some panic in his eyes. He clapped his hand and a strange magic tool with a flat front and a round back appeared in his hand. This magic tool was the yellow flower sex congealed turtle. Under the influence of Jianghu's magic power, the magic tool congealed turtle gradually emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. Similar to Jianghu's reaction, Chen Yuming also took out his magic tool Desert Pearl. It was a slightly yellowish round bead. Under the influence of his magic power, it also flickered with an earthy yellow brilliance. On the contrary, Pu Jianyuan only stood there thoughtfully, calmly watching Ling Jingyi cast a spell to activate the palace's restriction. The ring of light on the jade pendant rushed to the top of the palace and immediately sank into it. Immediately after, wisps of white mist gradually surged out from the surroundings of the palace and gradually destroyed the murals around the palace. The scenes in the murals also became more and more ethereal. "Fellow Taoist Pu." Seeing this, Jianghu reminded, "Why haven't you made a move yet? We're deep in the trap. It's better to kill Ling Jingyi as soon as possible." Pu Jianyuan laughed and pointed at Ling Jingyi, saying, "Since I dared to bring two fellow Taoists into this palace, I naturally have a way to guard against it. Take a look at Ai's methods. As he said that, Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands and an ancient-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. To the naked eye, it was actually exactly the same as the jade pendant in Ling Jingyi's hand. Seeing this, Ling Jingyi could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes flashed with shock, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. The magic power in his body surged and another halo was emitted from the jade pendant. Sure enough, as the halo entered, the mist around the palace surged out even more. In the blink of an eye, all the walls were covered. Everyone was almost completely covered in a cloud of mist. That's all there is to it. Pu Jianyuan smiled and also urged his spiritual power. The same halo emitted from the jade pendant in his hand and instantly hit the top of the palace. Moreover, as the halo sank into the palace, the fog around the palace gradually shrank, just as fast as Ling Jingyi's earlier release. Damn that Ling Chongya. Ling Jingyi saw this and could not help but gnash his teeth. Humph, Ling Jingyi, this has nothing to do with Ling Chongya. Pu Jianyuan's face showed a relaxed expression as he sneered, my Flying Phoenix Ridge also has a palace, but it is much smaller than your Misty Mountain. It has already been used as an ancestral hall and unauthorized people are prohibited from entering. The method to control this jade pendant is something that I already knew when I took over the sect. Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face turned ashen and he sneered, I finally understand your sinister intentions. So, what you were thinking about was not some magic tool. Even if I had just made a blood oath, you would definitely not leave so easily. What you were after was the foundation of my Misty Mountain. To think that I was trying so hard to persuade you earlier. Haha, Ling Jingyi, just as you said, Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge have countless unexplainable origins. Not only are the true spirit bloodlines similar, even the restrictive spells in various key areas are similar. Our two sects combined into one, isn't that the righteous path of light? Isn't strength increasing? Since you've never thought about it, then let I do it. Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. Hehe, Pu Jianyuan, do you think I haven't thought about this? If it were so simple, wouldn't I have already killed my way into your Flying Phoenix Ridge when you didn't have a magic tool passed down from your ancestors? Ling Jingyi's face had a mocking smile as he said disdainfully. Haha, Ling Jingyi, at this point, I'm afraid that this kind of illusionary technique is already ineffective, right? Pu Jianyuan obviously did not take these words to heart. He activated the magic power in his hand again and several rings of light shot out, quickly dispersing the mist in the palace. Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. He didn't have any backup, so it was impossible for him to expend all his Dharma power on the restrictions of the palace. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan had broken the restrictions, he didn't say anything and flew out of the palace. Where do you think you're going? The Ning turtle in Zhan Yu's hand shook, and an earthy yellow light shot towards Ling Jingyi's back like a solidified pillar of earth. When Ling Jingyi was flying, he had already put away the jade pendant. In his hand was the magic tool of Misty Mountain, the jade engraving. The jade engraving in Ling Jingyi's hand was different from when it was in Xue Xue's hand. Dozens of thin white silk threads shot out from the jade engraving and quickly shuttled around Ling Jingyi's body. Just before the pillar of earth hit, it had already formed a cocoon-like milky white shell around Ling Jingyi. Just as Ling Jingyi's figure passed through the palace's door, the light pillar caught up and hit Ling Jingyi's cocoon. Zilala, there was another burst of fine sound. Ling Jingyi's body actually slightly stagnated. Immediately after, he activated his Fa Li and flew up, dodging the earth-colored light beam. Looking at the fog cocoon again, it quickly intertwined and recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhan Yu, Qian Yuming and Pu Jianyuan had also caught up to Ling Jingyi. Seeing that Ling Jingyi had stopped, Pu Jianyuan sped up and stood in front of Ling Jingyi and the Misty Mountains formation. He raised his voice and said, Fellow Taoist Ling, seeing that we might be related by blood, this poor Taoist will give you a word of advice. Either you surrender yourself or put down your artifact and fly away from this poor Taoist. This poor Taoist will definitely not take your life and will let you live. Haha, Pu Jianyuan, you are really ambitious. Not only do you want my Misty Mountain, you also want the fire ape. Don't you want this magic tool? Ling Jingyi laughed loudly. Today I will let you have a taste of the power of a magic tool. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a net-like magic tool flew out from his hands. Under the circulation of his magic power, it flew towards Pu Jianyuan. As soon as the web-like magical tool left his hand, clusters of flames flickered from the gaps of the magical tool. The surrounding temperature also increased abruptly. Pu Jianyuan had no choice but to throw out the immortal binding ring that he had previously refined. These two magic tools had already fought in the Flame Forest Swamp, and Pu Jianyuan didn't have any magic tools that were suitable for him. Naturally, he threw it out. The immortal binding ring was refined with a high-level imprisonment spell formation. If it was a normal sneak attack, it would be useful. Now that it was blocked by the fire net, the flames were burning the immortal binding ring. This made Pu Jianyuan's heart ache. "Fellow Taoist Pu, don't worry, I will help you." Qian Yuming let out a long laugh. He patted the spirit storage pouch at his waist, and a colorful figure darted out from it. Pu, a huge tremor. This time, the beam of light hit the area where the liger beast tore apart. Most of the beam of light expanded the area where the liger beast tore apart, while a small portion hit Ling Jingyi's body. The light on Ling Jingyi's body was annihilated, and the yellow talisman protecting his body was destroyed. Ling Jingyi's body also staggered in the air. His face turned red, then pale, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, as Ling Jingyi circulated his magic power, several magic weapons were able to withstand and were not destroyed by others. "Since it has already come to this point, fellow Ling, are you still going to persist?" Pu Jianyuan asked with a smile as he commanded Shadow Moon. "Pu Jianyuan, if you consider yourself to be a cultivator of my Dawn Rain continent and the patriarch of Flying Phoenix Ridge, then fight with this poor Taoist alone. Even if this poor Taoist dies in your hands, this poor Taoist will give this misty mountain to you. If you borrow the hands of others to kill I, so what?" Ling Jingyi was unexpectedly calm as he issued a challenge. "Haha, Ling Jingyi, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? How could I be fooled by this kind of provocation?" Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly and circulated his magic power. That Shadow Moon's brilliance became more and more brilliant, gradually covering the sun. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. "Pu Jianyuan, you will regret this." Ling Jingyi quickly circulated his magic power, and the sun was barely evenly matched with Shadow Moon. "Let this poor Taoist lend fellow Taoist Pu another hand." Qian Yuming smiled and pointed his finger. That desert pearl in the air once again emitted a yellow brilliance, and another batch of sand fell down like clouds. At this time, Ling Jingyi no longer had any magic weapons to resist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of yellow talismans were thrown out. With a burst of crackling sounds, these yellow talismans were all destroyed by the yellow sand. With a rumbling sound, Ling Jingyi was actually completely submerged by the yellow sand. When the yellow sand disappeared, the fog cocoon around Ling Jingyi also disappeared. That magic weapon, Jade Engraving, flickered with a faint brilliance and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi's eyes. Moreover, Ling Jingyi's face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. Looking at that net-like magic weapon, the flames had already been extinguished, and it was tightly wrapped by the immortal binding ring. The sun was also submerged by Shadow Moon, turning into a round magic weapon, spinning randomly in the air. Sai, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator facing 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level, the outcome could only be like this. "Haha, fellow Pu, our agreement has already been fulfilled. The rest is up to you." Zhan Yu pointed his hand and the Ning turtle flew back into his hand. Qian Yuming also kept the desert pearl, leaving the lion-tiger beast to guard at the side. "Ling Jingyi." Pu Jianyuan grinned and slapped his hand. That immortal binding ring released the fire net and flew towards Ling Jingyi. "Daddy." With a cry, Ling Feiyun flew over from afar, and a string of fire snake talismans also flew towards the immortal binding ring. "Haha, I originally wanted to deal with this guy later. I didn't expect him to come out now." Pu Jianyuan simply did not put Ling Feiyun in his eyes. With a wave of his Taoist robe, a similar fire snake technique was shot out. A stream of flames instantly wrapped around Ling Feiyun. Under the tongue of the flames, Ling Feiyun's body flashed chaotically, and the defensive yellow talismans were about to be destroyed. Chapter 1851. At this moment, a red communication talisman flew out of the fog and landed in front of Ling Jingyi. Who's visiting?" Pu Jianyuan stared blankly for a moment before becoming vigilant in his heart. However, when he looked at Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming on the side, his heart relaxed. He understood very well that the Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge were both small cultivation families. There weren't many foundation establishment cultivators that they could make friends with. He had also spent a great deal of effort to make friends with these two, and had also paid a great price in exchange for their help. How could Ling Jingyi possibly have higher cultivation level cultivators come to visit? Ling Jingyi looked at the message amulet in front of him and was overjoyed. He knew that a helper had come. However, his face showed even more worry. He looked at Pu Jianyuan but did not move. He did not crush the message amulet. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, do you want I to burn your son to death? Pu Jianyuan glanced at the motionless Ling Jingyi and asked coldly. Oh, okay. Ling Jingyi was secretly happy, but his face showed helplessness. He clenched his teeth, stretched out his hand and unwillingly crushed the communication talisman. Uncle, I'm back. Xue Xue couldn't suppress her surprised voice. Haha, Pu Jianyuan laughed, looked up and said, good, good. Sure enough, it's a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Ling Jingyi panicked. He didn't expect it to be Xue Xue, but then he sneered, Xue Xue is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. She must have come out to gain experience. You actually dare to take her life? Do you still want your Flying Phoenix Ridge to be safe? I naturally know that she is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but can a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect go back home? Since she can come back, she must have hidden it from the sect. I will kill her, who will know? Pu Jianyuan was happy. But after hearing this, Ling Jingyi, who had just calmed down, turned pale again. Fellow Taoist Pu. Jianghu looked at Chen Yuming and said in a low voice, I didn't agree with you to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I won't stop you, but, if the Imperial Thunder sect comes, don't blame I for not helping you. I have the same idea. Chen Yuming naturally wouldn't offend the Imperial Thunder sect and hurriedly said. Rest assured, fellow Taoists. This kind of thing is naturally I's own decision. As long as you don't take the initiative to tell others, I will be satisfied. I want to say it, but I don't dare to say it. Chen Yuming sneered. Great. Pu Jianyuan smiled and said, when the matter is settled, I will definitely not go back on my words. All right. Chen Yuming and Jianghu took 2 steps back and stood quietly in the air. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, do you still not want to let your Xue Xue enter the mountain? As Pu Jianyuan spoke, he looked at Ling Feiyun and formed a seal. The extinguished flames around Ling Feiyun flew out again. Father, don't worry. Ling Feiyun gritted his teeth. It seemed that the flames had already penetrated his defensive talisman. Boy won't beg for mercy even if he dies. Hurry up and send out the message talisman. Tell sister to run for her life. Sure enough, you are a benevolent and righteous boy. Pu Jianyuan grinned. He turned to look at Ling Jingyi and said, you want to let your own son die for a woman who is not your own? Bah! Ling Feiyun angrily shouted. He reversed his true qi and was about to commit suicide. Although his actions were heroic, Pu Jianyuan didn't expect it. However, he was only a qi refining cultivator, and was far inferior to Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan felt that something was amiss, so he immediately waved his Taoist robe and used a confinement technique to restrain Ling Feiyun. Bam! Ling Feiyun fell down the steps like a boulder. He rolled down the steps for another 10 feet before stopping. The flames around his body were also extinguished by the force of the fall. Since you don't want to open the formation, I can only do it myself. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. The immortal binding ring tightly bound Ling Jingyi. Only then did he feel relieved and walked in front of Ling Jingyi and pulled the storage bag from his waist. Ling Jingyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was tightly bound. Even if he wanted to struggle, he didn't have the slightest bit of magic power. Haha, this jade pendant. Pu Jianyuan took out the jade pendant and looked at the contents of the bag of holding. A smile appeared on his face as he tied the bag of holding to his waist. Then, after a brief inspection, he activated his magic power and did the thing he regretted the most in his life. Following the jade pendant, a fire swallow flew into the fog in the mountains. Not long after, a beautiful figure flew to the front of the mountain. Wasn't it the impatient Xue Xue? Pu Jianyuan was ecstatic when he scanned the area with his mind power. However, this ecstasy only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by a look of astonishment. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment before Pu Jianyuan's face was immediately covered by a thick layer of panic. Because, in his divine sense, not only did Xue Xue, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm, but also Xiaohua, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm. Even Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, who were at the middle of the Foundation establishment realm, came out of the fog. This is bad. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly looked at Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming. The two of them were also extremely panicked. However, even though they were panicking, the three of them did not dare to stay in the air. Instead, they hurriedly tidied their clothes and went forward. Uncle. Xue Xue first saw Ling Jingyi, and her face immediately turned pale. Then she saw Pu Jianyuan and the others and understood what was going on. However, since Xiang Yang, who was at the middle of the Foundation establishment realm, was behind her, how could she be afraid? She completely ignored Pu Jianyuan and the others and flew toward Ling Jingyi. However, before she could get close to Ling Jingyi, she saw Ling Feiyun, who had fallen on the stairs. She ignored Ling Jingyi and flew toward Ling Feiyun. Feiyun? Xiaohua flew behind Xue Xue and naturally saw the scene. Although he was not as clear as Xue Xue, he guessed most of the situation. Seeing Xue Xue fly toward Ling Feiyun, he flew in front of Ling Jingyi and swept his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out from his palm and burned the immortal binding ring. That immortal binding ring was just an imitation of an artifact, and its quality was not good. Under the true samadhi fire, it immediately burned like rotten grass and fell to the ground. As soon as the immortal binding ring fell, Ling Jingyi straightened his body and screamed, "Feiyun?" He quickly ran down the stairs. At this time Xue Xue had already helped Ling Feiyun up. Her divine sense swept over him and knew that he was fine. However, the spell that bound Ling Feiyun was cast by Pu Jianyuan, and Xue Xue could not break it. She could only pull Ling Feiyun up the stairs. Xiaohua secretly sighed and flew up. He pulled Ling Jingyi's arm and brought him in front of Ling Feiyun. Then with a wave of his hand he broke Pu Jianyuan's spell. Xue Xue was in a hurry and did not think much. She only saw the miserable state of Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun, and could not help but cry. "I am Pu Jianyuan of Flying Phoenix Mountain. Greetings to both of you." In the air Pu Jianyuan quickly bowed. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan actually bowed, Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming understood in their hearts and did not dare to cup their hands. They also bowed to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and reported their names. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian naturally saw the whole scene. They had long regarded Xue Xue as a sister-in-law. Now that they saw her family being attacked, they were extremely angry. However, they were disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without knowing the whole story, they could not interfere in the affairs of the cultivation families. Therefore they only coldly returned the greeting and said lightly, "I am Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. You all keep the artifacts and spirit beasts and wait at the side." Yes. Seeing that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian did not attack as soon as they met, Pu Jianyuan was happy. He secretly glanced at Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming and kept the artifacts and spirit beasts. However, when he collected the Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, there were some abnormalities. The two artifacts actually became one. Pu Jianyuan was happy at first, but then his face became sad. Ling Jingyi was brought to Ling Feiyun by Xiaohua. He released his divine sense and found that his son was fine. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and then looked at Xue Xue. He clapped his hands and took out 2 pills. He and Ling Feiyun both took them. After a while, when his magic power recovered a bit, he quickly flew into the air and bowed. "I, Ling Jingyi, greet the two of you." "Ah, we don't dare. Fellow Taoist Ling, we are disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. At this time, we are taking Xue Xue out to gain experience. I was tired and came to rest for a while." Xiang Yang returned the greeting and said, "I just want some water to drink and will leave immediately." Seeing that Xiang Yang's words were watertight, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, "I am very happy that fellow Taoist Xiang has come to visit. Unfortunately, it is not safe here. If fellow Taoist has the heart, please serve me tea in the hall." Haha, seeing that Ling Jingyi wanted to pull him in, Xiang Yang shook his head and said, "This place has the Flying Phoenix Ridge, the Yellow Flower sect and the Spirit Husbandry sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I shouldn't be too entangled." Yan Qinglian naturally knew what her husband was thinking, but looking at the tears on Xue Xue's face and the pain in her eyes, she was already impatient. She pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve and said a few words. Xiang Yang's face was slightly troubled, but this was quickly swept away. He nodded and said, "However, since I encountered this, I can't help but ask a few more questions. You two tell me the reason." "Fellow Taoist Xiang, let's talk in the hall." Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. No need, let's talk here. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said. Yes. Ling Jingyi didn't dare to speak anymore, afraid that he would anger Xiang Yang and leave in a huff. Yes, this matter should have started more than 10 years ago. Pu Jianyuan didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking he told Xiang Yang about what happened in the Flame Forest Mountains. This was something that Xiaohua had experienced, and from what Pu Jianyuan said at the end, there wasn't anything that he was lying about. When he was done, Pu Jianyuan bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Yang, this poor Taoist family heirloom is missing. It was this guy who took it. This poor Taoist invited 2 of my friends to come and support me, but I just want this guy to swear a blood oath. If the magic tool has nothing to do with him, this poor Taoist will leave without saying anything. But he didn't dare to swear. Tell me, how can this magic artifact have nothing to do with him? Today, Senior is here, so I hope that Senior can make the decision and take back Ai's family heirloom magic artifact. Chapter 1852. Damn it. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan was targeting him, Xiang Yang cursed in his heart. At the same time he thought about how Jinjier and Gandian forced Xiang Yang to make a heart oath in 10,000 Thunder Valley and was furious. Xiang Yang's face turned cold and his expression changed. Pu Jianyuan didn't know why, but his heart tightened. Zhan Yu also bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiang, we also heard fellow Taoist Pu's story and felt that it was unfair for fellow Taoist Pu. His family's magic tool disappeared just like that. No one would be willing to let it go. Our cultivation sects boast of being the symbol of the cultivation aristocratic families. We have to ask about this matter. You Huanghuamen are interested in this? A smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. He recalled Zhan Yu, whom he had met at the trade fair in Jinghu City. This is. Although Zhan Yu heard Xiaohua's mockery, Huanghuamen was indeed much smaller than Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't dare to retort and could only smile. This is Ai's junior brother Xiaohua. Xiang Yang nodded. He, energy refinement disciple, can interrupt when Foundation establishment cultivators are talking. Only Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have such boldness. Zhan Yu sighed. Damn it. Xiaohua knew that Zhan Yu didn't dare to scold him, so he used such words to mock him. Junior Xiaohua greets the 3 seniors. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. We don't dare, we don't dare. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 didn't find Xiaohua's greeting strange and hurriedly returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Zhan of the Yellow Flower Sect isn't the only one who thinks this. Even I'm feeling rather unconvinced. As such, I came here with fellow Taoist Pu to get to the bottom of this. Fellow Cultivator Ling doesn't need to make any heart oath. As long as you hand over the magic artifact's whereabouts, I guarantee that fellow Cultivator Pu won't pursue this matter any further. Isn't that right, fellow Cultivator Pu? That's right, Ai's goal is the family's magic artifact. This is related to the inheritance of Flying Phoenix Ridge. I can't ignore it. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly followed up. Bullshit. Ling Feiyun was furious. He jumped up and said, just now you were yelling about killing and fighting. You wanted to exterminate my Misty Mountain. How did you change in the blink of an eye? If not for Senior Xiang's arrival, I would have long become a corpse. Feiyun. Seeing Ling Feiyun's rude words, Ling Jingyi became furious and scolded. Since Senior Xiang is here, he is the one in charge here. What are you saying? You still call yourself lousy? Are you tired of living? Xiaohua, who was standing to the side, was already laughing while covering his mouth. Ling Feiyun's face was also red. He bowed and said, Junior? Junior was really angry. Please forgive me, Senior. Sigh. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves with a troubled expression. To be honest, this matter was really easy to resolve. With him and Yan Qinglian working together, killing Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 was extremely easy. However, seeing that Ling Jingyi's hands and feet were not clean, why should she do things for him? Furthermore, Shui was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. She didn't have much connection with the Misty Mountain, so he might not be able to gain her favor by helping her. Since he was able to save Ling Jingyi by chance today, he was already benevolent enough. If he went any further, he would not like it. Forget it. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves and said in a deep voice, You guys settle your own matters. I'm not interested. Fellow Taoist Yang. Although Ling Jingyi knew that this matter was not out of his expectations, he still did not give up and said in a low voice. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, if you can make a heart oath, I will immediately kill these 3 people without you saying a second word. Xiangyang rolled his eyes and said very proudly. Although Xiangyang was cowering in front of helplessness, he was still a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could the early-stage foundation establishment Ling Jingyi compare to his aura? Ling Jingyi immediately shrunk his neck and did not speak anymore. Seeing that Xiangyang had relented, Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 let out a long breath and bowed. Thank you for your righteousness, fellow Taoist Xiang. Although Xue Xue looked at Yan Qinglian pitifully, she knew in her heart that unless she made a move, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, would not make a move. At this moment, a cold voice rang out again. Since eldest senior brother has finished speaking, then, it's time for this poor Taoist to speak. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 were stunned. They looked up and saw Xiaohua flying out. Junior brother Xiao? Xiangyang was stunned. Eldest senior brother, you represent the Imperial Thunder Sect and have already dealt with this matter very cleanly. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I will also obey eldest senior brother's decision. Xiaohua said with a smile, however this matter still involves me so I can't leave. Since Senior Pu is here today, it is also good to solve this matter. Xiaohua. Xue Xue was very anxious and hurriedly gave Xiaohua a look. Of course, she knew that Xiaohua had the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inherited magic tool, and she also knew that Ling Jingyi would definitely not dare to speak of it. Everything would be easy when she or Xiaohua reached Foundation Establishment, but she did not expect Xiaohua to jump out now. Junior brother Xiao, what do you mean? Xiangyang still did not understand. Eldest senior brother, this matter happened before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. I just happened to solve it here. Eldest senior brother, as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, since it is inconvenient for you to make a move, then just stand there and don't do anything. Xiaohua said, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's magic tool that looked like a big seal and floated in the air. Huh? Why, is it with you? Pu Jinyuan's face was full of joy, but he also asked in astonishment. Why is it with I? You don't need to ask. Xiaohua waved his hand and the magic tool disappeared again. Lung Leng understood. If you have the ability, then take the magic tool and don't find trouble with the Fog Mountain in the future. However, I have said it first. If you want to make a move, then don't blame I for not showing mercy. Aha, the Imperial Thunder Sect is really a young hero. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile, and Chi refining disciple actually dares to talk to a Foundation Establishment senior like that. If the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not here, I'm afraid that I would teach you a lesson on behalf of fellow Taoist Zhao's master. When Pu Jianyuan said that, he still secretly glanced at Xiangyang, but Xiangyang sneered, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, no matter what, it is not fellow Taoist Pu's turn to teach him a lesson. I was just saying. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile, I didn't hear fellow Taoist Zhao's words just now. Fellow Taoist Pu, it seems like you don't want this magic tool anymore. Xiaohua sneered. This. How could Pu Jianyuan let go of his family's magic tool? He turned his head and said to Xiangyang pitifully, fellow Taoist Xiang, this magic tool is related to my Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inheritance. I must take it back. I ask fellow Taoist Xiang to make a decision. Xiangyang frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Xiaohua would reveal the magic tool at this time. Eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since I took out the magic tool, I have my own reasons. Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 1853. And you deal with it yourself. Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua always made his own decisions. Even if he had no other choice, he would still give him a discount. His words? It's better not to be too forceful. Then he turned to Pu Jianyuan and said, this matter doesn't involve my Imperial Thunder Sect. I won't interfere. Is that so? If fellow Taoist Xiang won't interfere, then what about fellow Taoist Yen? Pu Jianyuan was slightly delighted and turned to look at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian was slightly annoyed. Her plan was to not say anything and wait for Xiaohua to be in trouble. She didn't say that she wouldn't interfere. But Pu Jianyuan was used to being careful and immediately asked, making things difficult for Yan Qinglian. Looking at Xiangyang, Yan Qinglian reluctantly said, I won't interfere in this matter either. Good, thank you for your righteousness. Pu Jianyuan was overjoyed and bowed to thank them. No need to thank us, Xiang Yang said coldly with a wave of his sleeve. Pu Jianyuan knew clearly that he could attack, but he absolutely couldn't hurt Xiaohua. If he hurt Xiaohua, he could predict that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian would attack without hesitation and kill him directly. He wanted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to swear that they wouldn't interfere, but did he dare? Just as Pu Jianyuan expected, although Xiang Yang didn't send a voice transmission to Yan Qinglian, the two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They absolutely wouldn't let Xiaohua suffer a loss. Forget it, if there's a chance to defeat this arrogant brat and get the magic tool, that's it. Pu Jianyuan made up his mind and flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, he took out several yellow talismans and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I will attack. If you're defeated by I, you have to take out the magic tool." Aha, of course. Xiaohua also laughed. However, since you're going to attack, don't forget that this junior won't be merciful. Hee okay. I know. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please be careful. As he spoke, he waved his hand and several fireball talismans flew out. The fireball talismans in the hands of a Foundation Establishment cultivator really multiplied their power. The foot-sized fireballs flew towards Xiaohua. Good. Xiaohua roared and asked Xue Xue, "Junior sister Xue, do you want this bastard to live or die?" Xue Xue's face was full of worry and she repeatedly said, "Xiaohua, be careful, I don't want anything else." Haha, since junior sister Xue says so, then I will, let him die. Xiaohua sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans that were a bit bigger than Pu Jinyuan's fireballs were also thrown out. Not only did they block Pu Jinyuan's fireballs, they also submerged Pu Jianyuan like flowing fire. Poor Pu Jianyuan. Although his cultivation level was at the early stage of Foundation establishment, he couldn't compare to Yan Xiefeng. He didn't have any defensive treasures to protect himself. When he saw the exploding fireballs flying towards him, and the surrounding air seemed to be burning, his face turned pale and he turned to flee. Even though he was flying very fast, under the attack of the fireball talismans, a lot of the brilliance of his defense was annihilated, and he cut a sorry figure. Pu Jianyuan narrowed his eyes, clearly somewhat angry. He clapped his hand and a triangular magic tool that was 3 inches in size appeared. He activated his magic power, and the triangular magic tool blossomed with a layer of rose-red brilliance. Within the brilliance was a wisp of flame. It rushed into the air and smashed toward Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw this, he used the same trick again. Dozens of fireball talismans flew out and blocked in front of him. Pa pa pa, several sounds rang out. The fireball talismans shook the triangular magic tool askew, but the magic tool still passed through these fireball talismans and flew towards Xiaohua in a curve like a meteor. You want to fight a Foundation Establishment cultivator with a few fireball talismans? You're really delusional. Pu Jianyuan sneered. At the same time, he also felt a burst of arrogance. He really didn't have much interest in Xiaohua, who was in Qi refinement. His thoughts were still on Xiang Yang and the others. Careful. When Xue Xue saw the triangular magic tool whistling through the air with an irresistible flame, she was greatly alarmed. A Foundation Establishment cultivator, is only SOSO. Xiaohua's figure flew up. He clapped his hand and the yang leaf fan appeared in his hand. He activated his magic power, and a scarlet light appeared from the yang leaf fan. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into it like a swarm of bees. A magic tool? When the yang leaf fan was taken out, its power was different. Not only was Pu Jianyuan shocked, everyone present was shocked. Even Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. He glanced at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian's eyes were also filled with confusion. They knew that Xiaohua had a magic tool called the Cloud Suppressing Seal, but after all, it was an incomplete magic tool. This yang leaf fan was absolutely different. Not only was it complete, but its grade was also not low. Whoosh, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a scarlet fire dragon appeared from the yang leaf fan. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the triangular magic tool. Not good. Pu Jianyuan was greatly alarmed. He didn't have many magic tools to begin with, and just now the immortal binding ring was mysteriously burned by Xiaohua's true Samadhi fire. Pu Jianyuan had no place to complain, so how could he bear to use this magic tool to fight a magic tool? However, before he could form a seal to retrieve the magic tool, the triangular magic tool was submerged by the fire dragon of the yang leaf fan. The magic tool's flame was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, it severed the connection between Pu Jianyuan and the magic tool. Moreover, in a short moment, a loud ping sound was heard. The flames burst out into pieces. The triangular magic tool had already been burned by the young leaf fan's flame. It's this powerful? Everyone was flabbergasted again. But what surprised them was still behind. They originally thought that Xiaohua, who was in Qi refinement, could only fan the young leaf fan once. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would casually fan the fan again? Another fire dragon flew out, and its tail caught up with the flame that had stopped in midair just now. The two dragons combined to become an even larger fire dragon. It whistled through the air and pounced towards Pu Jianyuan. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you forced me to do this." Pu Jianyuan was anxious and angrily shouted, "I have no choice but to bully the weak." As he spoke, Pu Jianyuan slapped his forehead. The pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was immediately released. Like a huge rock, it pressed toward Xiaohua. At the same time, Pu Jianyuan's figure also swiftly fled, wanting to avoid the fire dragon's attack. Xiaohua. Although Pu Jianyuan's pressure wasn't directed at Shui could still feel the instinctive fear and promptly cried out. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's expressions also slightly changed. They raised their hands and were about to slap their foreheads, preparing to release the pressure. But at this time they heard Xiaohua's arrogant laughter again. "Ha ha hung, you're just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, what are you shouting for?" A scene that shocked everyone present appeared once again. They saw Xiaohua's body only stagnate for a moment, then with a tremble, a scarlet phoenix dharma body that was close to 20 feet in size flew out from Xiaohua's body. With a clear cry it rushed into the air. Its slender phoenix eyes flickered with a cold light that looked disdainfully at the world. Seeing the phoenix dharma body that covered everyone's heads, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's hands stopped. Their eyes were also stunned and their mouths were also wide open. Both of them felt a kind of absurd feeling in their hearts. This is Qi refinement Xiaohua? This was naturally still Qi refinement Xiaohua. They saw Xiaohua release the phoenix dharma body, blocking Pu Jianyuan's foundation establishment cultivator's pressure. His own body was already able to freely fly. "Go!" Xiaohua coldly snorted. The phoenix dharma body flapped its wings in midair and pounced towards Pu Jianyuan. The pitiful Pu Jianyuan had just escaped from the fire dragon's attack, and before he could completely dodge the fire dragon, the phoenix dharma body grabbed at his head. Hearing the wind of the sharp claws in midair, Pu Jianyuan panicked. He hurriedly surged his magic power, flung his sleeve, and used a spell to block in front of him. But with a pu sound, Pu Jianyuan's spell was immediately caught. Then with a tear sound, the phoenix dharma body's remaining power tore half of Pu Jianyuan's Taoist robe sleeve. His body's defense was almost broken by the phoenix dharma body's claw. Pu Jianyuan's face was deathly pale. Only now did he understand Xiaohua's power. At the same time he also knew Xiaohua's previous warning and the question Xiaohua asked Shui. "Fight." Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands, and the combined bright sun and shadow moon flew out from his storage bag. At this time, Pu Jianyuan had no time to think about why these two magic tools were combined. Instead he activated Shadow Moon's spell and poured his magic power into it. With a weng sound, Shadow Moon emitted a crimson brilliance. At the same time, the bright sun beside Shadow Moon also began to rotate. With the rotation of the bright sun, Shadow Moon actually revealed a phantom like a magic weapon and flew out. "Go!" Pu Jianyuan's face lit up with joy. He urged his magic power and pointed his finger. Shadow Moon's phantom rotated and rushed into the air, flying towards the phoenix dharma body. With a jie sound, the phoenix dharma body's wings flapped, and its rather large body actually twisted in mid-air. Its style was extremely similar to Xiaohua's Big Dipper God Fist. It dodged Shadow Moon's phantom, and immediately the phoenix dharma body's sharp claws tore at that phantom. At this time, the fire dragon of Yi Yang Fan once again caught up with Pu Jianyuan and submerged Shadow Moon's body. Boom! The sound was like a lit furnace and the flames burned the bright sun and Shadow Moon. Quick! Pu Jianyuan pointed his finger again, and Shadow Moon suddenly enlarged. Just as it was about to rotate, a sudden change occurred. A powerful suction force was born from Shadow Moon and Bright Sun, and directly extracted 90% of Pu Jianyuan's magic power. This. Just when Pu Jianyuan was at a loss of what to do, an inexplicable fluctuation came out from Shadow Moon and enveloped Pu Jianyuan. Puff puff puff. An inexplicable sound that only Pu Jianyuan could hear came out from his body. Then the blood in his body started to boil. An incomparable strength and a feeling of rebirth spontaneously arose in his body. Bloodline awakening? Pu Jianyuan instantly knew. Ah! Pu Jianyuan laughed heartily. His arms shook, and a fire ape phantom that was the same size as his body emerged from his body with difficulty. At the same time, a kind of pressure of the middle stage of foundation establishment was released. Jie Xiaohua's Phoenix Dharma body crushed Shadow Moon's phantom. Seeing that the fire ape Dharma body had actually appeared, it let out a clear cry, turned around, flapped its wings and pounced. Chapter 1854. Xue Xue smiled apologetically. Senior brother, this is Misty Mountain's family matter. I am embarrassed to say more, please forgive me. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said, I asked this abruptly. The inside of the palace was very cold and cheerless, and Xue Xue seemed to be very isolated. After finally finding a clean place, she smiled apologetically and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I indeed have some unspeakable reasons, so I want to stay in Misty Mountain for a while. Senior brother and senior sister can rest here. Xiaohua, if you have time, you can go to the front mountain. Feiyun admires you very much, and his heart is pure and kind, very different from my uncle's scheming. Can you give him a few pointers? Meh. Xiaohua pointed at his nose with a bitter smile and said, I want to give him pointers, but I don't know where to start. If it's time for him to build his foundation, I can help. Although Xue Xue didn't understand the meaning of Xiaohua's words, she didn't make things difficult for Xiaohua. Nodding, she saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and flew back to the front mountain. After Xue Xue left, Xiang Yang frowned and said, Junior brother Xiao, Xue Xue seems a bit strange, I don't know what Ling Jingyi said to her? Of course. When she came out of Imperial Thunder Sect, I felt something was wrong, but I can't say why. Xiaohua naturally thought of the jade slip Xue Xue gave him and said, It's even more inappropriate in Misty Mountain, but since she didn't say, I can't ask. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future. Fine. Everyone has their own secrets, some things are better not known. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. And Xiaohua agreed, then looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang, pondered for a moment and said, Senior brother, from what you said, your lifespan is almost up, even if your cultivation improves, you can't break through to Golden Core, so I won't give you this opportunity. Opportunity? Xiang Yang was surprised and said, Is what you said just now true? Of course. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Senior brother and senior sister treat me like brothers, how can I not think of them when I have some opportunities? Yan Qinglian smiled and said, I can't use the mother-child spirit fruit. Senior-in-law, don't worry. You will definitely be able to use this. Xiaohua said with a smile, however, I still have to ask senior sister-in-law to make a heart oath. You can't mention this matter to anyone. Not to mention eldest senior brother, you can't even tell master and master's wife. This? Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, This brother is really tired. I'll go and rest for a while. Qinglian, you give Xiaohua some pointers on his cultivation. After saying that, Xiang Yang walked away. After Xiang Yang left, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. He erased some parts of the jade slip and passed it to Yan Qinglian. Senior sister-in-law, this is the cultivation technique's mnemonic chant. Please take a look. 3 days later, little brother will come over. All right. Yan Qinglian took the jade slip with some hesitation. If it was before she came out of the Imperial Thunder Sect to cultivate, she definitely wouldn't have hesitated to make a heart oath. But now Xiaohua actually revealed an astonishing strength. This was completely different from the little junior brother she wanted to protect. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even if she could confirm that the possibility of Xiaohua being possessed was too small, she still didn't dare to believe it completely. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't urge her and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yan Qinglian immersed her divine sense into the jade slip and looked at it briefly. She smiled and said, I was worried too much. It's fine, senior sister-in-law. Little brother had no choice but to do this. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Immediately, Yan Qinglian made a heart oath in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Yan Qinglian meditating on the jade slip, Xiaohua walked out and saw Xiang Yang sitting not far from the quiet room. He also walked over and sat cross-legged not far from him. He took out the jade slip that Ling Jingyi gave him and carefully looked at the things inside. Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua was sitting next to him, but he didn't say anything and just focused on cultivating. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the silent eldest senior brother. He felt a bit strange in his heart and secretly regretted revealing his strength. However, he also knew that this strange feeling was only on the surface. After a few days it definitely wouldn't exist. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and put away the jade slip. He asked, "Senior sister-in-law, are you familiar with the cultivation method inside?" I'm already familiar with it. I also saw this kind of incantation when I was young. Although I haven't practiced it, it's nothing to a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator like me. Yan Qinglian still didn't know what Xiaohua was selling. "And senior sister-in-law, please seal your 5 senses and don't let your divine sense out. Little brother will give you a great opportunity," Xiaohua said in all seriousness. Yan Qinglian looked at the jade slip and was already very relieved. She sealed her 5 senses and withdrew her divine sense into her Naiwan palace. After a while, Yan Qinglian felt a bit of coolness on her arm. Her heart moved. Naturally, she knew that this was what Xiaohua wanted to give her. Without thinking, she followed the cultivation method in the jade slip and refined this coolness into her body bit by bit. "Your senior sister-in-law has started cultivating?" Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua and asked softly. Senior brother knows it's exactly like that. Xiaohua knew that the trustworthy Xiangyang definitely wouldn't release his divine sense. He said very seriously, "Let's wait and see senior sister-in-law's cultivation progress. Little brother also doesn't know when I'll be able to come out." Oh, Xiangyang didn't comment. Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, little brother can guarantee that even if senior brother comes out of Misty Mountain and directly returns to the mountain, master will definitely not scold you." Bah. Xiangyang spat and said, "Do you think master is willing to scold people?" Immediately Xiangyang sighed again. "Alas, junior brother Xiao, with your magical abilities now, I'm afraid you're only slightly inferior to me. You can be called the #1 expert under foundation establishment, but why can't you build your foundation? Moreover, that day when you fought with Yan Xiefeng, why did you keep hiding your strength? You only need to reveal a little bit and at least, master won't scold you anymore, right? Are you sure master won't scold me again?" Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. This. Xiangyang hesitated. "At least, junior brother Chui won't treat you like that, right?" "Aha, it's good that senior brother knows. If little brother doesn't build his foundation, master won't stop scolding me. Now it seems that even if little brother builds his foundation, this scolding won't stop." Xiaohua laughed loudly, his gaze somewhat fierce. "As for Chui Hongshan, he's little brother's senior. Why would little brother care how he treats little brother?" Xiangyang suddenly woke up and said anxiously, "Junior brother Xiao, no matter what, junior brother Chui is still part of my myriad Thunder Valley, and he's also your little junior brother. You wouldn't?" Thinking about how Xiaohua treated Pu Jianyuan before, Xiangyang shuddered. Senior brother worries too much. With little brother's cultivation, I only need to stretch out my hand to pinch him to death. He's just like a loathsome fly. He thinks he's good, but he doesn't know that in little brother's eyes he's just a joke. If he doesn't have any evil intentions towards little brother won't pay attention to him." Alas, Xiangyang finally understood why Xiaohua refused to call Chui Hongshan senior brother. Chui Hongshan's magical abilities could directly pinch you to death, yet you still arrogantly asked him to call you senior brother. Wasn't this just courting death? At first, Xiaohua didn't lower himself to his level, which was already pretty good, but in the end he actually forced Xiaohua to call him senior. The word senior was admittedly easy to say, but was it easy for Chui Hongshan to accept? But then Xiangyang thought that his lifespan was not far away. In the future of Myriad Thunder Valley, it would obviously be this junior brother Xiao and junior brother Chui who would be in charge. Looking at Xiaohua's cultivation and prospects, even his master couldn't compare to him. What about Chui Hongshan's situation in Myriad Thunder Valley? For a moment, Xiangyang was somewhat worried. At this time, a crimson summoning talisman flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly surprised, then smiled at Xiangyang and said, "It seems that something happened to Shui Shui again. Senior brother, I'll go take a look. You stay here and protect senior sister." "And you go." Xiangyang frowned as if he didn't think about his own lifespan. Instead, he was worried about Chui Hongshan, thinking about how to resolve the conflict between the two in the future. But when Xiaohua crushed the summoning talisman, it was an unfamiliar, young voice. Senior brother Xiao?" Are you free right now? Can you come to the front mountain? Junior brother really admires you. Oh, junior brother is Ling Feiyun? Haha. Hearing this voice, Ling Feiyun's appearance appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Seeing Shueishue's love for him, he knew that the two had a very good relationship. How could Xiaohua ignore Ling Feiyun's request? Immediately, Xiaohua came out of the palace and flew to the front mountain. In the air he met Ling Feiyun. From afar, Ling Feiyun bowed and greeted him, calling him senior brother. Haha. Seeing Ling Feiyun's excited appearance, Xiaohua was also happy. He rarely showed his strength in front of others, so this was the first time he saw such a respectful expression. When he helped Ling Feiyun up, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ling, what's the matter?" "I won't hide it from senior brother Xiao. That day when junior brother was being trampled on, my heart was filled with endless regret. Why didn't I have a high cultivation? Although I wanted to kill the enemy at that time, I didn't have the strength to fight back. Just as I was about to be killed, senior brother Xiao suddenly appeared in my misty mountain. Junior brother really doesn't know how to express my gratitude. Junior brother only wants to have senior brother Xiao's cultivation one day, to be able to easily kill foundation establishment cultivators with just a peak chi refining cultivation." Ling Feiyun spoke incoherently. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "Actually, junior brother came to ask senior brother Xiao in private because I want to know. Senior brother Xiao's cultivation. Is there any shortcut or trick that allows you to have such a high cultivation with such a low cultivation?" Looking at the eagerness in Ling Feiyun's eyes, what was the difference between him and when he was a rogue cultivator? Xiaohua's face unconsciously showed a trace of a smile. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua disappointed Ling Feiyun and said, "I's cultivation path. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you." Chapter 1855. Pu Jianyuan didn't care about the phoenix celestial body at all. He made hand seals and took advantage of the awakening of the bloodline in his body to stimulate the remaining true essence in his meridians. His spiritual power temporarily increased and reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. He activated Shadow Moon and a dozen phantoms like before flew towards Xiaohua. Quick! Xiangyang was shocked. He broke free from the shock of being dumbstruck. He quickly clapped his hands and wanted to release his pressure to stop Pu Jianyuan. But at this moment, an unforgettable scene appeared. Only to see Xiaohua, who was standing under the brilliance of the dozens of shadow moons, suddenly moved. His figure was extremely fast, and in the air, a series of faint afterimages appeared, rushing towards the shadow moons that were flying over. And the strange thing was that every time his figure was about to collide with the phantoms, Xiaohua inexplicably flashed and dodged the shadow moon's phantoms. And this flashing didn't affect his flight at all. In the very short time when Xiangyang raised his hand and clapped his forehead, Xiaohua had already flashed past the dozen shadow moon's phantoms, and he himself had already flown in front of Pu Jianyuan. Immediately afterward, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a dark spear tip appeared in his hand. It smoothly stabbed towards Pu Jianyuan's throat. Pa! Although Pu Jianyuan was extremely shocked that Xiaohua had arrived in front of him in such a short period of time, he still waved his left hand. A half-foot-long thunder palm flew out and struck Xiaohua's demonic spear. Pa! Another sound rang out. A foot-long thunder palm also flew out from Xiaohua's left palm. It was precisely the thunder palm that had struck Pu Jianyuan. The two thunder palms collided and issued a rumbling sound. This kind of similar magic was the best test of each person's cultivation. Pu Jianyuan's thunder palm was instantly annihilated by Xiaohua's thunder palm, and Xiaohua's thunder palm's momentum was not reduced. It struck Pu Jianyuan's left shoulder socket like lightning. Pu Jianyuan's shoulder socket was flickering with brilliance. The defensive light shield was facing a fierce attack. Ouch! Pu Jianyuan was shocked. While urging his magic power to replenish his defense, he quickly flew back. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, a palm-sized mirror appeared in front of the tip of the demonic spear. Poof! The tip of the demonic spear pierced through Pu Jianyuan's Taoist robe. Immediately after, there was a crisp cracking sound. The tip of the demonic spear actually pierced through Pu Jianyuan's spell and pierced his palm. Pu Jianyuan couldn't help but scream as a stream of blood flowed down from his wrist. However, the tip of the demonic spear was still blocked. The sudden change in magic power brought about by the awakening of Pu Jianyuan's bloodline could not be underestimated. However, just when Pu Jianyuan thought he had blocked Xiaohua's attack, he saw Xiaohua open his mouth, and a green and red light flashed. Pu Jianyuan's own boiling blood was suddenly enveloped by a throbbing that he had never experienced before, and his entire heart shrunk into a ball. Moreover, this throbbing made him feel as if he couldn't avoid it. At this moment, the magic power in his entire body suddenly became sluggish. Not good. This was probably Pu Jianyuan's last thought. Just as this thought appeared, Pu Jianyuan felt a chill in his throat, and everything disappeared from his eyes. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop. First, he put away the Dream Slayer, then he grabbed the storage pouch on Pu Jianyuan's waist and put it away without even looking at it. In midair, the moonlight that had lost control dimmed. Under the burning of the yang leaf fan, it seemed as if it was about to be annihilated. Xiaohua activated the yang leaf fan and put away the fire dragon. Then, he waved his hand and unceremoniously put the moonlight and radiant sun into the space. Then he turned around and quietly hovered in the air. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. At this moment, the entire mist mountain didn't have the slightest movement. The several cultivators standing in front of Xiaohua were completely sluggish. Their eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. However, in addition to astonishment, Shue's eyes were filled with joy. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's eyes were filled with doubt. Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming's eyes were filled with panic. Ling Jingyi's eyes were filled with fear, and Ling Feiyun's eyes were filled with excitement. Cough cough, Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed by being stared at by so many people. He awkwardly coughed twice and flew towards the crowd. Ah! Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming naturally dodged backwards, and Shui was so happy that she wanted to fly forward. When the three of them woke up at the same time, their figures stopped. Shui's face was flushed red, while Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming's faces were pale. Seeing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's vigilance and the magic power around them, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. However, he didn't speak to Xiang Yang first. Instead, he looked at Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming and coldly said, "Two fellow Taoists, do you want to die or live?" This voice was so condescending, so merciless, so unlike the voice of a chi-refining cultivator, and so unlike the voice of a foundation establishment senior. However, Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming felt that it was only natural. They clearly saw that Pu Jianyuan's magic power was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although it couldn't be compared to the middle stage of foundation establishment, compared to Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming, it was much stronger. But unfortunately, Xiaohua had killed Pu Jianyuan when his bloodline was awakening. Then Xiaohua's divine ability? Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming didn't dare to imagine. Junior wants to live. Zhan Yu's face scrunched up into a ball. With a pitiful expression, he bitterly said, "Senior Xiao, we were instigated by Pu Jianyuan. We just want to find justice for him. We really don't have any other evil thoughts. Senior, please judge clearly." Chen Yuming's small eyes no longer dared to be squeezed by the fat on his face. He opened his eyes wide and said urgently, "Before fellow Taoist Yang, fellow Taoist Yen, and fellow Taoist Xiao came, I'm afraid you didn't say that, right?" Ling Jingyi sneered. "Fellow Taoist Ling, you have to speak the truth." Zhan Yu immediately said, "When fellow Taoist Shui came in, we didn't know that fellow Taoist Yang and the others were behind her. What did we say? We valued the face of the Imperial Thunder Sect greatly. We already said that we wouldn't do anything." "That's right, fellow Taoist Ling, don't you think so?" Chen Yuming quickly said. Ling Jingyi knew that they were telling the truth and was at a loss for words. "Did I ask you to speak?" Xiaohua glanced at Ling Jingyi and said coldly. Ling Jingyi felt guilty. He quickly shrunk his neck and winked at Shui. Obviously, he wanted Shui to speak and let Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming stay. Shui wanted to listen to her uncle, but Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't speak. How could she speak? Although Xiaohua was her lover, she definitely wouldn't interfere with Xiaohua's decision. Chapter 1856. Hee, do you two fellow Taoists want to live? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Yes. Zhan Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And tell me clearly why you all are here. Xiaohua continued, Don't talk about justice and righteousness, I don't care. This. Zhan Yu hesitated and looked at Chen Yuming. Chen Yuming also had a difficult expression. Hee, looks like you don't want to live. Xiaohua did not hesitate to clap his hand and took out the sun leaf fan. No, no. Jianghu hurriedly waved his hand and said, the three of us have already sworn a heart oath that we won't tell a fourth person about this matter. It seems. Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, so your heart oaths have also been broken? Also, am I the third person? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. That's right. Chen Yuming woke up early and slapped his forehead and said, that day the three of us swore a heart oath. Since Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, this heart oath is naturally invalid. Even Zhan Yu's heart relaxed. And then tell me the whole story. Xiaohua nodded. Senior Xiao. Chen Yuming smiled apologetically and said, can I send a voice transmission? Don't call me senior, call me fellow Taoist. Xiaohua nodded and said, you can send a voice transmission. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhan Yu looked at Chen Yuming and said, fellow Taoist Chen, this matter started because of you, it's better that you say it. Okay. Chen Yuming nodded and sent a voice transmission to tell the whole story. Xiaohua's face was as heavy as water, and they could not see any reaction, making Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming feel very uneasy. After Chen Yuming finished speaking, Zhan Yu smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think, can we leave? I just fought with Pu Jianyuan and spent a lot of magic power. How do you calculate it? Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming were stunned and immediately came to their senses. They rushed to open their storage bags and took out their respective medicinal pills and handed them over. Give it all to me. Xiaohua did not even look at their medicinal pills and stretched out his hand and said, this. Zhan Yu hesitated and pleaded, fellow Taoist Xiao, cultivation and other items are secret arts of my sect. Please have mercy. Chen Yuming also smiled apologetically. And understood. Xiaohua took out their storage pouches and probed them with his divine sense. Fellow Taoist Xiang. Zhan Yu was quick-witted. He quickly turned his head and begged in a low voice. Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian were originally on high alert, but when they saw Xiaohua snatch Zhan Yu's storage bag, a trace of a smile appeared in their eyes. Their vigilance was greatly reduced, and when they saw Zhan Yu's pleading, they only snorted coldly and declined to comment. Zhan Yu and Xiaohua were only early-stage foundation establishment disciples of a small sect. Aside from medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and jade slips, they only had a few magic tools. Xiaohua didn't care about them at all. He swept away all the medicinal pills and very unhappily returned their storage pouches to them. When Chen Yuming saw this, he took the storage pouches and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have something here. I don't know if fellow Taoist would like it? As he spoke, he took out a thumb-sized jade bead from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Eyes Lion Tiger Beast found this in a dilapidated ruin. I couldn't penetrate it with my divine sense. Although I know it's extraordinary, I don't know what it's used for. Today I'll give it to fellow Taoist. Very good. Xiaohua looked at it. Although he couldn't see anything, he waved his hand and stored it in his space. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Chen, you don't need to make a heart oath. You can leave in a while. Huh? Zhan Yu was shocked. He scratched his head and couldn't find anything new. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Chen Yuming said happily, I definitely won't say anything. Please rest assured. Fellow Taoist Zhan, make a heart oath. Xiaohua glanced at Zhan Yu and said with a smile. Sigh. Zhan Yu sighed. According to Xiaohua's words, he made a heart oath, saying that he wouldn't say a word about what he saw today. At this time, Shui Shui looked at Ling Jingyi's expression and hurriedly whispered a few words. Xiaohua glanced at Ling Jingyi and said, Fellow Taoists, you too should also know that fellow Taoist Ling of Fog Mountain isn't the person you think he is. In the future, don't disturb him. Naturally, we were indeed bewitched by that guy Pu Jianyuan. In the future, we definitely won't dare to come again. Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming said hurriedly. And go. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and looked at Ling Jingyi. Fellow Taoist Ling, send these two fellow Taoists away. Ling Jingyi was still a bit worried and looked at Xiang Yang. Why would Xiang Yang pay attention to him? Xiang Yang looked at the sky. Ling Jingyi sighed and said, Fog Mountain's formation jade pendant is with fellow Taoist Xiao. I also can't open the formation. Which one is it? Xiaohua woke up and patted Pu Jianyuan's storage bag. He took out 2 jade pendants and asked. A trace of greed flashed in Ling Jingyi's eyes, but he still only took his own jade pendant and said, Feiyun, come and accompany father to send off the guests. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun was abnormally lively and accompanied Ling Jingyi to send off Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming. Moving his gaze away from Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming's back, Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, I have something to ask you in a while." Xiao Hua understood Xiang Yang's thoughts and nodded. Little brother also has something to ask eldest senior brother. Okay, when fellow Taoist Ling comes back, we'll find a secluded place. Xiang Yang nodded. Not long after, Ling Jingyi brought Ling Feiyun back. Ling Feiyun looked at Xiao Hua with surprised eyes without blinking, making Xiao Hua feel quite uncomfortable. He glanced at Ling Feiyun and saw that Ling Feiyun was actually happy. He felt even more excited. "Feiyun." Ling Jingyi scolded in a low voice. "How can you be so rude? Father, this senior brother Xiao is probably the old friend that sister met when she was sent to the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Senior brother Xiao killed a Foundation establishment cultivator with Qi refinement cultivation. This is the boy's role model?" Ling Feiyun was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. "Feiyun, this matter ends here, you absolutely can't say another word." Ling Jingyi naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and quickly exhorted. Yes, the boy understands." Ling Feiyun quickly replied. My son has just reached the 10th level of Qi refinement and hasn't gone out to gain experience. Of course his knowledge is limited. Please excuse me. Ling Jingyi quickly smiled apologetically and said to Xiang Yang. Feiyun, you're actually at the 10th level of Qi refinement, not simple." Shue said with a smile. "Of course." Ling Feiyun puffed out his chest and said, "However, compared to senior brother Xiao, I'm still far behind." "And not bad. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said, "Uncle, find a quiet room for senior brother Xiang, they have something to talk about." Shue reminded. "Eh." Ling Jingyi replied, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Fellow Xiao, I have a presumptuous request, I don't know if I should say it." "Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it," Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. "This." Ling Jingyi was very embarrassed and quickly looked at Shue. At this time, Shue knew that she couldn't avoid it, so she said, "Senior brother Xiao, let's listen first. If it's something difficult, just pretend you didn't hear it." Xiao Hua saw that the shadow moon and glorious sun were able to awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline, so he naturally knew what Ling Jingyi was planning. These things were useless to him, at most they could help Shue awaken her bloodline. Even if he gave them to Ling Jingyi, Shue could still awaken her bloodline. But the problem was that Ling Jingyi had tricked Xiao Hua. That day Xiao Hua didn't even look at the Flying Phoenix Ridge's ancestral artifact and took it out to look at it. That artifact didn't have any tricks on it, but there was a problem with the refining method and there was a mark on it. How could Xiao Hua not be angry with Ling Jingyi? But after all, Shue was his lover, and he also promised not to pursue the matter, so when he heard Shue mention it, he nodded slightly. Ling Jingyi's face was happy and he said with an apologetic smile, "Fellow Xiao must have seen it just now. My Misty Mountains artifact and Flying Phoenix Ridge's artifact can awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline. Since that's the case, it can also awaken the bloodline of my Misty Mountain's disciples. Therefore this artifact is incomparably precious to my Misty Mountain. So, I shamelessly want to ask fellow Xiao for it. I don't know if fellow Xiao. Oh, my Misty Mountain has a lot of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. As long as fellow Xiao takes a fancy to it, you can take it. I absolutely won't refuse." Can your Misty Mountain have more things than my Imperial Thunder Sect?" Xiao Hua replied without any trace of politeness. "I wouldn't dare, naturally not as much as your Imperial Thunder Sect, but it's eyes good intentions," Ling Jingyi said with an apologetic smile. "Do you have the pill recipes for Elaine pill and Essence pill?" Xiao Hua asked. Ling Jingyi was very embarrassed. I don't have them." "You don't have anything, then what do you want to exchange?" Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, "I suddenly thought of something, I don't know if you are willing to exchange." "Fellow Xiao, please." Ling Jingyi said with pleasant surprise. Do you still need to say it?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the sacrificial refining method that Ling Jingyi gave him before. He rubbed his hand and destroyed it. "I won't say what fellow Ling has done. Take out the artifact and the sacrificial refining method, and I will give you the 2 artifacts, and the thing you want from Pu Jianyuan." "This is impossible." Ling Jingyi's face changed and he waved his hand. "That artifact is more precious than Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, and also, Ling Jingyi actually raised his eyes and glanced at Shui Shui. Hee, fellow Ling, think about it yourself. Xiao Hua said with a smile. It can stimulate the bloodline of Misty Mountain's disciples, and increase their cultivation by a large margin? Moreover, it can also control Flying Phoenix Ridge, and Misty Mountain's strength will immediately double. The growth of strength in the future is immeasurable. Which one do you think is more suitable? Ling Jingyi's face was gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while, he clenched his teeth, raised his head and said, I agree to this. Great. Xiao Hua clapped and said. However, I have a condition. What condition? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Chapter 1857. Ling Jingyi bitterly smiled. This condition isn't for my Misty Mountain but for Shui Shui. When she needs this magic tool in the future, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao can lend it to her. Shui Shui? Xiao Hua was very happy and immediately nodded. I agree to this condition. Good. Ling Jingyi clapped his hand and took out a magic tool that looked like a big seal from his storage pouch. At the same time he took out an old jade pendant and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is the real glorious sun, and the one fellow Taoist took before was the real shadow moon. This is the method to refine the two magic tools. Xiao Hua nodded. After putting the items into his space, he also gave the magic tools called Glorious Sun and Shadow Moon to Ling Jingyi and took out Pu Jinyuan's storage pouch. After Ling Jingyi took everything he needed, he returned it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced at it and put away the storage pouch. Shui Shui, uncle, also has something to say to you. Let's go in. Ling Jingyi didn't put the two magic tools into his storage pouch, but held it in his hand. Shui Shui and Ling Feiyun both stared at it fervently. Shui Shui felt that Ling Jingyi's words to Xiao Hua were a bit strange, but she knew that Ling Jingyi was thinking for her, so she felt grateful. When she heard Ling Jingyi call her, she knew that it was related to the true spirit bloodline and very excitedly nodded. After entering the palace, Ling Jingyi led Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Xiao Hua into a quiet room. He handed the control token to Xiang Yang and exited the room himself. He took a deep breath and walked to another quiet room. Ling Feiyun was not in that room, only Shui Shui was there. Xiang Yang looked at Ling Jingyi as he walked out of the quiet room and activated the restriction. He glanced at Yan Qinglian, and the two of them suddenly turned around. Without saying a word, the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator pressed down on Xiao Hua. Eldest senior brother? Xiao Hua was shocked. He bent his body and released the Phoenix Dharma body. The Phoenix Dharma body was more than 200 feet large in this quiet room. As it flapped its wings, the restriction in the quiet room flickered. Obviously, it couldn't withstand it. Who are you? Xiang Yang's face turned cold and asked coldly, Where did you take over my junior brother Xiao Hua? Possession? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, then he immediately understood, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. Is he meditating? Yan Qinglian increased the pressure and said coldly, Don't think that just because you can kill Pu Jianyuan, who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can escape from us. Let me tell you, Pu Jianyuan is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment for a moment. He is far from understanding the abhijna of the middle stage of foundation establishment. With the support of the Phoenix Dharma body, Xiao Hua was still able to move freely when facing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, two middle stage foundation establishment experts. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Eldest senior martial brother, senior martial sister, you guys really know how to think. This little brother is the genuine Xiao Hua. Who would find a chi condensation cultivator like me to possess? How could I not know Xiao Hua's cultivation? He is a loose cultivator, how could he have the phoenix bloodline? Moreover, his cultivation is only at the peak of the 12th layer of chi condensation. Not to mention killing Pu Jianyuan, even being able to fight him to a standstill is already not easy. Look at how your excellency is able to remain so calm under the joint attack of us husband and wife. If you didn't possess the body of my poor junior martial brother, then what did you do? Xiang Yang said with a cold snort. Although the Xiao and Xiao were extremely similar to Xiao, Xiao Hua heard it clearly and understood what it meant. A wave of warmth flowed through his heart. With a shake of his body, he withdrew the phoenix celestial body back into his body, allowing the pressure of the two great experts to firmly suppress him. How about it? You have nothing to say, right? Xiang Yang said hatefully, I was originally wild with joy when you came back, but then I was a bit bewildered. Just how dangerous is Mingxi's wind tunnel? Even nascent soul cultivators don't dare to enter, yet you were actually able to come back safely. This is truly an impossible matter. However, since you are I's junior martial brother being able to come back safely, I am naturally happy. I can't not look forward to your return. But now that you've just started to gain experience, you've already exposed yourself. Tell me, which sect are you from, which cultivator are you? If I have some impression of you, I can still let you reincarnate. Otherwise, I'll extract your soul and crush it bit by bit. You won't be able to live in this world. Xiang Yang spoke for a while, but Xiaohua still didn't answer. Xiang Yang's expression became increasingly malevolent. Just as he was about to flare up, he saw Xiaohua shake his body, and the Phoenix Dharma body flew out again. Damn it, senior martial brother, you should release your pressure a bit. Your junior martial brother isn't resisting, yet you're still suppressing your pressure to death. How can your junior martial brother speak? Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian, and the two looked at each other in dismay. It was obvious that they had forgotten about this. If I release my pressure, wouldn't you be able to? Xiang Yang had just spoken when he saw Xiaohua clap his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of the space. He smiled and said, Senior martial brother, even if there is pressure, junior martial brother can still fight back. Forget it. Seeing this, Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian, and they both withdrew their pressure. However, the two's expressions were still vigilant, and they distanced themselves from Xiaohua. Xiaohua also withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal, looked around and found a praying mat to sit on. He smiled very leisurely and said, Senior martial brother, junior martial brother is junior martial brother. I've definitely not been possessed by anyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua's appearance and shook his head slightly. I know that you have nothing to fear. You've possessed my junior martial brother Zhao's body, so naturally, you've also merged with his memories. Whatever I ask you, isn't it the same as asking junior martial brother Xiao? So you're saying that after possession, no one will discover it no matter what? Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he asked. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. From what I see, I'm afraid they won't discover it. Then isn't it bad? Junior martial brother has no way to prove that I've not been possessed. Xiaohua spread his hands and said very regretfully. Seeing Xiaohua's almost roguish appearance, Yan Qinglian immediately thought of Xiaohua's appearance when he plundered Jianghu and Chen Yuming. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Actually, it's not too difficult. Although after possession, no matter if it's appearance or mental cultivation method, they'll be the same as before, but their character and temper should be the same after possession. They definitely won't be exactly the same as before. But junior martial brother Zhao's appearance. I don't see anything strange. However, we haven't had many opportunities to see junior martial brother Xiao, so we can't judge right away. Xiang Yang continued. This is really not easy to handle. Xiaohua really didn't know how to solve this matter. He smiled and said, Junior martial brother also doesn't know how to explain the origin of my cultivation to senior martial brother. That's the Phoenix Dharma body? It's also a divine ability that I obtained from the netherworld. Senior martial brother, do as you see fit. Sigh, Xiang Yang also smiled bitterly. Previously, he had been hoping that Xiaohua would be able to establish his foundation during this experiential learning so that he could raise his cultivation. But when he saw Xiaohua's cultivation suddenly become so high, his heart was once again on guard. To be honest, he also didn't know how to handle it. Qinglian, what do you think? That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.